The World Surf League Challenger Series arrives in Europe. The Atlantic Ocean converges with tall cliffs and sandy coves of Ericeira, Portugal to host an endless playground of year-round world-class waves. Here, surfing's next crop of superstars continue their pursuit of one common goal: a spot on the World Surf League Championship Tour. With 2 events remaining, time is running out for competitors to seize the opportunity and jump up the leaderboard with hopes of securing their spot on surfing's biggest stage. For some, the return to the CT will be familiar. For others, a lifelong dream coming to life. The fight for qualification on the World Surf League Championship Tour continues at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia.
Good morning from Portugal. It's the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia on a bright and sunny Thursday morning in Portugal. The waves, they've been a little more reluctant to show up early this morning. A couple of calls have seen us keeping a beady eye on what's happening on the reef here at Ribeira Dillas. And that beach fills up. Anticipation for a start here, and to talk you through the day on what's actually a public holiday in Portugal. So I'm impressed by my Portuguese workmates coming in. Their love for professional surfing is so profound. I'm Paul Evans. He's Chico Alves, Philip Jervis. Bon dia, good morning.
Bon dia, good morning. It's a beautiful day, public holiday, really sunny day. Swell a touch smaller, but looks really fun. So I can't wait to see the action start today.
Conditions are a little smaller, Philippe. What kind of thing might we expect from this morning's action?
Yeah, we've been watching the waves, just the tide getting a little lower, and you can see there's a still bit of action. Nothing too major, but it's definitely fun, and we're going to see some waves well ridden. We saw some dolphins in the morning, so it might be a good sign.
Let's go find out exactly what we're running. Travis Logie is standing by with Joanna.
Guys, good morning, Travis. We had a long morning today. What's happening? Why were we on hold, and why is this call so important?
Yeah, morning, Joanna. Yeah, it was slowly but surely improving. Every half an hour, it just got better and better as the tide went out. We knew there was going to be something around mid-tide or just after, and the ocean proved us right. There's some fun little waves out there. The beauty of this place is everywhere else is dead flat, and there's like super rippable right-handers coming through, so it became an easy call in the end, and we're going to resume competition with men's round of 32 and then women's round of 16 on standby.
And today is a public holiday, so we've got some crowd. We have to put a show on, right?
Got to. It's already packed on the beach, and it's a glorious day, and the waves are fun. It's a no-brainer.
There you go. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Joanna. We're on here. So we've been patient this morning. Everyone keeping an eye on what's happening out in the ocean. And with that tide just dropping out enough on the reef here, a couple of sets have sent our surfers scurrying towards the water. Let's check out the forecast. What have we got lined up?
So this morning we have 3 to 4 foot, and then in the afternoon 2 to 3 foot. A bit of wind in the afternoon, but I think it won't affect that much. We know that Ribeiro can handle a bit of side wind, so I think we're looking good.
Looking forward here, Philippe, next few days?
Yeah, I think today is going to actually be the smallest day of the waiting period. We're going to have a little push on the swell for tomorrow, and then Saturday again, and then we might finish it off on Sunday with some really nice swell, with very light winds, which is really good.
There we go. That's what we're looking at in terms of the swell from the Atlantic, which has been pretty consistent. Not the biggest swell I've ever had at this event, but pretty consistent throughout the tides, especially thinking back to yesterday, how many heats we ran and what we were able to do with this relatively big tidal range here in Europe. That tidal range actually just getting a bit smaller at the moment. So we're looking at a fun day of competition. We're checking out in that first heat, Aiden Messenkamp, South Africa, Michael Rodriguez, and Ryan Canalo, both of Brazil. Imai DeVault from Hawaii, a surfer who's blazed out here in the past, getting big numbers. Let's see how he goes today. And from that shot, boys, we can see just on the right of the screen where the surf schools are, and our beach announcer, David Prescott, mentioned that we might be able to head up there. So that's an option. We might be booting out the surf schools and possibly heading up the reef towards Pontinha. You think that's likely? And if we were to do that, what would the waves be like up there? Does that get a bit more swell?
Yeah, the wave there gets a bit of the start of the wave, and up there normally it's a bit bigger. And the wave there is actually really good in Pontinha. It's really shallow reef, so the wave stands up a lot.
So an option possibly when the tide gets a bit lower if things do slow up here. Let's see. Right now we're on our main traditional bank. No priority to kick things off. Massenkamp has decided to go deeper. And at this stage, the tide's basically still covering all the reef, but it's just getting shallower as we run out off the high. Here's a concerted paddle from Rodriguez, and he's up. And different equipment today. Expect to see some step-down boards, that kind of thing, some epoxy. Some of those lighter boards, slightly different flex pattern. This board looks like it's going all right for Rodriguez right now. And he's looking for something to finish on the inside. Really nicely timed, just used his speed. And the accurate precision surfing from Rodriguez continues as he gets another snap with a bit of authority on an inside section. I reckon he'd be reasonably happy with that for an opener. Meanwhile, from deep, Massenkamp, really nice slicing on the rail. That board just knifing in a soft pocket. And they're looking to keep that going with a little wiggle down into the bowl here. Massenkamp still snapping away. And still looking for a little steepness to finish on the inside. Won't get a section to hit. Might not see so many of those close-out bangers. Certainly at this stage of the tide. The South African squad, they like it.
Yeah, a quick start for him. I really would like to see the start of that one. We saw it halfway through. But the first of Michael looked like a fun one to me. That board, it looks really good under his feet. He's flying down the line, so let's just check the start of this one, Flip.
Yeah, Aiden just started off really well on the outside. A combination of some pretty big turns. It's a smaller wave, but he can actually just put some pressure on those turns here, trying to regain that composure and the momentum. You can see how hard is it, but the surfers just keep on going, and unfortunately the wave didn't allow him to finish it off. But yeah, it's still a good start. We also had this wave from Michael. You can see the difference in the approach of the surfing. Michael a little bit lighter on his feet, but at the same time a little bit faster. But the wave also just kind of dying off on him. But here he gets the transition, hits it really strong on that one. A lot better from Michael. He goes for a little floater, and he's gonna try and finish it off. It just puts one more snap on it. And that's it for Michael Rodriguez. So it's very important, as we see here, look at the extension of this body. Just puts the board there, pushes that back foot, just drifts the tail. It's really hard to do that on these kind of conditions because you don't have a lot of momentum. It's really good to just push it really hard.
In terms of our judging panel, less energy in the water from the swell. What are they looking for exactly, Chico, when conditions are like this?
Well, whenever you have a bit of energy on the wave and you push through with big turns like Aiden did at the start of that one, they're going to score you high. So
there goes Massenkamp again. Nice turn from him there. He's got some momentum. And exactly your point, wow. Chico. Allowing to open up, really push. That was a really nice hit from him. This is going to be a good number here. And that looks sharp. And he can tell he was feeling it as he kicked out there. Just a little sort of a happy grimace with the chin as he realized that wave stood up for him, and he absolutely gave it the treatment. So that light touch and being incisive and quick on your feet. Let's get a look at the replay, Philippe.
Yeah, nice first snap and straight into a hop the top with a lot of spray. It's very hard to push harder on those turns again. Some combination of some really nice carves. You can definitely see another snap from him and another carve. You can see how good he is on right-hand point break, because that board just keeps on going, and it looks a bit effortless. He got this wave under priority, so no one was looking at it. And yeah, it might be a good call by Aiden, because that wave just kept on providing. He attacked the lip at least twice in there, and a lot of some really open carves. And yeah, it's not easy to use the whole wave when it's this small. Check this out. Just pushing that back foot. just putting a little pressure and just showing the judges that he really wants those scores, because yeah, as soon as you see water flying out those turns, especially on this size, it means speed, power and flow.
Thinking about the part of criteria as well, to do with variety, quite often at Ribeira you see maneuvers sort of replicated, a surface try to link up. It felt like each of those turns was a little bit different from the last, Chico.
Yeah, he started off with the wrap, long wrap, then he had the snap, the float, and the gouging carve really tight in the pocket. So, as you said, felt a bit different every turn as we see live action.
Kainalo here, good hit from him to open up. He wants to get at this, and it will be a softer wave though. He'll stand up inside, and he'll go again into the lip. Just a little bit of foam for him to hit, and then trying to stay light on the feet, just keeping that board moving the whole time. Covering a bit of ground here. He's on a shallow section of the reef inside. Gets quite a bit of amplitude in the turn, and another nice hit. Impressive surfing actually in smaller conditions. The question has been asked of our surfers, how they translate their surf into today's conditions. Well, this is the answer. Really, really well. Here's Imai. And a quick couple of turns out the back of him. Didn't get the connection. Here we go, Rodriguez. What's he got? Opens up with a carve. And this one might wall up for him here. Rodriguez, a nice snap. Able to stop that turn short. Wow, that was really cool. Rodriguez just skidding that tail and the fins. Loads of spray from him. And it's not a big wave. It's impressive to see how much venom and aggression and really sort of attacking, incisive energy Rodriguez can put into these turns.
Yeah, that last turn was beautiful. He had a lot of speed. The section was a touch bigger, which is something that is going to help the score to go higher. But the way he surfed this wave was really good, Flip.
Oh, started off right. We didn't see this first turn, so Michael just starting off really, really strong on the outside. Just it looks like he's choosing some really, really good waves. As we can see, just choosing those waves that connect all the way from the outside through the inside, and he already had a big turn on the outside. So he's gonna finish this one off really strong, as we see here. Nice snap, and puts everything into it. Just pushes that back foot, a lot of water, really good timing. Michael has one of the best timings in surfing ever, and that's why all of his turns are so expressive and so powerful, because just he puts the board on the right spot with the right speed.
Yeah, that turn looked really impressive. Oh, and Imai out the back with a blow tail there, looking really smooth. Imai has a really unique style. Looks like he's really effortless doing things, and he's throwing 9s and 8s. So what a talented surfer from Hawaii. But Michael, I think he's going to go excellent with that one. I think it's going to be the first excellent score of the day. I know we are on the first heat, but Michael showing off that he knows Ribeira and he likes this wave. And this was the replay of Ryan Kainalo, the 3-point ride that came in. Ryan did a lot of hard work, and I'm surprised he stayed with this one for so long. But nonetheless, look at this, the size of this wave is so small, and he keeps swinging and swinging all the way in. So nice job by Ryan. Coach was happy, but only a 3-point ride to start off. So needs to get rid of that wave and start picking waves like this one.
40-minute heats here, plenty of time for surfers to get 2 scores already. 2 waves rid for Massenkamp. That'll be a third. We're owed a score for his previous to that. He had tons of speed from the get-go, but it was really deep on the reef. Rodriguez looks interested here. And here he goes. Bit of white water on the face from the wave. Massenkamp just rode. Opens up with that hooking snap. There's another one. Look how much of the tail he's able to push through the lip of the wave and slicing. And Rodriguez, who we're expecting a solid number to come for his previous effort, is wasting no time. Just going again here, and the rhythm to his surfing. He just fires up. Each turn gets a bit harder and faster. It's impressive to see. Let's see whether that one goes with the panel, but already plenty of waves ridden in this one. Rodriguez busy. We're expecting a solid number for previous to this. Let's have another look at the technique here from Rodriguez.
Oh, it's so good. First of all, it shows a really good wave again. So really just showing how well he knows this lineup, and he already did two really big turns on the outside. And that board looks really good. Look, non-stop action. The board just keeps on going, and one more snap, and he's gonna push all of that in that turn. And I think that he could have gone for another one, but I think he got tired. Look at this, a nice snap on that little whitewash, just pushing really strong, and he's gonna go straight into another one. Check this technique, just always pushing that back foot, lets the fins drift a little, just putting a little bit of extra spicy on those turns, and I think that's the main difference between him and all the other surfers. Is that speed and power.
Ryan Carnalo here with a clean face to work with, and able to lean that body into some snaps out the back, into the lip again. Tell you what, in terms of the job our judges are facing here, there's a lot of really similar kind of size waves. We don't have the range and size the last couple of days, where some surfers getting 2-footers, some surfers getting 4-footers, really similar sort of waves. So it's all about the maneuvers. What do we think of Ryan's maneuvers here?
Well, I think once again he caught a smaller wave. I think there's in small days there's a small wave and a smaller wave, and I think he got one of those that are a touch smaller than the other ones, and didn't really allow him to connect from the outside until that last section on the rocks. And we see the difference between his waves and the waves of Michael.
Waiting to get caught up with judges here. Still waiting for the first score of Imai. Got a couple of numbers to come in for Rodriguez. Mason Camp out the back. We'll have to cede ground because it is Imai Devault with priority. A nice looking wave for him here. From the bottom into the lip with the re-entry. And then carving the snap. And again, wrapping it in the pocket. He goes into the lip with plenty of spray. We'll follow him down the line. Just see him calm and composed. Really just matching the pace of the wave with his surfing. Looking for a finishing section in here. Hits it again. And a really nice wave from Imai.
It's ridiculous how clean his surfing is. Like, it's really small, and he has so much good pace. He has so much good flow and transition, and you know how hard it is to explode when you don't have much speed, and he feels like he's it looks like he's not going too fast, but that board just keeps on going, Chico. Look at this.
Yeah, one thing that pops into my eyes straight away is why Aiden didn't decide to go on this one.
He didn't have the priority. Mike Ilani had the first priority.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So my mistake, but nice couple of turns for Imai. As you said, looking really smooth, and that board looks really good under his feet. Looks like it's an epoxy board, just like the one Reef Easelwood is using, and looks like the same technology, and they both look really spicy and really having no problem at all connecting all the dots. And wow, look at this turn, really pushing there on the back foot, throwing buckets of water, and I think we will improve for sure.
Imai Devault slipped down a couple of spots after the US Open, currently coming into this event ranked 6th on the Challenger Series, so dropped down 2 spots. Let's see how he goes here in Portugal towards climbing back up. He's inside the top 10, well inside in 6th, but he'll know this is a crucial opportunity to go up the ratings. Rodriguez came in here 14th. They're not a long way back, and a big result could really unlock for him.
I just feel like there's guys out of the top 10 that can easily make a huge jump on this event. I feel like Reef and Matteo Zerdi and Kaoli, David Silva are guys that have been standouts on this event.
How about these numbers here for Rodriguez? You called it, Chico. You thought it'd go excellent. Judges agreed. 8.17 for him. 8.17. He's got another score to drop in as well. Could well improve on the 4.5. Rodriguez put in a bit of meat on the bones out here with an excellent number in our first heat of the day. It's a sunny and warm Thursday morning. Light winds, just a light sea breeze at the moment, ruffling the sea surface here in Ericeira. And we are underway with a dropping tide, providing a shallower reef and more opportunity. Mateus Hurdy getting ready. Chico, you're excited about what he's going to do here?
I am. I had a surf with him in Santa Cruz, and he's insane. So I think this is a wave that suits his surfing really well. He's working with Iago's daughter father, and he can tell he's a bit more mature. He's a bit more connected to Earth, like in a sense of understanding competition and putting a bit more effort into making eats instead of just throwing huge airs on free surfs. And I think he's mixing together two things that are really hard to match, that it's talent and work. So I think he's in a point of his career where he's just on the sweet spot to qualify.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a few. You know what? You look at the rankings, and a win, 10,000 points can change the whole scenario from one day to another. So you're saying that there's a lot of people that they're outside of that top 10 that they have a shot. Obviously they do, because if you win a contest, you put 10,000 points. We saw Eli Hanneman, he won US Open, he went up the ranking 23 spots. So as we see here, Michael Lenny up and riding, a little up and down, unfortunately.
He might throws that one down. The number for Rodriguez, his last wave, a 7-1. That is a monster total from Rodriguez, 15.27, and we sort of speculated on the judges and how they would be able to sort of demonstrate difference really between our surfers catching similar sort of waves. Well, that's how Michael Rodriguez, as he just opens up with the speed and gets himself two really impressive numbers. And if you're getting 8s and 7s and solid surf, you can kind of picture how those turns are coming from big hits, but getting it when it's small and kind of underpowered like this, so impressive that Rodriguez is able to do that. And really, you feel like he's actually got plenty more, even where that's coming from.
It's true. And one thing that I'm a bit surprised is that as we see the replay of Imai, just throws the fins out and then he digs the inside rail.
No, that was actually the outside rail.
Yeah, he digged the outside rail coming out of that maneuver and couldn't really make it. But one thing that surprised me is the comparison in between Ryan's Canalo 3-point ride and the first one of Aiden, the 367. I really feel like the first wave of Aiden was really well surfed. He had the two big carves out the back, and I thought it was going to be a bit higher. So yeah, Aiden there with the 583 and the 367, which I think the 367 might have come a bit low. Do you reckon it's because we saw a lot of waves and a lot of information to unpack for our judges, and sometimes you can get lost in between a lot of waves? And because we just saw Michael throw 8, 7s, and we just saw a bit of a flurry of action, and that first ride to me looked really good.
Yeah, it did actually. That's a good point you make there. Yeah, Aiden might consider it slightly undered, getting a 3 for that kind of surfing. Let's see if he can go and improve in that. He's got plenty of time and not even at the halfway point of the heat. When things are small and surfers are tight together, that's also when things can come into play, like interferences and mishaps with priorities. So far, so good. Clean water ahead of Michael Rodriguez, and already significant scoreboard pressure. More live action from a sunny Thursday in Portugal on the Challenger Series real soon.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, by Estrella Galicia, brewed and bottled in Galicia, Spain since 1906, and by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination.
And it's a very warm welcome back to live coverage here at Ribeira Dillas on the Challenger Series. And you're watching a man in full flow. Michael Rodriguez is tearing this heat apart. We've just gone through the halfway point in it. Massive total from him. Monstrous 15.27, and he ain't done yet. Let's see what he brings on the inside here. Plenty of fizz and spark to his surfing. That equipment change from him certainly paying off. And hits it again on the inside, just showing exactly what he can do, even on a smaller, softer wave. So much spray being thrown. And he's leading this one at the moment with a solid couple of numbers behind him. DeVault, he's got decent numbers of his own. Let's see how Rodriguez went on this and how we feel about chance of improving on his 7.
Oh, that was so good. I don't think he's going to improve, though. But I get amazed every time he just stands up on a small wave, because somehow he's just, everyone is kind of struggling to get some speed, and this guy is just putting buckets of water on each and every turn. And look at this, like, that's a really small wave. It just compresses really hard on the bottom turn. It just pushes that back foot, and it feels like, obviously his body is really good, but he has that connection that he can flow in between turns and explode like this. Look at this. Whoa. That's really hard to do on a bigger wave. That's even harder to do with that big of explosion on a smaller one.
And just talking about that equipment, you know, we've been speculating surfers changing it up. What, Chico, exactly does changing your board, you know about the shape of the board, particularly the technology? Why do these epoxy, or possibly even the epoxy carbon, why do they go better on the smaller waves? What's different about them for our athletes?
Well, I think most of all, what you look for when you use one of those boards is speed. And when the wave is soft, you need a little help in transition. So when you do a turn and you want to get speed down the line, you don't get as much caught up.
Are we
without
saying more
speed.
buoyant? They're more buoyant, less flex?
Yeah, they have
Stiffer,
less.
lighter?
Yeah,
I would say a little thicker, especially here in Ribeira Dillas, because it's not a wave that has a steep wall. But so look at that.
Wow, Rodriguez here releasing the fins for a while and then just collecting it, looking really, really good. Imo's going all right too. Surfer out of Maui, he's got some solid numbers on the board of his own. The 7.23 notably for his second wave. And that rhythmic surfing that we watched on the drone pass paying off from the panel. Here's another look at Rodriguez.
yeah, I just love the extension on this turn. He did it with a lot of commitment, and you could tell by the body position that he really wanted to put the fins towards the beach, and the front arm just lays into it, and he puts all his weight on the front foot, puts his inside rail all in the water, just engages with everything. And the upper body rotation was crazy. You can see the back shoulder coming in, the back arm torquing. Everything was torquing to the same way. And then I love how he controls just the fins to the beach and then regathers. So really technical surfing by Michael, and really nice single maneuver there.
Here's Kainalo here, needs to get going, looking for a 9.69 right now. He's way back. And he just flicks a couple off a foamy section. Light on his feet, been an advantage today. Can he unleash and throw a bit of spray? It's what he's going to need to do here. And none of those turns really had that visual oomph. He's going to need to push a little harder here. 9.69 the requirement in one wave. He can get a couple of waves. Emi's total 12.86, so a couple of high sixes, couple of sevens. That kind of stuff is what he needs. He's going to get 2 new waves. What happened here for Ryan?
Yeah, again, he has been catching these waves since the start of this heat. So a bit of a smaller wave. He had really good transition and really good connection with the wave, but unfortunately, that didn't have that steep wall that you want here in Ribeira Dillas to attack that lip. That's a really well surfed wave, obviously, speed, power, and flow and everything. But it feels like it doesn't have that commitment. It does have that size that allows you to commit on those big turns, and you know what, the judges The judges can be a little critic on that type. Like the size of the wave is not part of the criteria, but still.
What about equipment? It looks like he's riding PU, his regular board. By contrast, surfers going to step down with different construction. They're occupying the top spots. Could that be a factor?
Nah, but the board looked really good still. It felt like it was a bit effortless on those transitions, and that looks really good. But I think it's maybe not the size of the wave, but the quality a little bit more, because Michael Rodriguez and also Michaelani, they both of them could attack the leap and more than once in the wave, and you want that on, especially with this size in Ribeiradilhas, because sometimes it's hard to attack the leap, and I think we're gonna have a little bit of an advantage for the goofy footers today, because they can actually put the board vertical. It's gonna be interesting to see Jackson Banchi and Gouveia Cauli on the next hit. Matteo Zerdi obviously is really good on smaller waves as well, so it's going to be interesting to see the difference between a regular footer and a goofy footer throughout the day.
14 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Big set stacking up outside. This will beckon everyone seaward. And a great looking set here. Priority is with Massenkamp, looking for 7.04. And he's not interested in the first one. Kainalo from deeper with fourth prio. We'll have a look, but Rodriguez will go. So Kainalo blowing out the tail and collecting the reverse. And in front of him, surfing down the line, Rodriguez was unable to really connect through the midsection. Looks like Massenkamp has lost that first priority, so he's ridden a wave of sorts. He's got a score in, actually.
As we see the replay, we can see Ryan there finds a section, throws the blow-tail reverse and makes it. And we see Michael looking out the back, maybe trying to understand why he's going on his wave, but maybe afraid of not having the priority. But yeah, Ryan here, nice nose peak reverse, makes it with the front foot almost on the nose there. We can see here, and he puts it back into place. But this kid, he can throw some big airs. I've seen some clips of Ryan Kainalo, and he's one of the best up-and-coming kids from Brazil. I know he's having a bit of a shocker on this heat, but he's the type of surfer that once he gets a really good opportunity, he will post some big scores. We saw him eliminating Crosby just round before with an 8-point ride. So Ryan, he can throw some big numbers in. So unfortunately for him, not catching the best ones this heat, but he still has 12 minutes to go. That's a lot of time. And I think he can manage to come back on this one.
Looking for a 9.59 though, Chico. It's a big number.
Yeah, he needs to be looking for two waves. Now he has a 4.17. He needs a 8.69. But he thinks he needs to do something around the 6 range, so he needs another 6, basically. He needs basically right now 2 6.5s, and I don't think that's really hard for Ryan Kainalo. It's just in terms of getting the right wave and the right opportunity, and he will unload for sure some big maneuvers, as we see in Gouveia. Getting ready for the next one, Paul?
Yeah, great looking heat, that one, in Gouveia. Another incredible goofy foot in the small conditions. We'll look to push hard and go steep on the backhand. Also Jackson Bunch, Cowley Vast, and Matteo Zerdi. So
that's a really good hit. That's a really good hit.
In Gouveia, I guess you'd be the veteran from those guys.
It
and
is,
the other three have sort of similar kind of generation, similar sort of age. Matteo Zerdi has the superior ranking of 19th on the challenges. A big result here. He could be busting down the door towards that top 10. Let's see how all of this plays out. It's Jackson Bunch. Looking forward to seeing what he can do out there. The equipment discussion that we've had. It's interesting to see what kind of board he chooses as well. But that smaller, lighter step-down equipment, likelihood of seeing some of that go down today. Although we did just see a pretty solid set, so that's encouraging. There is still energy in the water, but that decision from Travis Logie to go 40-minute heats, and that's just a reflection of the fact that we've still 4 surfers in the water in this round. We want to make sure everyone gets an opportunity for at least 2 set waves.
Yeah, it's true. I think 40 minutes it's enough. I think the lulls have been around the 8-9 minute mark every set. But on this one, I think it was less. We saw actually some really, really good ones coming in. And once they come, they're good. Like, they hug the reef really well. They have tons of opportunity, and like those little lips, lines, you can really attack them. So Ribeira is such a good wave. You just need the wave to break. So and on a smaller day, maybe a bit easier to identify the good ones. And as we see, more lines approaching.
Here we go. Under 10 minutes here. Priority is with the Volt. Will use it. Here we go. Here goes Imai with a bit of speed, pushing out of a lip line hit. Just extending that and holding it up. Goes nice and vert there. Throws a little bit of tweak of the tail in it too. There's a nice snap into the lip on a softer section. Let's just slice it back towards the pocket. And sort of moderate interest eyeing up the next section here, and kind of realised that that one wasn't really going to do much for him. And meanwhile, behind him, Massenkamp. So we just caught the ends of that wave from Aiden. He doesn't look particularly happy with the choice there. Let's see what happened to Aiden.
Yeah, first scarf out the back. Get some speed on the line. This, you can see it's the second wave of the set. There's a bit of the froth in the face. That means the wave is gonna grow down the line, but he got caught up on that, just the drift of the tail there on that one.
I think he's actually saying, come on. He's firing himself up there with that surf fin.
Yeah. I think he said a curse word, actually. Because yeah, he made a little bit of a mistake in between and in the middle of the wave, as we see here. Makalani just, every time he goes up and down, it feels like he doesn't have any speed to explode on those turns, and out of nowhere, it just pushes really hard on that back foot and explodes every time he hits the lip. As we see here, look, it doesn't look as spicy, as fast as Michael, but still, it's just his technique and timing, and mostly I think he's absolutely flawless. There's nothing wrong with the way he surfs. It's just so light on his feet, at the same time so powerful. It's interesting to see Michaelani. Is definitely one of my favorite surfers.
I think when you compare both of them, I think Michael surfs a lot more with the upper body, and he uses a lot of his arms. And as we can see, the dolphins, I think, they're here again. They entered the shot. Eye dolphins. I think they came for a visit. They know the swell is still here, and they want to get something on the board as well. But we can see them here. Wow, beautiful shot.
That's not usual for Portugal. Everyone at helm. We watched them in the morning, and they're back. Look at it. They're pretty big. We actually had this swell. Just it got the water a little warmer. Look at the lines, Paul. That's got to be a really, really important set.
Under 7.5 minutes here. Priorities with Kainalo. He's going to need to use it to good effect. He needs a massive number. This is your heat leader. He's got big scores already locked in. Another big turn from Rodriguez, and swings around figure 8 roundhouse wrap again off the inside, gathering speed, snapping down and just chopping the turn short. Basically just lowering his upper body. Don't think he'll threaten his scores. All right, important wave for Kainalo here. We'll just catch him swinging for a finish. So the court vision just before of Cowley Vast prepping with Richard Marsh. Ready for a tough heat. Heat number 6 of this round. This is Kainalo's effort.
Yeah, second wave of the set, a bit bigger. He was needing these 2 big turns out the back. Nice wraparound, cut back. And I think this wave just faded off. But those first few turns, he was on his way to make a good score. And just like Michael Rodriguez flip, the wave got a bit softer at the end.
Yeah, I felt like these waves came a little bit from the northern angle instead of that west angle that we want, because we have a bit of a mixed swell between north and west, and when you have that little west ball coming, you can just wall the wave up all the way from the outside through the inside. As you see Michael again, just that trademark snap, really powerful, really strong. The wave wasn't that good because I think, yeah, it's because of that. It just didn't hit the reef the right way and just ran away. It ran away from the reef actually, and that's why it kind of died off on the channel.
We've been waiting a long time for the score for Aiden Massenkamp. The wave that he rode with a little slap of the water. We were trying to work out if that was happy fire or sad fire from him. We haven't had that score in from the judges. They're taking their sweet time with that one. Chico, you felt possibly Aiden's first wave could have gone a little bit more generosity from the panel. Let's see how they go with his fourth wave. 7-0 for the requirement to threaten Imai to vault second. Imai's ridden 4 waves in his quest to improve his total. Been unsuccessful in that. It is his first 2 waves at the moment. It remain his scores. They're pretty decent scores in the context of conditions. And already you feel that Travi will be pretty vindicated with his decision to go, judging by the score lines in this. Healthy numbers indeed. We've got more sets swinging in. Under 5 minutes here. Priority is with Aiden. He won't use it on this one. And it'll be Imai still looking to defend and consolidate his second place. Here he goes. As he releases the tail and pivots on the nose. Does well to gather it. Almost gets caught, but he's so good at just liberating that board from troubled, softer waters. And going again with some speed. A little clip from him into the lip. And that'll be it. Not sure or better is 5.63 necessarily. All right, here goes Massenkamp with some speed into a section that he'll hope, and it will double up here for Aiden. Just zigzagging with authority. A whippy turn round into the pocket. And he'll wait for this one to set up. Here we go. What's he got here for a finish? Just slicing one without loads of impetus. As this one's just a touch slopey for him. Nevertheless, he'll keep swinging here. Good rhythm to this wave, and a long one. Bah! Important turn. And again, nice combo on the inside. Doesn't get the second turn done, but the one prior to that was good. And what he won't know is, we can see his previous to last will be a solid number. 5.97 for Massenkamp. 5.97 for him. Replaces his top score previous to last. His requirement now the 6.9.
Yeah, let's just see this wave again. I think he worked really, really hard for this one. And it wasn't the score straight away from the outside. Because he had the float, and then he had to wrap around. And from here until the last section of this one, he had to work so hard to just gather a few more little turns in, and maybe just leave that one and try to get a better one out the back. Because this wave at the end here looked really hard to surf. That turn was beautiful though. And this
so
last one, that was really risky.
Yeah, we also had this wave of Imai Kalani. We're still waiting on the score on this one. That's a really, really technical and beautiful turn. Just putting those fins, releasing those fins, and here he's gonna go for another snap. Kinda got cut up behind the section. He hits it one more time, and yeah, it's done for him. I don't think he's gonna improve on that one, but we're still waiting on scores. We also had Ryan again going for the air. Nice reverse. Unfortunately, it's just that one turn. So Ryan, yeah, he has been struggling, kind of not catching the best waves.
Yeah, trying to force the issue there. He needs to go to the excellent range. 2 minutes on the clock, so it probably will be most likely one wave for him. Second priority for the younger of the Brazilian pair in the water right now. Kainalo on the wrong side of an excellent score. And that's by virtue of the fact that Rodriguez and DeVault have thrown down big numbers. Let's see how this one's gone down. Michael Rodriguez showing his class here.
That was, yeah, he has been the standout since this morning, and catching the best waves of the hit so far, and also just showing the best surfing, because it just absolutely destroys and explodes in each and every turn. It just has that extra spark, extra speed that the other surfers. Look at this turn. Wow, a little layback, just pushing the tail, and this wave was actually a little bit more on the left side of the beach. So he was actually paddling back for this one, and the wave just kept on providing for him. 2 big turns on the outside. Nice rebound, just waiting for the wave to wall up. That board looks really, really good. Just pumping down the line. Another snap. And he's going to finish this one off with a really strong turn. And yeah, he looked pretty tired on that one. And this is Imai Kalani's best wave, 7.23. Just going with the flow. As I said, not a different contrast from Michael. Michael more active on the wave and more explosive, but Imai Kalani more technical, stylish, and really, really good surfing. Just going with the flow with a lot of momentum, a lot of connection with the wave, just going from top to bottom, and he's gonna finish this one off. Another snap. they're surfing really, really good because it's not easy. It's small and kind of soft, and both of the first and second place are absolutely destroying.
We're all caught up with numbers here. Messenkamp's last effort, 5.27 for him, so still looking for that 6.9. And it's not looking great for surfers chasing numbers. Don't think we'll see. Well, let's just see if this set gets here in time. Kind of deceptive sometimes with how far away these waves are as they refract onto the reef. Now we'll count down here. So despite rallying from Messenkamp, and you can see he's annoyed there, and quite understandably frustrated. He surfed pretty well in this heat, and ultimately there was about a point in it actually between him and Imai de Volt, but you have to say hats off, chapeau to this guy, Michael Rodriguez, who absolutely blazed out there, and even sort of effort he seems to be able to put in. He's just cruising. He seems to be able to do it with not a lot of backswing. He's throwing massive spray without really forcing the issue. He's got loads more in the tank. Such a quality technical surfer. We'll look forward to seeing him go again in the later round. So that wraps up our first heat of the day. An entertaining one. Expect more big performances here from the Challenger Series in Portugal right after the break.
And welcome back. I'm here at the beach, a bit further to the right, because right now EDP Surf for Tomorrow open session has just started. We have a few pros in the water that are people with disabilities. They are being coached by some very great monitors that are from the Ericeira Surf Club, and EDP always has this great initiative of supporting social impact and social pillars like people with disabilities and helping them fight their way to amazing surfing. This is not the first time they've had this lesson, so they're having a lot of fun, and it's amazing to be in the water with the professionals at the same time here at Ericeira Ribeira de Ilhas.
Thanks, Joanna. Inspirational stuff as we see different stages of the surfing journey play out in front of us here at Ribeira de Ilhas. Professionals looking to step up to the championship tour. And meanwhile, all different kind of surfers just enjoying brilliant aquatic experiences in this ocean here in Portugal. Let's set the heat and check out Jackson Bunch, Mateus Erdi, Kauli Vast, and Ian Gouveia. And some heavy hitting surfers with some big power, and I think they'll look at that performance, particularly from Rodriguez in that last, and expect to go big and explosive themselves. Here's Jackson Bunch, the backhand attack.
Yeah, 2 big turns out the back. A third one. I really enjoy Jackson's surf. He did a buzz a bit on the first round, and on this one he's looking on fire. That board is looking really, really, really good under his foot, and what a great way for him to start this one off. 6-6-7 for Jack, and what a way to start a hard lead. And the wave just kept going and going, and Jack said, all right, I'm here, I'm gonna keep going and going. Just a bit of a fall there, but not really disappointed with that, because the start of the wave it was amazing. Look at this, bang, throws buckets of water. I like how he surfs really tight in the pocket. He has a really tight balance on the board. His front foot is not really in the front, so it looks really beautiful as we just watch. Wow, Matheus Herdy just putting on a clinic here and gets a bit caught on the white water, but that first turn, I'll tell you what, that's just signs of what's coming. Nice click of the tail there, winds up and whoop. Oh, and almost makes it. But I just love the pop. He's got such a good pop that he can pop on anything. Look at this, just adjust the front foot and almost makes it. He makes it actually, but the where he landed was just a bit forced. Don't you reckon, Felipe?
Yeah, I don't think it was forced. It felt like he went off balance for a little second, and that just puts him. That this can kind of disconnect him from the whitewash, that being off balance. And yeah, the wave didn't have enough power just to push him in the front of the wave.
667 for Bunch, and he got a quick backup of 183. So that's 2 scores for him. He gets a 227. I'm going to double click on pop. What's pop? How do you get it?
Well, the pop, there's people that have pop and people that don't have pop.
What's the difference between pop and height?
No, I just feel like there's guys that have easily the easy pop, and others that they need a really, really good section to pop. And I just feel it's just like an ollie in skating. It's just like surfers, they have the pop, and it's just like the way you can disconnect from the water and get an air done. And there's guys that just have the movement and the click that for them is just really easy, and they can get really high. Guys like Gabriel, Medina, they just feel like they can really go high without much speed, and they have a lot of pop. And others, they need to actually get a lot of speed, and then once they have the section, they can go really high. But there's others that they pop everywhere. So I think it's a lot easier for when your weight is not really high. I think it's easier when you're light.
Do we think going to the air is a good tactic in these kind of conditions? Do we think big scores are going to come from airs out here in these sort of waves?
Well, if it's like a transitional air or an air to finish off a really strong opening turns, it might be an option. I don't think we're gonna see, because it's not a huge, it's not as big of a size.
The reason I ask is Michael Rodriguez is amazing in the air. He's got loads of pop, as Chico would admit. Didn't even try one. Didn't try one in the last six.
Yeah, because I don't think Ribeiro is actually an air wave. First of all, this wind comes from behind the section and just it takes the board out of your feet as soon as you go to the air. It's really good for airs on the left. This air wind, but for the right is not as good, and you know what, and even the section, especially with this size, it's definitely not an air wave, but this guy he's gonna go for the air, that's for sure. We all know that, and we all know he's capable of what kind of airs he's capable of. Oh, a little bit of a mistake again.
I just feel like Matheus is even lighter than Michael.
Yeah.
And I feel like Michael, he has a lot of pop. Matheus is a whole nother level.
Yeah, it's different.
This guy has a lot of pop. So I think he can draw airs really easily. Wow, this turn looks really clean. Bang off the top. Just surfs really tight in the pocket, and he can throw airs with wind in favor, wind against it. He can throw airs anywhere. So I just feel like once he has the opportunity, he will try to pop something out of anywhere. So that's the thing about Matheus. I think he can mix it up always with airs, and that's the thing about his surfing that it really amazes me.
I've got a question about the technique, Felipe, for you here. You can already see from his waves, he's putting loads more body into his surfing, right? You see he's flexing more, he's compressing more. Why doesn't everyone do that? if that's the key, why is that not what everyone does? Because, well, look at Imai. It was almost the opposite in the last heat. Got 7s. He barely moves his body, and yet going into the very good range. So tell me.
Yeah, I think it depends on the surfer and on the style of the surfer. There's surfers that don't need to compress as much because they put pressure on a different way on the boards. But if you compress on smaller waves, like he's compressing, every time he puts a bottom turn, it's just his body it's like a spring. You compress really hard and you're gonna extend really fast. Obviously, that's the dream. Everyone wants to compress and decompress every time you do a turn, but it's not easy. It's very hard, especially on these conditions. You have to have a good board. You have to have a lot of strength on your upper body, a lot of strength on your legs as well, a lot of core strength, because being the whole wave on a compressed position, it's not easy. It's not for everyone.
So you reckon he might doesn't have a lot of core strength?
He has, obviously, because he's still a surfer. Yeah, obviously you're a surfer, but it's really hard to be that fast and stay in that position and staying on that position for a long time.
You know what? Let's go and hear from a man who's unlocked big numbers, gone excellent already here at Ribeira Dillas. It's Michael Rodriguez with Joanna.
Yes, it's so exciting. Fun-sized waves, and you get those excellent scores. That has to feel really great, right?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Was super slow, to be honest, and I'm glad that I have 2 good scores before be very slow. So, yeah, super happy. Another step made it. Super happy.
And talk to us about your board, because you changed it up for today for these waves, right?
Yeah, I changed for a sub driver, a little bit smaller, epoxy, no stringer, and I put a big fins because this board is too loose. So yeah, try to balance the board. Feels so good. I always have a epoxy with me. When conditions going like that, I always put that board, and this board feels amazing. Has my wife's name and my daughter's name, so yeah, pretty special.
It looks really special. And you still have your adrenaline pumping, but the water's so cold. How's that contrast?
Actually, 40 minutes heat, I was cold there. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of emotions going around on my mind right now. And I'm feeling good.
Do you want to say a few words back home?
Yeah, sure. Obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo. Minha mulher, minha mãe, minha filha, meu irmão, todos meus amigos. Passamos mais uma. Tô muito amarradão e vamos para cima.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Great job, Michael Rodriguez. So stringerless epoxy with big fins. You like that formula?
Yeah, I love it. I think it went well for him. Really big scores, and that board is flying down the line. So I think he's doing a really good job on that board selection. And Matheus Herdy on an inside wave with fourth priority. He does a 7-point ride.
Thinking of scores, Herdy gets the 7 in. So that extra physical impetus that we were talking about before, paying off for Herdy with the high score of the heat. Let's have a look.
That's such a well-surfed wave. Every time he puts the board up there, he just flashes both sterns and pushes that back foot really strong with such a nice style. Just his body movement and body positioning is really good. So that's a really good wave by Matheus Herdy, as we see him just attacking the leap one more time, drifting that tail. 7.03, so I think he's going to be happy with that one. There's not too many opportunities out there, and that's a really good score to keep.
Yeah, I just feel like Matheus doesn't need the best waves to score.
He goes in.
Wow.
Hitting it out the back with speed and with whip. And again, tagging it. It just pumps back down into the wave and relentlessly tagging it on the backhands. 1 of 3 goofies out in the water here. And looking to displace some water with some wrapping snaps in the pocket. Again, still going here. Waited a long time to ride this wave. 13 minutes or so before he gets to the feet. And that is turn number 8 or 9. And a solid opening wave for Ian Gouveia.
Well, Ian is so consistent. You can barely see him fall ever. I think he's really smart. He's going to play into his strengths. He knows his backside attack is good. And we saw a close call there at the start of that one. We saw someone duck diving almost under his board. So a lot of fight for this one. And he made the best of it. Nice couple of snaps out the back. I like this one. Bang. Again, so 4 maneuvers out the back. I don't feel like he had the speed you would love on this one, because this wave had opportunities out the back but was quite slow. at the same time, but he made the most of it. Look at this. He throws a more like 4 or 5 turns on the inside section. So I think he's going to put a good score, and he's going to be back on this one as we just see the replay on the outside section. Nice float there, winds up, really torques the back arm, pointing the lip, gets the snap, and we see Jacob Willcox there supporting Ian Gouveia. Willcox standing by. He's going to be next on the next seat on Heat 7 against Samuel Poop and Ken Madsen. And as we see a guy that can pop anywhere without much speed, throwing a bit of a reverse, gets a nice carve in. That board looks really, really good under his foot, and nice snap again. Roundhouse cut back. Look at this wave. The wave actually
it was so bad.
Yeah.
Turned out, yeah. Go ahead, Chico.
Yeah, the wave was just really, really hard to surf, and he throws 2 airs on the wave. So it's just something about Mateus that, yeah, I'm going to say it again. He has a lot of pop, Paul.
Yeah, he does. So another good wave there. He's already got the 7 locked in. He's leading the heat. A number to come through. If he improves on his 3, he'll improve. I reckon he'll do that. Otherwise, waiting for a number for Gouveia. Bunch with the 6, 6, 7 in. Kaoli Vast has been very patient. He's got priority right now. I know that he would have gone through his heat drill and his strategy with a fine-tooth comb with Richard Marsh. I probably didn't necessarily say wait so long to get a wave, but possibly saying identify the quality, don't get sucked into in-between waves. You do need to be on the best ones, and that's probably why he's waiting. Let's have another look here, Philippe, at this attack from Mateus.
Yeah, Mateus started off this wave. The wave didn't offer him a lot of opportunities, but he did so well, so technical. That first little blowtail reverse, nothing too major. And this one, look at this, just letting the fins drift straight into a nice roundhouse cut back, just waiting for the wave. He knows. We know that he's looking at that finishing turn, and he's going to get some momentum, some speed. He's going to pop it off again, and yeah, a reverse to finish that one off. So just putting a little bit of a variety in there. This one, he didn't actually did he attack the leap? Yeah, it's almost a little bit of a shop up reverse, but it's really, yeah, it just shows variety and skill.
And how do you think he has so much projection out of those maneuvers without any almost section there?
It's the pop. I'm sorry to use this word again, but
yeah, you know, we're going to get a swear box, and every time anyone says the P word, you're going to have to put a euro in. Okay, guys, this is getting out of hand now. All right, €1 will cost you if you drop the P word.
I didn't say it. I asked the question without saying pop, but I wanted to say.
No,
okay,
you put me on the spot here. You put me on the spot because honestly, it's a mixture between speed and
low center of gravity.
Yeah, just that compression right before it pops. Right before it pops.
Sorry, Paul.
But
I
yeah,
have to do the question because I'm intrigued. I need to know why Mateus can throw airs anywhere.
You know what? It's weird because even in skating is the same. Everyone knows how to ollie.
Exactly.
But you have guys that
ollie like really high.
Yeah, 4-foot ollies and 2-foot ollies. So I think it's technique, man. It's technique. It's a mixture between technique, the board, the timing.
You're a guy that always you have a lot of pop.
little bit of a pop. Yeah.
You have a lot of pop. Sorry, you have a lot of.
I can go to the air. It's easier like that. Yeah, it's easier like that.
Philippe, hope you guys have brought your wallets with you today, because this is going to get expensive heat for you two. All right, let's check out live action here. Gouveia swinging around. We'll pick him up from above. Doesn't like the midsection of the wave. He kicks out, waiting for a number to come in for Hurdy. And on an underneath priority on a suboptimal wave, a 5-5 for him, turning the screw, building up a decent amount of scoreboard pressure. 12-5-3 for the younger Brazilian with loads of time left to go.
And Ian Gouveia got a 6-3-3 on that long ride. So I tell you what, we've seen a lot of good waves by Mateus, but Jackson and Ian, they have both 6-point rides. So this is going to be interesting to see on the second half as we see Mateus doing a really good air.
Mateus is flying in our second heat of the day, the round of 32. Plenty of waves still out there on the reef. More live action from the challengers right after this.
Isto é um projeto ambicioso, é um projeto de alta competição. Acho que está bem claro o que é que estamos aqui a fazer. Eu sabia que ia ser duro.
Me dijeron que para la tibia rota, ya dije, no puede ser, otra vez no.
Obviamente es un camino muy largo.
Cuanto más desafíos tengas, igual más mejoras.
A treinar.
Sem parar.
Pessoal, aqui o start é assim, estão altas ondas, não há disputa. Eu quero essa disputa e a simulação do que rola no CS, então vamos simular da melhor forma possível.
E é a nossa última oportunidade.
Sorte não vai ser o suficiente.
Welcome back to live action here as we check out Kylie Vast. He's been really patient, looking for his first wave. Let's see what it's got. A little sticky and an inauspicious beginning to the ride and unable to connect thus far. And finishing with a whip, that'll feel a lot better for him. Still plugging away here, trying to lock in. Gets another hit, a vertical stab. Trying to use all of his energy and force to push it up into the lip, but not quite the dynamic surfing with the amplitude of maneuvers that we've seen elsewhere in this heat. And after waiting an eternity, you would have hoped, I think, for a bit more of a return from the ocean here. A little sticky.
Yeah, the wave was really small. I think he did a really good job on this turn here. Bang. Kaoli always throws a lot of water. And he has a really unique technique on his backside. He can get really tight in the pocket and really vertical. So he's really whippy off the top.
Yeah.
Once he gets there, he can get really explosive. So this was doing the break.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch trying to back it up, that 6.67, a really strong turn out the back. Another surfer that can actually go really vertical and really strong. We were talking about Kauli, obviously. But this guy has been surfing really well, and just attacking that. Like, it's been interesting to see how this is the advantage of being on your backhand, because you can put the board right behind your ears and just attack it vertically. As we see Ian Gofaya's last wave again on his backhand also. Yeah, the thing about backside, you just can put the board right on that crisp. And attack really hard and put the board very vertical. Obviously, in terms of variety, comparing to being on your forehand is a little bit, it's a little bit more difficult, but both of the surfers surfing really good. As we see here, Jan just putting the board up there, trying to go as vertical as possible, just pushing that back foot to finish that one off. very well served. The Brazilian crew are happy. Let's wait for the... No, actually, we already have the score. It's a 4.33 Paul.
4.33 for Gouveia. We're waiting for a number for Bunch, though. He goes into second for the time being. Bunch needs a 3.99. We're waiting for scores for Cowley. He's just got that small throwaway in it. We'll have a more legitimate number come through and his last wave gets scored, but he's going to be quite some way back, I reckon, in this heat, Cowley, with quite a bit of ground to make up. He's in last place in the priority pecking order 2. Prior is with our leader, and that P next to his name, what does that stand for?
Pop.
Yeah, Mateus has priority right now.
Priorities. Doesn't stand for pop.
But yeah, a guy standing with priority, and he has for sure a lot of good ways and easy ways to go to the air. Mateus Erdi, and standing with second. Ian Gouveia, a man that only needs a 6-1 to get the lead, not for long, because Jackson Bunch just posts a 5-3, and he jumps back into second. So now Ian Gouveia needing a 5.58, and a man that it's rare to see in this position, Cowley Vast needing a combination of 11.9.
Well, he's going to get scoring. He'll be out of combo as soon as the judges give him the number, because he's going to get a number, but it's probably going to be mid-range-ish, you would feel, just from the type of wave and the energy available to it. I think that's been a tactic from him, is wait for the best waves. Hasn't really worked out for him thus far. Still got 15 minutes, though. One of the advantage of the 40-minute heats. There it is, 3.77. Still a long way back, looking to go excellent. Cowley, who's working and coaching with Dog, he had a task yesterday. Dog gave him an assignment. Any guesses what that assignment was for the afternoon? Any guesses? No, it wasn't go surfing. Go and buy something. No, nothing?
Dinner.
Mate, good. Not bad. Yes. A chicken. So Dog tasked Cowley. His mission was to go and find a chook. Yeah, go and buy a chicken for the oven for dinner.
All right.
That's what they were into last night. Lots of options, of course, available if you want to cook at home.
One person for you. Did he find it?
I don't know.
Probably.
I'm not sure.
We'll get into that after this. Yeah, but probably.
Let's assume he did. Portugal doesn't seem like too tricky a spot to find yourself a chicken, a frango.
Yeah. Look at him.
So focused. Yeah, this is it's probably Richard Marsh crew. They're just supporting each other.
Funny thing, Fred is going to compete against Justin Bruckret.
I know, the Dog Marsh derby.
Oh, it's going to be a derby, exactly. As we see David Silva, giving some tips to the man himself, Alejo Muniz, coming up next. And what a danger man, getting ready. 13 minutes to go. And what have you been up to, Paul, on your breaks?
Mostly working, mate.
I know you are, me too, but when you have a break, last night we actually ended up a bit earlier. What have you been up to?
Studied my notes, went through the rankings, just really imbibing the Challenger Series vibe. Here we go, let's check out the American squad and see what's going on here. And Coach Griff just giving the tactics there to Cade Madsen. He'll be up in the next heat. 10th on the Challenger Series is Cade, and a surfer right there on the cusp. I'll tell you what, there's 3 surfers in that heat number 7, that'll be, who are inside the top 10. There's Cade in 10th, also Samuel Pupo in 7th, Jacob Willcox, who we just saw earlier as well, keeping a beady eye on things. He's ranked number 2 currently. And also Alejo Muniz, and we know all about what he can do, the amount of power he can get even in small waves. That's going to be an absolute smoker of a heat. Still 12.5 to go on this. Encouraging signs as we see corduroy lines making their way in here at Ribeira Dilas. And let's see if Hurdy will use his priority. Your heat leader, he's not interested in the early knockings of this set. Second prior with Ian Gouveia is now in 3rd. Doesn't need a big number. Mid-range 5.5. Cowley a long way back. Whether or not he got that roast chicken last night, he needs to find some energy from somewhere, and he needs to go right now with one wave into the excellent range.
12 minutes to go, and we see a bit of a line coming in, Paul. And I think Cowley is having a look. No, decides not to go. And it's funny because of the angle of this image. Sometimes
you can't see if the wave's going to happen inside or not yet. Here's Kauli up
Here we
and
go.
running. Yeah.
From fourth priority, Cowley manages to spray everyone. But not loads of points for spraying your opponent. This is a slopey, soft wave, and his energy in this heat has not been matched by the Ocean at all. And he'll try and grab up something on the inside here. And it will count for him this wave. He'll lose the 0.43. There's that whip you guys were talking about, but just by contrast, that wave was just sluggish, soft and slow, and he's out of rhythm here. Just in terms of his wave catching, nothing really wrong with his surfing, just the waves he's caught thus far. A third wave for him, not a great one.
Yeah, he actually made a bit of a mistake because every other surfer's got a wave, and he got on the outside with the priority, and we're looking at the scores. He has a 0.43. That means he probably wasted his priority, his first priority, on a weird wave or an in and out, or maybe he fell because we didn't see it. And now he's running behind. It's behind the heat. He has been continuing with the fourth priority, and so a little bit of a mistake right there by Kauli, and now he needs to find his positioning on the heat and try to get a good wave, even if he still has fourth priority. He did really well. The board looks good, but yeah, you know what? It's a really small wave. He attacks it really well on the finishing turn, but you just need waves better with a little better potential, scoring potential. Unfortunately for him, just. Yeah, still 4 points, but that just, yeah, he still needs a 7.9, so he needs to wait and make sure in between all the other surfers, and with the fourth priority, he needs to make sure he gets a really good one.
Yeah, to your point you made earlier, Chico, conditions like this, it's actually a bit easier to see which ones are going to be the good waves. We've lost a little bit of that random nature, and you could tell that wasn't going to be a good one as soon as he paddled into it.
Yeah, it's true, but he's playing catch-up, Paul. He needs to get something around the 4-5 range. He knows that. He's got fourth priority, 9 minutes to go. And if he sits there just waiting for his turn, it's going to take a while now. So if he can at least get something into the 5 range, that's going to help his cause a lot. He'll need something around the 7 range, and Kauli can do a 7. And as we see again, paddling on a wave, Jackson says no.
Yeah, has to get out of the way for Jackson Bunch. Here he goes. Swinging down the line, a vertical stab. And straight up again. And the soft section doesn't phase him. Amazing how he's so light on his feet, on this face. Oh. And then loses the footing, really, just a slip in the wax. That one was for a finishing turn. Jackson Bunch's low number 5.23. He's in second place in this heat. If he can improve on that, or put a bit more of a cushion. Not sure that he will. Under 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, I did really well with the priority there because Kauli wanted that wave. And as you can see, look at the verticality on those turns. He has no wall at all, and he just puts the board behind his back, just again and again and again. Even though it's a small wave, a little bit of a mistake there. I don't think he's going to improve on that 5.23, but a little bit of a tactical move there just to make sure Kauli wasn't getting this wave, because he was a little bit deeper on the lineup, and he could have attacked the lip on a different way. So very good call by Jackson just to make sure Kauli didn't get that wave. And yeah, a little bit of a the wax job not working there. A little bit of a slip on that front foot, but very well served. We also had Ian Govaeshik. Look at this.
Nice snap off the top. He only needs a 5.58, so pressure time for Ian. Let's see if he can do something more here on the inside. No. So now Kauli is sitting with second priority, and
anything can change with 7 minutes. That's
exactly. Like if there's someone that can take a really good one and throw a 8 or 8.5 is Kauli Vast. So let's see if we can see a bit of a flurry of action for all of them. As we see the man himself qualified for this CT.
Look at that heat.
And looking really calm. At dinner last night with all his mates, celebrate, and came back for business. So Jacob Willcox just calm and relaxed with his accomplishment. And Paul, what a great day to be here.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll tell you what. He's a competitor. He wants to potentially try and win this tour. He certainly wants to win the event. He's got there's three surfers, including him, inside the top 10. And I think temporarily, since that news a couple of days ago, he's parked that thought right now. The celebrations are on hold and he wants to win a heat. You don't get to second in the world on the Challenger Series of the qualification without being intensely competitive. Here is the steely focus of Cade Matson, very much channeling that kind of Griff energy and that pose that we've come to appreciate and admire more recently from Colapinto on the Championship Tour. Here it goes, slashing out the back. Mateus Herde, your heat leader, he's been real patient waiting for this. Let's see if the patience pays off, and putting lots of arms and body, all sorts of shapes into his turns. Having a little look around so that kinetic energy from Mateus is always there. Will the score be there? Is he going to improve on his 5.5? No.
I don't think so. I think his 5.5 was better than this one. But nonetheless, nice flick of the tail there, really stylish. Uses a lot of his upper body to give a bit of extra in those maneuvers, especially in these smaller conditions. It helps with the scores. And yeah, but the wave just faded away, and he couldn't find any more sections on that one. So we have the Danger Man out the back with 5 minutes to go, needing the 7.9. So Kaoli Vast, Philippe, can he do it?
Yeah, he's on the exactly same position that he was 30 minutes ago with the first priority, needing a couple of scores. So we're just gonna wait and see if he's able to catch a good wave that can connect from the outside to the inside.
If he does do it, it'll be an achievement. He's made life hard for himself here. What you don't want to see is the next heat paddling out and you're on the wrong side of basically an excellent score. It's what he needs. He needs to go really bigger. He needs to go basically a whole point better than the best we've seen in this heat so far. He can do it for sure, but it just doesn't feel like he's got that connection with the ocean this morning, just in terms of what we've seen in the last 35 minutes. Let's check out the recap, our second heat of the day. Jackson Bunch, sprightly, light on his feet.
Yeah, Jackson started off quick and surfing quick. So a lot of work done on this one. 6.67, and what a start, Philippe, for Jackson Bunch, connecting all the dots. And it's always good when you start a heat like this, right?
Yeah, it's pristine surfing. It's top to bottom, no extra movement, no nothing. Just going from the bottom to the top, just putting the board as much vertical as you can. A little bit of a mistake in there, but this guy has been absolutely on fire. This is a 7.03, a combination of some really nice turns, just drifting this tail and hits it really strong. Those combinations are really strong. The compression on the bottom turns, it just feels like just gives him that extra speed to attack the leap, or even if he just is gonna go for a little whack there. Nice little fin drift again, and this wave 5.5, couple of airs with a little bit of pop.
Yep, this one, tail throw reverse, gets it done, puts both of the feet back into place, gets around it. Nice carving snap under the lip there. A bit of variation here, we can see a nice fin release just for good measure. Another one, a good roundhouse cut back, and here you can tell by the
body language.
Body language. Air is coming, and he gets the rotation done. Almost loses there at the end. Look where his front foot landed really high on the nose there, but he managed to recover. So nice hit by Mateus Herde, and we see some more lines approaching.
Big change of position. Gouveia way up the point there. Sorry, that's Jackson Bunch. Is that what? That's Mateus Herde. Meanwhile, here we go. Here's Calivas. Uses priority. Looking for a big number. 7.9. Pushing hard on a soft and slopey section, and having to be patient with setup stuff here. And already just the energy from this wave. There isn't loads of it. His surfing is pretty sharp, but it all feels quite mid-range through here, doesn't it? And unless something absolutely spectacular happens in here, I can see him coming up way short of the requirement, and you can see that in his face, a disappointment. It's not been his heat at all.
Yeah, this wave looked good, though. The wave at the start, I thought it was going to be one of those double-ups that was going to run all the way through the inside section, but taking into consideration, I think this is going to be his best one so far, maybe, or maybe not. Actually, by watching the replay again, I think it was a really slow one. So I don't know. I don't think it will improve. What do you reckon, Flip?
Yeah, I don't know. As you said, like those double ups with a bit of a whitewash right in the beginning of the wave, they tend to be the good ones. But yeah, this wave just absolutely disappeared. As we see here, his technique, putting the board up there. He started off really well. Yeah, he improved a little bit to 4.27. That doesn't change anything. The requirement to go to second is a little lower, 7.63. But look at the lines for the finishing of this heat, Paul.
Yeah, big sets stacked up here. Plenty of opportunities in this. Cowley Vast might have a sniff here. He's had an absolute nightmare of a heat, really. He's not connected with the ocean. He'll have fourth priority when he gets to the lineup. But if there are enough waves in this set, we might give him a crack of the whip. Final minute here. Priorities with Jackson Bunch. Ian Gouveia, who threatens him, is sitting real close to him. And absolutely trucking down the line from way deep was Matthias Hurdy, the heat leader.
Oh, this looks
all right, here
wave.
we go. 40 seconds. A spin from Bunch. He'll use the priority here. He's identified what he thinks is the best quality wave. Nice vertical hit from Jackson Bunch. Puts that one straight up through the lip and then recovers on a softer section with a couple of clips. And not only can he add to his total potentially with this, but he can keep Ian Gouveia, who potentially threatens him, and he needs a mid-5, does Ian. Jackson kept him off and still swinging here on an inside, little float down out of the lip. Combos it up with another stabbing vert re-entry. And a nice combo to finish. So thinking about his total, chance of improving it, 5, 2, 3. And Ian Gouveia, he's ridden a wave as well. He's making his way in. So it's with the judges right now. Cowley Vast didn't manage to get a wave. Let's just check out what happened for Ian.
Yeah, really small wave though. I don't know if this is the end part, but yep, he's taking all the way towards the inside section, just throwing snaps. 2 more, and here you can tell the wave is finished. Really small, near the rocks. It was needing a 5.58, so I don't know. I didn't saw the start of the wave, so. But this one, I tell you what, this first and bang.
That's got to be his best wave, and he might even go to first with that one, because he only needs a 5.58. So he had a really good opening turn on the outside, and look at this inside. It felt like the wave was kind of disappearing, but it's going to wall up again. You can see the double up just forming on the inside, and now he's going to attack it really vertical. Nice slip line floater, and look at this turn. Whoa, really strong, and then straight into another one. That's the thing. Yeah, he goes there first, 6.27, Paul, and that's how you want to finish a hit.
Jackson Bunch just ripping his way for the win here. And going through to the next round with extra confidence as well. And some solid surfing from him, super light on his feet, translating well to sections here as soon as they show themselves. He's been good enough to just go on the attack, throwing plenty of spray as well, and an entertaining heat with a little switch around at the end and a solid number for Bunch. That'll give him plenty of energy as he does really well just to avoid the rocks there on the inside. Tide draining out here at Ribeira Dilhaz. The heat will keep coming thick and fast. We're having another look at this backhand work from Jackson Bunch. The speed and the timing from him, getting him good numbers come in, and the Hawaiian crew will be stoked. A solid effort from Jackson Bunch and getting himself the win right at the end of that one. There it is, official results. Matthias Hurdy really just flexing his energy right at the start of the heat, getting his points done. Gouveia and particularly Vast will be disappointed with their surfing and the waves they caught in that heat. We'll just keep going with this round. And another great looking heat shortly to take to the water. We're going to bring in some CT talent into the studio. Matt McGillivray is going to come in and chat with Mundy and Flick. More live action from Ericeira right after this.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
And welcome back to Rebela de Ilash. We're in Ericeira, Portugal. My name is Ben Mundy. We've kicked Evans out of the booth. That's the bad news. But the good news is I've been joined by some heavy hitters from the CT commentary booth and the CT surfing scene. Flick Parmentier, how are you? First heat of the day, how you feeling? You've just done some push-ups, you're pumped up?
Yeah, I just needed to get in the zone. I'm just pumped out about 7 push-ups. That's my limit. And yeah, getting psyched for this heat.
And Matthew McGillivray, CT surfer in the event. Mate, how you going? How's Ericeira? How you been getting on?
Yeah, it's awesome to be here in Portugal, and thanks for having me up here in the booth. I was down there getting ready to watch Jacob Willcox in this heat with the Aussie boys. I'm staying with Morgan Siblick, so good to catch up with everyone, and yeah, let's hope we see some action here.
Yeah, that's it. We might pick your brain a bit on Jacob and his year, obviously joining the CT next year, so you'll be competing up against him, and such a great addition to the tour. And yeah, the Rip Curl team up there on the hill. And we've got the first wave, and is that man we were just talking about, Jacob Willcox, Western Australia, now living on the Gold Coast. Lethal backhand, any size of wave. This is a small wave, but look at him just driving down the line. He's got that confidence coming in from a qualification. He's locked that up. He can surf without pressure, and a small wave. But he's been just getting those little runners actually throughout the event, Flick. He's sort of found some rhythm in the ocean.
Yeah, for sure. I like the approach, and I really liked how he was surfing on that wave for just how small it was. He was really able to throw his board around, had a nice flow to it, sort of starting off his campaign similar to his last heat. The last heat he surfed in, he opened up with a 7, so I don't know if that will be a 7. However, it's a nice way to start.
Also surfing without pressure. I suppose your year, Matt, you had a really good start to the year, couple of quarterfinals early on and made the cut, which is obviously the first, the first major kind of hurdle overcome. And how was the rest of the year after that? You didn't get a lot of good results, but it must be nice to surf without that stress, I'd imagine.
The dynamic definitely changes post mid-year cut, and there's a lot of pressure beforehand. Everybody feels it. So yeah, it was nice to get that out the way, and then I was still hoping for some better results, but I kind of had a poor back end of the year, which happens, and that's one of the reasons I came over here to Portugal. I was hoping to make some heats too and get some extra practice, but things don't always go as planned in surfing.
No, that's right, exactly. Yeah, knocked out that Alejo Morais, another really experienced surfer. Yeah, we talk about this heat, Flick, and we'll get through the rest of match year. But Willcox, who we've talked about, but Alejo Morais, Samuel Pupo, Cade Matson, once again, this is the wave of Alejo. And he's got some zip in his surfing too, despite all the experience he's got.
Yeah, he started off with a first hit in the lip there, sort of got a little bit hung up on that first turn, but moving through to the inside here, just keeping the board moving, a couple of cutbacks, and he'll kick out of there. So not really offering probably the finish he wanted. But yeah, this heat's massive. I mean, obviously we've spoken a lot about Jacob qualifying for the tour. Sits in number 2 on the rankings, but Sammy Pupo, this is a pretty important heat for him, knowing that, he's got 2 surfers ahead of him on the rankings, Crosby and Eli, which have already been knocked out of this event. So it's pretty critical that he actually, keeps advancing through heats if he wants to solidify his spot within that top 10. He actually, came out of the gates firing this year. First event of the year he won. However, he hasn't managed to get any sort of other results of any substance. So it's a super important heat for him. Sort of like a make. He needs to make this heat.
Yeah, super critical. All these sort of events in the Challenger Series. There's only 6 of them. This is the 5th one of the tour. But you kind of need a quarterfinal or semi-final, Matt, just to make it a real counter. So you every heat up until the quarters or semis at their clutch, right?
Yeah, it's crucial. You definitely want, if you have a quarters and a semi, you're usually pretty good. Or otherwise, 2 quarterfinals and maybe a 9th to back it up. It depends where the points end up being after the last event. I'm not sure where it's going to finish up, if it's around 16,000 points or something. We'll have to see, but it's going to be a tight finish.
And with Sammy, he came out of the gate, you said, with that win on the Gold Coast. So, at that stage you think, right, I'm kind of, a win's almost doesn't guarantee qualification on the Challenge Series, but it's a big, big step. And is it sometimes you think, we can't speak for Sammy, but sometimes if you do so well at the start, maybe take your foot off the gas or try and get too far ahead of yourself potentially?
I mean, if you have one big result and you're looking for that backup, you can be putting extra pressure on yourself, and that comes into play. And yeah, it just depends where your head's at and how much pressure you're putting on yourself and how you handle that pressure.
Yeah, and Sammy, though, Flick, he is one of the more calm and composed, kind of really intelligent surfer. I'll hold that thought as we see Willcox going a little insider again, trying to get these ones that hug the reef. That one doesn't. But yeah, I've always been impressed with Sam. Obviously, having an older brother like Miguel to sort of mentor and shepherd him through it all, pretty handy seeing all those steps. But he's one of those guys that's got a good head on his shoulders, so he'll just be trying to get this one heat and get on a roll. There's Aleo just putting so much juice into every turn. Good to see him really fit. Had an injury-ravaged career, really. A couple of big knee issues and some back issues. He's always come back. He's always fought back strong, and here he goes. And these type of waves, he puts everything on the line all the time, and he likes that, a good finish. Not easy to surf those small waves with so much energy and like sort of aggression, but I reckon he did it.
Yeah, I love that wave. I mean, it was making me tired just watching it. Here we go. We'll have a look at the replay. Just look at how much he's having to use a lot of his own body mechanics just to carry that speed throughout the wave here. Super challenging conditions, and he's making it look easy, but I tell you right now, he's exerting a lot of energy just to make it through to the inside here. So for me, I loved it. What did you like about it, Matt?
I think he definitely made the most of that wave. It's always hard when you take off. You had Ribeiro to know what the wave's going to do down the line, and often you're pulling the trigger and rolling the dice and kind of taking a chance every time you stand up. And yeah, he definitely made the best of that one. This is a tricky wave. Even mind surfing from the beach, you keep thinking it's going to be a good one, and then it just ends up going flat or doing something you don't expect. So yeah, Ribeiro is a puzzle.
Yeah, and Aleo just did a pretty good job of solving that one on that wave. A nice finish too, which is always good. And Aleo just finishing off. So good surfing. Obviously, with the CT too, Matt. Once the last event's over, you've got a bit of a gap too, haven't you? Like for the rest of the year, mate. What you're back in Europe? What's the kind of plans for the rest of your time in Europe and beyond?
Yeah, I'm not too sure yet. I was hoping to go across and do some base jumping in Italy and some other countries, but I'm going to be this side in Europe for 2 months.
Yeah, cool. I've got a lot of questions for you about base jumping, right? And I'm going to apologise because I don't know much about it, so hold that thought. We actually got someone down on the beach who's won the last heat. Jackson Bunch down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yes, he did. And it was an early start, and you got the win right at the end by the buzzer. Is it easier to win these heats when you're having fun?
Definitely. Kind of just want to get in a rhythm, and I paddled out pretty early, and I got out the back when the heat before mine ended, and I looked around, and I was kind of surprised. Like, I thought I was way up the point, but I was in the right spot. Everyone was just a little late paddling out, I guess, and I got the first wave early. I'm pretty stoked on that.
How do you find the right spots? Are you looking at the other competitors? Are you doing your own thing?
Sometimes landmarks. I kind of will make a landmark in the practice surf, and once that heat ended, I paddled over to where the last heat was sitting, and I saw my friend Imai. He made the heat before, and I kind of just said, which peak is it, the up peak or the bottom peak? And he's like, right here, right around here. So sat here, looked in, and everyone was about 50 to 100 yards away from me, and I was like, oh, perfect, easy paddle into the wave, and it worked out good.
And talk to us about how you practice for days that are fun-sized waves. You said that you went over to Pedra Branca?
Yeah, so on the high tide over here, it's so flat. There's no waves, and I went over to Pedra Branca and surfed. I surfed my coach's twin fin, just stayed loose, and surfed my shortboard as well, and did a couple airs, and definitely helped me in that heat before with that last second air. But yeah, just trying to stay warm and surf whatever I can. I also went up to Santa Cruz and surfed the beach breaks up there one day. and just try to surf out here as much as possible. Out here is super tricky.
Well, you're doing absolutely amazing for your first time here. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my sponsors, and my boards are feeling amazing by Glenn Manami. And I also want to pray for everyone back home in Lahaina. We went through a tragic fire recently, and we're just praying for you guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Jackson. Yeah, the tragic fires on Maui and rocked that community to the core. Such a tragic series of events. So Jackson's sending out these prayers and wishes to those, and we will too. But he's just talking about those free surfing. His first trip here, not a bad place to come for your first little time in Portugal. How many waves can you get around this sort of spot, Matt? What's your favourites? Give us your 3 favourites. Without giving away too many secrets, what are your 3 favourite waves around this part of the world?
I'm still waiting to be shown to some of the secrets around,
okay.
But I end up at Koshas and Crazy Left usually,
Yep.
and a bit of Backdoor, which is next to Pedro Blanco.
Yeah, and all those 3 waves are what? You could throw a stone almost from here, and you might be able to throw a stone and reach it, but they're so close, and they're such quality reef breaks, aren't they? And on different tides, different swells, small, big, kind of handles it all.
So many options, and you can go up to Peniche on the smaller days. There's a few back beaches, so lots to explore.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we talked about that base jumping, which is one of your passions, and you're going to hopefully go up to Italy. How did you sort of get into that sport, Matt? What was that? It can't be an easy entry point, is it? Like surfing, your dad can push you in waves when you're surfing, but base jumping's a bit different. How did you get into it?
Just through skydiving, and also I have older brothers, and they're very adventurous, and they kind of got into skydiving before me, and then I naturally followed and wanted to do what they were doing. They started surfing before I started surfing, so I just copy what they're doing, and yeah, base jumping was a natural progression of skydiving, and I did this 2-week base jumping school in the United States in Idaho at the only legal bridge you can jump off there in Twin Falls. And then my dad bought us parachutes when I got back home, and we have a few places to jump around Jeffreys Bay.
What did your mum say about that?
She's not happy.
Yeah, when your dad's buying parachutes, like, mum's like. But and what sort of similarities in terms of your training or for surfing? Does it help your surfing, or is it just something to switch off completely? Maybe what sort of is it? How does it work like that?
It's more of a switch off, just something to completely take my mind away from surfing, and it does. Because it puts you in the present moment right there. It's pretty dangerous, so I definitely don't want to risk injuries, and I want to manage that risk. But it's just such a cool sport, and something that I really love, and hopefully I carry on doing it for a long time.
I don't understand how you go from, jumping out of a plane, all right, with a parachute, but then what happens in the base jump school? Because you've just got to jump off the cliff, right? That you don't get to practice. I don't understand the progression. Because I hate heights. Absolutely hate them. So
me too.
Please enlighten me. That does not make any sense.
No, I mean, you have to start progressing through skydiving, either skydiving or paragliding or one of those sports. And then you kind of move from there towards the base jumping. So you have to have a requirement of 200 skydives before you go to the base jumping school.
Okay. You don't go from 1 foot Ribeiras to 100 foot Nazare, basically. There is ways of doing it. And we'll get back here. And Europe's got a big base jumping community too, up in Italy and stuff. We might get to that as well, as we see live action though. And that's Matson just winding up. That's his 9th or 10th turn, and he finishes off. Such a good technique, hasn't he, Matt, Cade? And there's
nice
the crew.
First time. You waited a long time for that wave.
Yeah, exactly. We have 40-minute heats, which is kind of about the longest heat you can get really in the sport, and he's waited 17 minutes to get it. But that's why we've extended the heats heavily flick, because it is slow, but if you've got 40 minutes, you're going to get opportunities.
For sure, it's a long time to wait, but I think it was probably a smart idea. I think it's just still the same sort of formula for me today. Wave selection is everything, in a heat that is this long in this sort of tricky, challenging conditions. There's only going to be so many good waves that come through, and the difference for me is good, the better wave quality compared to not so better. So I think this was a smart decision waiting. He's still got another 23 minutes to get a backup, and surfing really smart. He's actually currently in 10th on the rankings, so really qualifying as it stands right now. So this is a super important heat. There's Jacob, who's obviously already qualified, wanting to improve, maybe win these rankings, take them out. But then you've got Sammy Pupo and Cade, both in striking distance and both wanting to make it through this heat.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of seedings, 3 in the top 10 on the Challenger Series in one single heat. It doesn't get much more difficult, really, and a mix of, you know, Cade, young up-and-coming young guy, but with so much potential, all the way up to Leo, who's, you know, has been around a long time and surfed CT. So real mix of experience and talent. And it's going to go down to the wire, you'd think. As those scores just coming in, a 5.5. We see Alejo there. That one didn't work out. So he got a good number, 5.5 for his first wave. I'm just waiting to see what Matson come in. But Sammy Pupo still, as you're saying, how important this heat was for his Challenger Series rankings. He hasn't had a wave yet. He's got priority. Meanwhile, Jacob just keeps chipping away on these little insiders. And 2 big sprays, somehow generating so much spray on that small wave. Just so much technique. Those DHD boards look really nice at the moment. He just keeps wind creeping away. So just solid surfing. Not a lot of variety, but it's pretty hard to get variety on these waves, Matt. How would you go about trying to just add a point of difference on these when it's small like this? What's
just finding the right wave, which gives you speed, maybe like a double up, just so you can throw spray like what Jacob's doing here. It's a pity he didn't get an end section because he was on his way here to a nice number, but the wave just kind of died out.
And he's such a, you know, he's a nice guy and he's got his head screwed on straight. But if you were to give him any sort of advice for a rookie year on the CT, you've been through it, and you know how difficult it is. What would be the major piece of advice you might sort of give for these rookies? Not too much. You want to give away all your secrets.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think he has to change anything. He's been preparing for this for so long, and he's already had lots of experience on the CT. He's had a few wild cards. He had a quarterfinals at Bells Beach, I think, last year. So he's got tons of experience, and I think when you put him in the good quality waves, he's really going to shine. Margaret River event, which is his home.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, Flick. Obviously, you're Margaret River, Western Australian lash yourself, and and starting off at Pipe and Sunset. We talked to Jacob about that, and then Margaret River and Bells, where, as you just said, he's got results and he's surfed all his life in the Australian competitive scene. So it's kind of good for him as his style of surfing. It's a pretty good sort of start.
Oh, for sure. I just feel like Jacob's surfing really will suit the tour. You know, he is very well-rounded, but he's, like you said, Matt, he has had experience at Bells, Margaret River. He's also had experience at Peniche, won the trials there and got a wild card. So back to that in a second.
Yeah, so Pupo, first wave, 20 minutes, exactly half away heat through, and he finally pulls the trigger, and he's just waiting for this to stand up a little bit. Leo, like his fellow Brazilian, he's just got so much energy, and he's working every inch, every little wave, every little section. He's talking that body. A lot of technique involved, just trying to get a bit of spray. Didn't quite get that spray that Jacob was getting. He's got more manoeuvres in, and that leg burner he finishes off. So waited 20 minutes, and the Brains Trust like it. There's Miggy, his elder brother. They're not overly exuberant, but you know, they're a polite golf clap. But they know he's back in the mix.
It was super impressive. I just can't believe. We'll have a look at the replay, but just the way he keeps the board moving just constantly throughout this wave is so impressive. It looks really lively. I feel like, you know, sometimes when you watch surfers surf these smaller, challenging waves, it can be really easy to sort of take your foot off the gas and look a bit more relaxed and, oh, okay, is the wave going to give me a section? But you don't see that at all with Sammy here. There's just that real hungriness to get the score, and you can really see that he wants it. So, and you know, it can kind of leave a question in the judges' minds, you know, if you sort of take your foot off the gas, but I don't see that here. No,
he's got a pretty solid start. It'll be interesting to see where that goes up against Aloha Menezes' 5.5, and Cade Matson came in his first wave at 6.33 for the Californians' first wave. So they're the markers, they're the benchmarks. We'll see where Pupo comes in. Also a wave for Willcox, that last wave of Willcox also to drop. So yeah, plenty of scores coming in. There's a bit of a break in proceedings. While there is, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this.
Like, it's water.
And we are back to live action here at Ribeira de Ilhas. We are in Ericeira, Portugal. We're progressing through the round of 32, just this heat to go, and one after this, heat number 8 of the men's, and we'll reassess and see if we can hopefully push on with the women's rounds. Right now, there's few scores coming in, so Jacob Willcox looks like he's got a pretty good number, dropping for those sort of 3 big spray turns on his backhand, and while the break was on flick, there was some waves caught.
Yeah, there was. So this is Cade riding, cutting back here. So waiting for scores from this wave, just looking for a backup. Wave a little bit frothy on the face here, but just staying with it because his opening ride was quite a good score. So he's just needs a backup here, but wave starting to slow down a little bit. See, this is what I sort of mean. You know, I feel like there's a little bit of a difference between the approach from Cade to Sammy, you know. Cade, obviously the wave got quite slow. He liked that. He liked the finish there. But the wave got quite slow, but he had sort of adjusted his surfing, whereas Sammy sort of keeps that aggression and that board really lively even through those slower sections. Yep, little claim.
Yeah, he likes it, as does the rest of the crew. Yeah, a big... they're lively. And another wave too, so this is Pupo's trying to back up his wave. He hasn't got the score yet for his first one, and then he just starts to wind up. I might get you to talk us through this one, Matt, because he's starting to get a roll on here.
That was a super nice hack there. Let's see if he gets a finish. He's going to work it, but hey.
Soldier dummy there, mate. Sorry about that. He just finished off the air. So a bit of work done out the back, and a few waves getting ridden, as we say, in this 14 minutes to go, just under 15 minutes to go in the heat, and some numbers dropping. All 4 surfers getting into the groove a little bit, and a big number there falling down for Jacob, a 7.17, and that's a big number, especially in the context of the conditions and the heat. So he moves up into first with a small backup, also with priority. So he's playing a pretty good heat right now. Be happy where he's at, and we've still got scores from Matson and Pupo to come in. And at what stage do you start looking to the CT next year, mate? You've got you said a couple of months in Italy, maybe doing the base jumping, but then you're focused to Hawaii. What, do you set your goals, sort of soonish, or how do you sort of approach, 2024?
Yeah, just finding a nice balance between training and also taking time off so you don't burn out too much. When the CT starts up, it's pretty back-to-back with events, and I won't be going home for a long time. And yeah, it's all focused on surfing and competitions. So it's good to have a break from that mindset. Keep it refreshed and keep it fun.
Yeah, and as we said, pretty packed calendar for next year. There is our 2024 Championship Tour schedule, starting off at the Banzai Pipeline, straight to Sunset Beach, where Matty had a good result there last year. Peniche, Super Tubes, then Bells Beach, Margaret River, of course, moving on to Chopu, Punta Roca, Saquarema in Brazil, and then Cloudbreak, and then we go to the Trestles for the finals. But I mean, there's some good waves there, isn't there, when you look at that schedule, and I suppose you can't get ahead of the cut-off. You've got those 5 events: Pipe, Sunset, Peniche, Bells and Margies. Matt, it's just that's all you can look at this, and then try and not think about Chopu and Cloudbreak after that. Is that the way it works?
It's a good carrot on the end of the stick.
As you see, action here. So Pupo didn't have priority. He was in third. Just gets the fins released a little bit. And that was the reason why his opponents didn't grab that wave. Didn't have much opportunity. And he looks around, see if it does go down the line a little bit. And goes back out. So one score still to come in for both for Pupo. Oh, that wave this morning. So he's got a 4.73 and a 4.5. His 2 scoring waves, pretty similar in both the manoeuvres done and the quality of the waves. So moves up into second, but there's still a score to come in for Cade Matson. It just has dropped, and it's another really good number from Cade. The American posse, they loved it. And you got a 5.63, so 2 waves ridden for Cade, two solid numbers. Despite his inexperience, he's surfing a really, really smart heat.
Yeah, for sure. All these other three guys they've got previous World Tour experience. You know, they've been on that championship tour, so a lot more experience compared to Cade. But he's surfing a really, really smart heat. He's only rode 2 waves. 2 waves is all you need, and you know, we could have been scratching our heads there for a while because it did take him a while to open up his account, but wave selection has been on point. It looks like we're seeing another little set roll through here now. So Jacob's sitting at the back with priority and looking like he's probably going to take this one.
Yeah, he's going to use his priority this wave. Jacob Willcox just up and riding again. And there's that little trademark swoop. Just starts to wind up. Hasn't got that steep section to do that spray. Nice little foam climb. And he's looking really on point. That wave just not offering as many opportunities as his last one when he got the 7, but only trying to improve on a 3.17. So smart surfing from Jacob. We'll see how that pans out. Tell you what though, we saw the CT schedule, Matt, though, you know, Chopu was on it, but also, of course, a small matter of this thing called the Olympics, which you've qualified for as well for 2024. So congratulations first up, mate. Well, how does it feel to you know, be looking at representing South Africa in the Olympics?
It's definitely a dream come true. Yeah, it was a big goal of mine this year to try qualify for it. And yeah, Tahiti is going to be insane for the Olympics. I hope we get some big swell, and it's going to be very exciting to watch and to be a part of. So I can't wait.
Were you a bit of a sport nut when you're growing up? Were the Olympics big in your house when you were sort of growing up every 4 years?
Yeah, we had watched the Olympics and mainly the athletics and gymnastics. I used to do gymnastics when I was younger, so I'd watch it and pretend that one day I'd be a gymnast in the Olympics. But yeah, somehow I ended up going there for surfing.
Yeah. You must be pretty excited. I mean, you had a 10 out at Te Aupo before, so surely you're pretty excited to surf out there again in the Olympics.
Absolutely. It's just such a perfect wave and perfect barrel, and if you get to surf a heat out there when it's cooking, there's nothing better just to put yourself in the right spot. And yeah, it's a lot of adrenaline and just a special wave.
Well, what I want to see is incorporating some of the gymnastics that you learn as a kid, Matt, at sort of 8 to 10 foot chopu. If you can work on that, you've got a bit of time.
That happens when you fall off.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, you do some inadvertent gymnastics out of the lip.
Couple backflips in the white water.
Yeah, what a tremendous achievement, and what a showcase for the sport that's going to be. I was saying before, you know, you could imagine some Canadian guy watching, you know, gymnastics or badminton. He's a badminton fan, you know, he's loving the Olympics, and suddenly like a 10-foot chopu gets beamed on the big screen in Edmonton or something, and you know, there's going to be people fall in love with surfing, I think, just on the basis of seeing that wave and what you guys can do on it. So really exciting times for the sport and for you personally. Willcox without priority, he's on the inside, he goes. Matson in second priority, so he decides to go, trying to back up a 5.63. Nice time. You talk about, Fleet was saying how just calm he is. There's no wiggles between turns. Just moves those hand placements, drives, gets some speed, a couple of nice clicks. And he's had a finish on the last couple. And there's another one, and he likes it, and he gives it the big ones. And he's pumped up, and there's a real energy with that American posse. You know, they've made a point of being loud, being proud, and really sort of showing your enjoyment, right?
For sure. I mean, just look at the way he's paddling back out right now. I mean, he's looking pretty hungry. He looks like he really wants this. So let's have a look at the replay. Jacob actually took off down the line, sort of forcing Cade to go. So Cade straight up into the lip there, followed by another little foam climb. And I really personally like this wave. I think he's probably going to do a good job at improving on his situation here. Just smart surfing, and yeah, different sort of style to Sammy, but yeah, beautiful turns here. I really like the way that he finished this wave just with a bang, and there's that passion, just loving it.
He's a big unit too, isn't he? He's got so much upper body strength. He's still growing. He's still a young man. So, and he's pumped up. He loves that, and that's great surfing. And he's trying to improve on that 5.03. A 5.88 will get him up into first and overtake Willcox. So we'll see if we can do that. The Brazilians now just waiting, trying to get a grip back in this heat. But it gets difficult, doesn't it, Matt, when you're just in third and fourth, and those numbers keep creeping up. When you see the scores, you need a 6 or you need a 5.8, and then you need a 6.5, and as the score requirements go up, you start to get nervous.
It's hard to be in rhythm, and if you're out of rhythm in a heat, to be able to switch that and get back in rhythm is probably the hardest thing in the world. But it can happen with one good wave, and
well, that's right.
know.
I mean, you talk about the rhythm. Leo started off strong. I mean, it's a 5.5, but he looked sparky, and then suddenly, ever since then, it's just been just say he's just falling out of rhythm, and trying to kickstart that motor again is hard. You can see him kicking the water there, actually. A bit of frustration. He's in third, so he's lost priority, so it looks like it made a potential mistake, so making his life a little bit more difficult with 6 minutes to go. Nowhere near out of it, but he's going to have to do something pretty special. And this is how we got to this sort of spot in the heat with 6 minutes to go, with Willcox looking really, really smooth and strong, Fleck.
Yeah, he's just continuing that dominance that he's had all year, really. So he started off his heat yesterday with a great wave, and yeah, just continuing to build on these scores. He's had this 7.17 and backed it up with a 5.03. Here we're having a look at Cade, who's out in the lead. He's done really well. It took a while to sort of open up his account in this heat, but yeah, just trusting in the process and in his wave selection and surfing like this. He's locked in a 6.33 and a 6.63. So smart surfing, and I really like his approach. And I also am really liking just the sort of passion that we're seeing from Cade. You know, he's had a couple of little moments where he's claimed his waves, so obviously really feeling it, and has that strong desire to keep going with this heat. He's currently sitting in 10th on the rankings and want to improve on that situation.
Yeah, and you think that's why that claim that he did is so important, because he just knows how important these heats. If he can get to the quarters or semis, he's a lot closer to his dream of making the CT. This man is on the CT, and already we've only had 2 known qualifiers, but in Jacob and in Cole Hauschman, Matt, great additions to the roster for next year, right? Like, just at their right level, they've progressed to 22, 24, so they've got 6 years of QS experience. So they come not fully formed, and so much talent. It's great to see those guys and what they can do next year.
Yeah, I'd love to know what they're feeding the Californian boys. Cole is huge.
Every time I see him, I reckon he's like a good 20 centimetres taller. Yeah, and he's filling out. Yeah, you're
so
right.
strong. So he's going to have so much power, and that's the main thing I think about the CT is just taking it from quantity of maneuvers to quality of maneuvers and changing up your surfing in that way. And I think he's going to do just fine.
Yeah, well, I've talked about it like Jacob Cole, just, like Sunset, where you can match that power, and Pipe, where he loves Hawaii. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how those guys make that step up. They've got the raw talent, but it's a whole new ball game coming up the likes of the top notch. And there's a man who'll be on the CT, and he's nervous. Mickey Pupo can't really handle it much anymore, trying to get a bit of elevation, see if he can help his brother just try and get a few bit of extra landmarks, but he's just a bit pensive. He knows how much this heat means to his brother. Sam has won here before, so he's really got a connection with the wave, but at the moment, under the pump, Flick, needing a 7.47, with 3 minutes on the clock of a 40-minute heat. It's going to take something really special for Pupo to keep the CT dream alive.
For sure, and basically he needs the best wave of the heat. Jacob's sitting out there with a 7.17, and he's going to need a better wave than that. He's got priority, which is good news. It's just, looking at this vision right now, is this going to be is this a 7.47 coming towards Sammy? And Jacob, nervous position for him right now. Obviously, he's already qualified, but, he's going to want to, he said, he wants to obviously win the rankings if that's a possibility. So looking like he's got to sort of put his salesman hat on and sort of sell Sammy a bad one. But Sammy's so experienced, he's not going to know what to do. He's definitely going to be waiting for the best wave.
Yeah, that's all you can do right now, right, Matt? You're netting a big number and with priority, there's, you just got to wait and pray.
Yeah, it's a real pressure cooker, and you got to make the right decision. You got no more opportunities apart from the one that's coming, and you hope it's coming.
Yeah.
But Sam's really good at that. I think if the wave comes, it's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, he's pretty nervous. He's good under pressure. And looks like Jacob's just hustling. So Alejo, this might be his last wave of 2 minutes. And he needs a 6.71. Didn't have priority, so had to kind of go. Jacob let him have it, thinking that this wave potentially didn't have enough opportunity, and he hasn't got a whole lot of turns. But now he starts to get the inside, and he jams it right in the corner. As you said, so much effort, so much energy. Another big wrench of a turn, and he finishes off, checks his watch. You can see about his body language, he doesn't think he's got that really high number. I mean, in terms of effort, no faulting whatsoever, but it just felt like he didn't have quite enough opportunity on that wave for that big score he needed.
Yeah, you know, nervous times for Jacob just to let him go too, because that's always a really hard decision. You know, you think, okay, this isn't a really great wave, but these guys are all so good that, you know, they can turn sort of a C-grade wave into an A-grade wave. So have a look at the replay here. Obviously trying to squeeze every bit of scoring potential out of this, so keeping that board super alive. This section here getting quite tricky, but manages to weave through it and get a couple of little bonus turns here. That turn there was pretty vicious for how small that section was. So he's throwing everything at it. However, you can tell by his body language that he just doesn't quite think he has it.
Yeah, there's no claim that's going to sell that one to the judges. And the fans liked it just for the energy and the effort and the performance he put in, but he knows himself it wasn't enough, and that still leaves Pupo out there waiting. 27 seconds now on the clock. Priority. He's maintained his composure, which is the right thing to do, and he's seen something now. Is it going to come in time? And now Willcox has to go through it all over again, this time without priority, and watch his opponent potentially, and he's not going to get that one. 10 seconds on the clock. Jacob thinks, you know what, I'm going to go. He's got no time out the back. And that's it. No ways for Pupo. So Jacob is through. So the two good seeds have come through. Matson and Willcox, the current CT qualifier there, doing the Duke. So he's happy. Matson surfed really well, really impressively. And those two guys, at the expense of the two Brazilians, are through. And yeah, well surfed, those two guys. Just calm, composed, under pressure, and did well. Well, Matt, absolute pleasure to have you in the booth, mate. Wish you all the best for your things. I mean, it's very rare I get the chance to say go jump off a cliff and not be rude. So that's quite nice. But all the best in the Italians and the base jumping. All the best for the CT next year, and thanks for your time.
Thanks for chatting, and that was a great heat to watch. I was stoked to be here.
All right, mate, what a pleasure it has been. All right, we're now going to go to a short commercial break. We've got the last heat of round of 32, heat number 8. Chavez, Mignot, Marshall and Swikoki coming in. Don't go anywhere, folks. More live surfing action from Ericeira right after this.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to live action. We have the round of 32, the last heat, heat number 8, and another really good mix. Two Americans, a Jake and a Jade, up against Joaquin Chavez, Marco Migno, representing the France. Spent lots of time in Mexico, but representing France, and surfed here a lot over the years. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Flick Parmentier. Well, we saw a bit of action there. You know, we could see the frustration of Sammy Pupo on that last exchange. Didn't get the wave. It went over, and he punched his board pretty hard. So you could just see how much that it means to him and how frustrated he was. Yeah,
it's very, very, very disappointing for Sammy. You know, we've said it already. He started the year with a win of the first Challenger Series event on the Gold Coast, but hasn't been able to find another result. It's basically, that was a make or break moment for him. He really needed to make that heat. So obviously he's showing so much frustration. He's really left it down to the last event of the year. And, you know, you've got to be thinking there's surfers below me that are advancing. Like, man, it's hard. Yeah. It is. It's make or break.
Make or break. The only thing that might have broken was his board when he punched it. But, I mean, you can understand it. He's not, you know, he's not that type of a surfer. Usually so composed and you know, it's not mellow, but he's pretty level-headed, but it just means so much, and it feels a lot. So yeah, unfortunately for Sammy, he doesn't get through. But you know, Cade Matson on the flip side, a young man with a bright future, and he's just chipping away. And you know, as you said, 10th on the rankings, and now just getting up into that round of 16. And so he's so close. You know, you think another heat. And we've seen there just going for it with the elbow, and he's just really cracking it. He kind of cracked. He's so angry and frustrated, disappointed. All the emotions coming out, and then you can't help yourself.
You can relate because, I mean, you dedicate your life to anything. I mean, all these guys and women, they dedicate their life to this sport. So much dedication, so much sacrifice goes into putting together a year, right? And when you start off so well, it almost feels like it's guaranteed you're going to continue with that momentum, right? You know, I look back to India Robinson, who won on the Gold Coast, same as Sammy, right? And she sort of continued that momentum. She's in that top 5 position. She is advancing. She's, you know, it's so hard, and I just know how much it means. And you know, you're sacrificing so much throughout the year, time with family at home, time with friends. You miss out on birthdays, dinners, celebrations, weddings, like everything, right? You pour your heart and soul into this dream, and for, you know, not to pan out the way that you want is so hard.
It is. And here goes Jake Marshall. Had a good heat win in the last round. And here he goes, just trying to get through the set. Almost has a bit of a fall, but manages to hang on through the foam. Couple of little boils showing as the low tide comes in. Here he goes again. So now he tries to put some extra little points, and he doesn't. So we'll have to see what he did out the back. But a 3.5 sort of score locked in. You'd think that won't be, you know, probably a keeper. And you see, and one of the problems with that, you get off to a good start, great. But if you don't get the score, then you're in that 4th priority. And with these slow heats, you know, if you're not putting yourself, you know, on that treadmill where you can get caught in that 4th priority, that's the risk you take when you take off early.
For sure. I think I've said it so much today during this, you know, this, or throughout this whole event already, but I think it just wave selection. And if you are choosing to use your priority, you have to convert, because on today like today, where it's very tricky, a bit inconsistent, and, you know, there's a big break between sets, you just need to make sure you make most of it.
Yeah, and someone that did make the most of the conditions and the waves was Cade Matson. He's down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yes, he absolutely did, and we were chatting about that leg workout, right? Do you have any sort of pre-heat preparation for these kind of conditions when you have to really get into it?
I mean, yeah, I kind of just, you know, have my normal, like, pre-heat routine, but, yeah, it's definitely tricky when you're, like, doing, like, 8 to 10 turns a wave, and then paddle back outs are tiring, so yeah, you definitely got to be physically fit out there, and yeah, I'm just stoked to make it.
And I saw you were over there in Camp USA with Coach Griffin. Was he giving you any special insight, anything useful?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's one of the best in the world, so just taking everything that he's kind of learned. He's done this since he was like, I don't know, like 15 or something, so yeah, just everything that he tells us is like super beneficial. So yeah, I've just been taking it all in.
And now you're happy that the girls are in the water and you get to have a little rest from all that workout?
Yeah, no, I'm stoked. I mean, I don't know if we're surfing again later, but I think we may be off. But yeah, it's definitely be nice to, have the afternoon off and just rest up.
Well, I'll see if I can catch up with Travis so we can get that official call. But congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Cade. Yeah, the Californian clean-shaven kids. And they've got a good little vibe going on. And he was impressive. Just 3 waves ridden, but he all made them all count. And the young Californian just kind of eating up some of those real estate on that top 10. We've seen, as you mentioned, Flick, there's been some big names knocked out, and it's guys like Caden and 10th and 11th and that can really take advantage.
Yeah, we saw some really big upsets a couple of days ago. We saw Eli make that tragic mistake at the end of the heat, had an interference called against him against Aita on Osborne, and yeah, bailing out of the draw. He's obviously coming off the back of a win at the US Open and really wanted to capitalise on that at this event. And we also saw Crosby fall out of the draw. So there are 2 surfers above Cade. So obviously, you try not to, as a surfer and competing, look too much at the rankings and become too obsessed with it, but you can't help but think, okay, that's actually good for my campaign.
Yeah, and Samuel Pupo, another one. He was in 7th spot. So pretty much from the back of that, yeah, we mentioned that 10,000 points from Snapper. So Pupo's out. So yeah, there's some big names in that top 10 that were previously in the cut line, and it's time to make it pay for these young wins. There's Adriano de Souza, and he's just going through the debrief with Alejo. Adriano, obviously 2014 world champion. He's over here actually. He's been helping out with the EDP Surf for Tomorrow series. He's been a bit of a mentor, which is a program where EDP have backed a bunch of European surfers and going through the training methods, and with the dream of getting on the CT. That's the end goal, and Adrian is helping out here, and yeah, providing, what a guy, to the captain as he was known, providing some feedback for the boys. So great to have him on site. Here we go, Chavez, the local hope, just trying to get some clean face, couple of foam climbs, and now gets a nice little open face. You can see that north wind, it just adds a bit of texture. It doesn't make it too bumpy. It's still pretty clean, and he now starts to get those fins out a little bit. A few little S-turns here, still going. He's still driving down the line and hoping one finish, and there just clicks it off the back. So pretty strong start. There's the Portuguese, Mafalda Lopes, and the rest of the dream team back in their man. Meanwhile, Mignot. So Marco, known for his real entertaining style. He's got a big air game. Really likes to utilise that. He's quite vocal about, judges rewarding progressive turns, and so he's always up to that. This is not a real air wave, but he kicks out. This is going to be a paddle battle, and it's on. This is what we want to see. So you got Jay Tsukaki, and there's Jason, his coach, Frederico. So he's likes this. He just flicked out, and it's a paddle battle out the back. It's a long one as well, so it's going to just come down to fitness. Mignot had the inside track, but James staying hot on his heels.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting too, because you can see Chavez also paddling out behind them. Marco obviously caught the last wave, so this is a job for the priority judge right now, but you can just see how important it is right now to establish priority in these slower heats, because having priority can honestly be make or break. You get back out the back, you establish priority. We go have a look at the replay, Marco's wave. We didn't actually see the start of this, I don't think, so he got 2 nice turns straight out of the lip there. We sort of picked this wave up a little bit further down the line. So this is a couple of cutbacks. The wave gets a little bit sleepy through this section here. Right about now is probably where he sees Jabe and is like, okay, I think I might kick out here and try and establish priority. Right there's the moment. Jumps back on the board, and paddle battle is underway.
Yeah, so this is the wave before that. That's why Jabe was down the bottom of the point, and he got out S-turning around. He's been a really impressive performer over the last couple of days. Haven't seen a lot of his surfing, if I'm going to be really honest, but he's been really smooth and powerful. Hasn't made many mistakes, and he's just doing that again on this wave. Loads of sharp turns right in the pocket, driving down the line, and a finish. So good surfing from Jabe. Marco, and then we saw this is the wave we did see. Geez, it went a long time, but I don't know. What do you think about the goofy foot versus natural foot, and as you know, the waves drop down today, a bit smaller than what we've seen. What's the advantage and disadvantage of being on your backhand, do you think, Fleck?
For me, I like the idea of being on my backhand out there when it's small, because you have the ability to sort of get way tighter, as we can see right there in the pocket. Sort of makes those manoeuvres look a bit more critical. And if I just speak to myself personally, I find it easier to get more critical on my backhand as opposed to my forehand when the waves are smaller. I feel like forehand is great when the waves are bigger out here. You can sort of have a little bit more variety of repertoire. We'll get back to that.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's what we see Chavez here trying to show, that repertoire. And a smaller combo. That wave didn't run down the point, so just had a couple of quick turns. And those scores filtering through. Marco Migno actually was fresh off a win here a couple of weeks ago up in Santa Cruz. Just only 45 minutes drive up the road in the European qualifying series. So he's got confidence. Well, he's never short of confidence, I'll tell you that. But he's always got his competitive drive on at the moment. Fresh off a win, and here he goes again, backing up that first wave. Unlike Chavez, he thinks he's going to be able to get the inside section and works his way to it now. You can see there, and it just didn't quite work out. Maybe that paddle battle took it out of him. Sometimes you put in so much physical effort it can take it out of your surfing. Doesn't look like Jabe's got that issue. He's looking really fresh, spiky, getting the top turns. A little bit of a rail grab there, but drove out. So 25 minutes to go, 15 minutes gone, and it's been a lot of waves ridden. The judges getting them all locked in. But yeah, sometimes those, I mean, they are supremely fit, aren't they, these guys? But, you know, 100, 200 metre paddle at high speed is going to take it out of you.
Oh, for sure. It's like running on a treadmill at speed 10, you know, except with your arms. It's you're going really hard and exerting a lot of energy. So jump straight back out the back and straight into this wave. This wave was looking really good here. It sort of started to stand up, but sort of got caught there on that second to last turn. And it's a replay of Chavez's second wave, just trying to find a backup now. This heat's actually been incredibly consistent in terms of waves being ridden, which is it's a good sign for the sign of things to come. But here we go, Marco just trying to get around this section here, and he's quite behind it. But I sort of think this is maybe a little bit of an advantage of being on your forehand when it's small, is that obviously being on your forehand on a right-hand point break, you're facing the wave a bit easier to sort of carry yourself through those less, more gutless sort of sections.
And it's a funny thing, isn't it? Mark obviously in that last wave with the exchange, he saw that he wanted to get priority, and he knew it was important, as you mentioned, how it can be. And they bowled it out. He got it, but as it turns out, Jabe's wave was actually a better wave, you know. And that's just the ocean. Like you've done everything right. You've made the right decision. You've executed a pretty good decision. But the ocean can that's waves. You can't control this environment we operate in.
For sure, I think it just comes back down. For me, it comes down to wave selection. Like maybe slight error from Marco, taking off on the wave he did, and the wave behind was actually better. But exactly what you're saying, we are playing with Mother Nature here, so you can cross all the T's and dot all the I's, but sometimes the cookie doesn't crumble the way you want it to.
No, exactly right. Yeah, tell me about it. We got Marco, but he got a good score in that first wave. He's got 2 scores to come in. Chavez also 2 scores to come in. So we're going to see a mix up there. And yeah, you're right. It's great to see these waves. We've got a forecast which we went through this morning. It's it's not your typical October swells in Portugal. Traditionally, we usually get in this window, one macking day or a 6 to 8 foot day that comes in. It's not that. I mean, there's still swell and it's still contestable. So that's why our hand has been forced somewhat to try and maximise the tides and then set us up for the the best conditions hopefully later on in the week for finals day. And we've had loads of waves ridden in this heat, so the call was a good one. And Marco's scores just coming in, so a 5.00 for his first wave, and he's got 1 to come as well. And Chavez looking like a solid number on his first one as well for that long right-hander. And here goes the forecast. See, look at that. There's some numbers starting to build up there, isn't it? Friday, that's tomorrow. It's 1 to 2 foot. So like today, maybe even a little bit smaller. Saturday, another little bump, 2 to 3 foot, which is kind of today, maybe a little bit bigger. And then look on Sunday. 4 to 5 foot, progressing up to 6 to 8 foot, that period flick. That last little number, the 15, is the period. Can you explain to our listeners what that means, please?
Yeah, so the period is the space of the waves as they're coming in, right? So the higher the period, the more power the waves are going to have, and the lower the period, the less power, obviously. You can see tomorrow the period drops right down to 9, so you're talking pretty gutless waves. But yeah, it's really, really positive signs seeing the period pick up to 15 in the afternoon on Sunday with 6 to 8 foot surf. So it's going to be super exciting if we're looking at having finals potentially then.
Yeah, I mean, we need to talk to the people that on the bigger pay grades than us. But for looking at those numbers, you want to be surfing that finals day in the best ways. That's what's going to happen. And here's Jake Marshall on this one. First wave of 3.5. We talked about that first wave of the heat, and that was 20 minutes ago. But here he goes. This wave looks better. And he's swooping around the corner. He hasn't had a great year by his own admittance. Just trying to get some confidence back and get a few results. His main goal now, he said, is just to win an event. And as he starts pumping down the line, trying to finish off, and does. So worked hard for that. But yeah, you know, by his own admittance, he said he just hasn't quite had the results that he thought his surfing deserved. He's had a bit up and down year, and he's kind of forgetting about the CT for now and just trying to concentrate on getting a win.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay here. Only needs a small score really to get up into an advancing position, but you can just see he almost got hung up there, but yeah, just working so hard, keeping that board alive here, and yeah, looking for a backup. Potentially might go higher than that 3.5, I think. But yeah, it's really, really tricky surfing waves like this today. But I think, you know, as a competitor rocking up and seeing, you know, it does look challenging today, one thing you've just got to remind yourself is that it's the same conditions for everyone. You know, everyone's out here with the same opportunity. It's all about, you know, getting down there, making sure you're doing your beach analysis, got your preheat warm-up, and yeah, just really making sure that you're on it in terms of wave selection and using your priority right.
And look at this drone footage. It does flatten the wave. I tell you what, just shows you really how much that board is moving around, how much leg work goes into this, and how energetic Jake was. And just a lot of work and effort, and then wiggles again. When you move your board from side to side, you get speed and you finish off. So good angle straight above from Jake. You know, I kind of think Jake's a bit of an underrated surfer, you know, like he's obviously made the CT before, so that's the level he's at. And for probably a good on 5-6 years, he's been right on that top echelon of, you know, the qualifying series and Challenger Series surfers. Probably doesn't get quite the sort of, especially maybe potentially in Australia and Europe, a bit lesser known, but he's so consistent and such a gnarly competitor, and that's why he's always there or thereabouts.
For sure. I think it's really hard, you know, coming onto tour, and I hear a lot of people speak about this. I can sort of speak to it myself. When you qualify and you're younger, it's a lot of pressure to perform straight away. You know, the cut is good for a number of reasons because it forces, the tour surfers to. You can't just come in and cruise your way and find your feet on tour. You've got to perform straight away, right? You've got 5 events to make the cut. And if you don't, you're relegated back down to the Challenger Series. However, it's a lot of expectation and pressure for a rookie to come onto tour and perform like that. Because I think back to interviews that I've heard Mick Fanning talk about this, but it took him a few years to find his feet on tour. Joel Parkinson, it took them a few years to find your feet on tour. So, yeah, and you know, some of these events and tour stops, these guys have never ever, and women haven't ever been to, you know. Unless you've competed there before, it's tough.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a difficult sport, and he's always thereabouts, as I said. But right now, it's a bit of a gap in proceedings. We're going to go for a short commercial break. Be back with more live action right after this. And welcome back to the beautiful Atlantic Ocean and the shores of Portugal. That is an amazing drone shot of our current location here in Ribeira de Ilhas, just to the north of the town of Ericeira. And we've got some live action here. So Chavez trying to get his first wave as a 5.83, and he's trying to back it up, the local hope. Just zigging and zagging around. And can he get to that end section and back it up with another great score? He's been patient and surfing well for, you know, local hope. Not a lot of experience, but he's been calm and composed. Flick, and, you know, as it stands with some all the scores in and this one to come, he's out in the lead.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed. I haven't seen much of Chavez, if I'm going to be completely honest, but coming, you know, surfing in your home country in sort of a Challenger Series event, it's a lot of pressure. As we have a look at the replay of his last wave here, just trying to replace that 2.5. So I'm going to say that he's probably done it, but yeah, I've been so impressed. You know, he won his opening round heat, round at 80, got second in his 64 heat, but he was up against a really informed Jacob Willcox. So yeah, I'm loving everything I'm seeing. I love the style that he has on his backhand, and yeah, I think his backhand's actually really helping him out today. Being on your backhand, like we were saying before, when the waves are smaller, really allows you to get tighter in the pocket and more critical. So that's definitely helping him out. You can sort of see he's positioned himself quite a lot wider here than the other three boys who's sitting out the back. So he's obviously going to be paddling out the back with last place priority here. So as we see,
yes, we know who that is. We know who that is. Sally Fitzgibbons, and that means obviously that the girls are running, so that's good news, Flick. We're going to push on while there's a bit of swell and the tide is right. And the women on winning heat starting with Nadia Aristabe. So another great goofy footer there, doing her warm-ups, getting ready for what is a massive heat against the current Challenger Series rankings leader. So she knows what she's got to do, a big, big task ahead of her. So that's coming up straight after this. Going to progress through to the women, so that's exciting. We've got an afternoon day here. It's a Portuguese national holiday, which helps. There's so many people down on the beach. It's such a holiday vibe and really classic beach scene. So we've got waves, we've got the world's best surfers, and we are progressing on through the afternoon.
Yeah, I really loved spending time down here at Ericeira, and just, yeah, the beach culture down here is really cool. You know, obviously the sun doesn't really set until 7:30 p.m. and it's still really warm during the day, so you can just see so many people just enjoying the sunshine and the beach. But yeah, it's so cool. You know, even after we wrap up a day here of commentary, we still have another, you know, hour, half an hour before the sun goes down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've got some long days. We've got some beautiful weather, and it's all here for us at the moment. Here you go, live action though, as we see. Looks like that'll be Marco by the looks of things. S turning through the little reef. Quick set off the top. Sorry, my mistake. It's Jabe in the green, and he's banging down the line. His first wave was a 4.10, his best wave, and that one's just a little bit caught up. And again, so not sure if that's going to advance. He needs a 4.01 to move up into second. 12 minutes on the clock. Starting to get a little bit concerned. Marco Mignot as well. Although he's got that 5 in his locker, he has got priority. He's got 12 minutes just to back it up, and he knows how slow it can be. He won't be nervous, but he'll be just the right level of concern, I'd imagine.
Definitely a little bit concerned for sure. You know, any other day, you know, a 4-point ride to advance is, you know, you're like, okay, that's easy. I've got, you know, we'll just have a look at the replay here of this smaller wave of Jabe searching for that 4-point ride, really getting that board moving through that section, trying everything he can to get around, a couple of foam climbs, throws it up into a carving maneuver. This wave just sort of not really cooperating with him here. So yeah, back to what I was saying before, you know, a 4-point ride on any other day, you're like, yep, all right, I've got just under 11 and a half minutes remaining. 4-point ride, pretty achievable. However, today, longer waits between sets, a little bit more challenging, and you know, it is a bit of a harder ask for sure, especially knowing he's not going to be paddling out having priority.
Yeah, and those heat scores have been compressed a little, haven't they? Like we've seen, you know, 11s and 12s pretty much is around the average in terms of enough to getting through. So here we go, a left-hander. I don't see a lot of that. Chavez, classic goofy footer. see a right.
Can't blame him.
See a left-hander in any way, shape or form. But didn't have priority, so just trying to see if he could get a little, maybe an air. He's got a good air game, is Chavez, but didn't quite work out. So he goes back out. No harm, no foul. He did lose one priority spot, but he's back in the mix. And his score's coming in, so a 3.53. So as it stands, Chavez out in the lead with just a single-digit heat total, 9.36. Jake Marshall is in second with a couple of low scores, and Marco now needing a 3.1 and Jay before. So yeah, you think with the last 10 minutes to go, it's going to be super tight. They're all so tightly bunched.
For sure. I like right now, obviously Marco isn't in an advancing position in this heat, but if I could say, obviously you want to be Chavez, he's out in the lead, but next I'd want to be Marco, who's sitting out there with that second, he's got that 5-point ride, right? So he really only needs a 3.1, which is a pretty low score, and he's also got the little P next to his name, which means he has priority. So as soon as that next set comes through, you got to think that he's going to pick the eyes out of it. He's going to pick the best wave of that set coming through. Probably going to be about a 3 to 4 wave set, and you got to think that he's going to be improving on that situation. So the next person that I want to talk about is Jake Marshall. He's going to be wanting to improve on his situation too. So exciting times coming up as we look to Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, Sal's got the game face on. Well, there's a smile. Well, there's she's just such an incredible competitor. She's been doing this sport for so long. Still got the fire in the belly. Still passionate about improving herself and trying to improve others as well as a mentor. And and she's just come into the challenge. She was after getting knocked off the CT for the first time. Well, forever, really. She's I think a 3-time world runner-up. Got knocked off too, and she just came back and bang, so strong. Just a minor obstacle, right? Push on. What do I need to do next? And she's done it.
Yeah, well, we heard that piece that WSL played the other day prior to one of her heats, and she sort of gets asked the question, do you think of this as sort of like a backward step? And she says, no way, this isn't a backward step. She's inspired by people coming up like Nadia in the next heat, that younger generation, that they're really inspiring her, and she feels like she deserves to be there, and she's got more to show. So I've actually been really impressed with this lady right here. I haven't seen much of her surfing and love the backhand that she's been able to put on display. I think she looks very, very composed for someone who hasn't got anywhere near as much experience as what Sally does. So yeah, it's going to be a really good next heat coming up. So yeah, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Nadia has done well here over the years on the European Challenge, the qualifying series. Looks like Marco Mignot is going, so he's got priority. He's waited it for a while, trying to back up that 5. Here he goes. First one was snappy, and now just really trying to make this count. He might not get another opportunity potentially, so he knows this is really important. Just S turning around for that little shallow section. Climbs off the top. A few foam climbs to reach the open face. This turn will be good. There we go. A bit of spray and a bit of sharpness. So that was probably the best turn of the wave, and he's still going through the inside. And there's another one. So really smart competitive surfing from Marco. Used the priority, but then right behind him, these two have been hustling all the whole heat. It just feels like they're in that type of rhythm where they're just one after the other. The second and third spots, and they're really having an excellent battle. And right now we'll see who gets the best of that. Meanwhile, Marshall out the back, so he too in second spot. He was the man that those two were gunning for. We'll see if he can improve on a 3.5. Just pulls that hair back. You got a bit of downtime here. Now he starts to put on the accelerator, and he likes it. So we'll see what he did out the back, because you think from that reaction he was pretty happy with that wave. So yeah, 3 important scores coming in, and suddenly Chavez, who was looking good out in front, will now be worried, because it's going to be 3 numbers, and he could easily go from first to third potentially. So we just see the replays, let the judges file in their numbers. But yeah, a great exchange from those 3 surfers.
For sure, and 3 waves that were full, surf from right out the back all the way through to the inside. I think Chavez right now is going to be scratching his head a bit and being like, okay, well, I've got 6 minutes here. At least I have priority, but I mean, I wouldn't be counting on that 3.53 as a backup. He's definitely going to want to be improving on that, and you've got to think that Marco with that 5-point ride, He's easily probably got that 3.1, so there's definitely going to be change on the leaderboard here, and we just hope that we get one more exchange just to make it that little bit more exciting.
Yeah, exactly. We've got 5 minutes. There's plenty of chance that could happen. As we see, Chavez, okay, so he waited and he's going to go. Portuguese surfer. Different style, the only good footer in this particular heat. Talked about the advantages and disadvantages that you can get a little bit more in the pocket if this wave gives him a little section, but he comes around the corner and it doesn't really give him anything. He's sticking with it, and he's going to try and do one last turn and just can't get it in. So not sure if waiting for that wave, maybe hanging on to priority might have been a better option. I mean, you never know, but now he's going to be in fourth, trying to improve on a 3.53. So a decision was made, and it wasn't really a set wave because that last set had 3 waves in it. That was a one wave kind of thing, so it wasn't really a set, and I'm not sure if that was potentially the right move, but it all play out. And there's his dad, so he's looking pretty calm. He's like not sure, he's nervous for his son. Such a big event for him and for the locals, and yeah, let's talk me through it, Flick.
For me, it's touch and go. I mean, it's so easy to sit here and say it now that, you know, it's all happened and said and done, but I'm going to say that was a mistake because he had priority, and I'm going to say he probably should have waited for a bigger wave. You can just see the size of this one. It's just not really there compared to Marco and Jake and Jabe's wave. And, you know, if he didn't take off, he still would have had priority and been out the back. But here we go. We're going to watch a few more replays. So
yeah, there's a lot coming through. 4 waves ridden, and so that probably was a set. Take it all back. Jake Marshall's fresh off that last wave, and now starts pumping along, just needing a score of 4.77 as it stands when he took off. And this is the wave he likes. It's a replay of the wave we saw the end of. He's coming down the line, and Flick, he liked it at the end, but it's going to be so close. We're all in that 4 to 5 range, aren't we?
Yeah, here we go. This is a look at Jabe's wave. So really, I just love all the passion that we can see from all these surfers today, and you just know how much it means making it through this round. I really like this wave. There was a real ferocity to this wave, surfing it really fast, got a lot of turns in the lip. So for me, out of this those last 3 waves, this is my favourite. I just like the intensity. Yeah, almost kick it out right on top of Marco's head.
Yeah, this time he was the one that kicked it early, and he could frame him. But yeah, I reckon that's the best wave of the heat. You're right, Flick. And then right behind it, so Marco was in the same exchange, and just a 4.93 for this wave, which is the one ahead of Jabe. So that's the marker, and that pushed him up into first place for now. So yeah, just that was that little money turn there, that sharp flick. Didn't have the energy or the ferocity, as you said, of Jabe's. Jabe's wave just kept giving, and you think that's going to be a really nice number for the American. Probably the best wave of the heat. So this is live action. He doesn't know the score he got in the last one, but he's not going to hang around. He's going to keep swinging, and he's coming on the inside here, as we see a nice turn, and there's a big turn there, and another. So he's just working those legs. Got a lot of waves ridden. This is his 6th wave surf, 7th wave surf. So he's just been really busy, and you can tell by him, like, not massive sort of shows of emotions, but he's got himself in a really, really good spot with those last 2 waves back to back. Impressive for the young man. And here we go, Flick. So this is a nice backup for a 6.67 he got in the wave before.
Yeah, great backup, and really, really smart. You know, I just love the intensity that he's bringing to his surfing, and the difference for me is just that he's just been able to go to the lip. We just saw it there, bang, another little carving maneuver. But yeah, I've just got to go back to that exchange beforehand. You know, Chavez was sitting out the back with priority and took off on that smaller wave, lost it, and then Jay paddled back out behind him and took off on that wave and got that 6.67. So yeah, just a bit disappointing for Chavez. But look at a replay now. One of Chavez's waves on the backhand. Doesn't like the look of that.
Yeah, so much action going on, and as you said, Chavez, so we said that he might be just shuffled down the pack quite quickly, having been out with a solid sort of a lead things can happen pretty quick, and suddenly now we've got a lot of scores to come in. I think Chavez wave is not going to be a counter, and Swikoki with that 6.67 has got some numbers. Jake Marshall got a 5.83, so it's all just been up and down. Every score that comes in, there's been a change in the leaderboard. We've still got a score from Mignot to come in, and he is going to be waiting for that wave. 30 seconds on the clock, a set going, and it's not over yet. So Chavez, he doesn't know what he needs, but he knows he needs a score. And so Chavez starts to drive down the line, and that's not going to be the score. So he starts again. That could be his last throw of the dice. Red and blue both need waves. So Mignot coming in with his score, and you can see the frustration. Looks like time's going against him. He had a good 25 minutes of the heat in the lead, but there's some action there. Marshall, he decides to use his priority and uses it well. So it looks like the two Americans, despite being under the pump, Marshall, that's a nice little bit of progression. You know, relaxed. He probably doesn't quite know what he's got either. It was so many waves ridden in that last 5 minutes, Flick. It was just non-stop. And we've only got one score to come in, but it looks like it's the Jabe and Jake, the two J's, are going to get through this.
Yeah, well, it's just, wow. I'm pretty impressed with how consistent it was there at the last few minutes of that heat. And you can see these two just start riding in on top of each other. Just, yeah, spending a lot of time very close to each other in this heat, weren't they?
He's like, that's great to see, despite the intense rivalry and also how much it means to Mignot. He's still got a smile on his dial, which says something about his temperament and the way he approaches life. But yeah, disappointing for Marco. Wasn't enough at the end, and some big turns from Jabe. Really impressive. Solid heat total given the conditions. There's the official results. 10.7 and a 10.43 enough. Really close. Just over a point between all four surfers. But that's how close it is. That's how tight it is as these conditions kind of start to contract the scores. But we push on, and we've got the first woman-on-woman heat coming up. Sally Fitzgibbons up against Nadia Ericeira. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this.
So 20 years of like surfing in the region, it's really cool now to have the focus here at Ericeira because I can surf a few more breaks around there and learn the wave a little more. It can get tricky and challenging, and I think the more time you spend out there, you can really kind of maximize your performance. I think, yeah, the younger ones are still experiencing some of those pressures for the first time. So it's neat to be there with a lot of experience. I feel like the next two events I feel really comfortable with. Hopefully I can, you know, string together some great performances, and you shift your focus from time to time, and I just didn't see it as a backward step having to compete on the Challenger Tour, you know, this year. I think from here on out, the new life of a competitive surfer, you might be between both tours, but it is I guess a satisfying feeling to string together some performances and be in the position I am to hopefully jump back on tour and surf some more great waves with some great mates. And yeah, I feel like I still got a lot left in me.
Some of the most iconic surfers from the 21st century looking for a pathway back to the CT via the Challenger Series. We'll flip over to women's competition, round of 16, heat 1, and what a heat it promises to be. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the big global stars of surfing, a perennial world title contender, has got a tough heat in her hands here. And she's going really well on the Challenger Series in terms of the stats and the numbers she needs coming into this one. A third or better will guarantee it. Sally won't be thinking about bowing out of competition at any stage before, well, going all the way for the win. That's how high she sets her standards. Tough feet, though, featuring the Basque Goofy, who's been on a significant, steep improvement curve in the last couple of seasons. Nadia Ericeira. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Ben Money to break it down. And this was Nadia from during the break, Ben.
Yeah, strong start. As you said, her improvement's been dramatic over the last couple of years. Really powerful, part of that Basque push. Good coaches, good bunch of surfers all pushing each other. We've seen her surf this wave during the pandemic. She had some big results at this wave against some really good
Countdown
surfers.
Series.
The Countdown Series, where we were lucky enough to get some events on surfing despite the difficult conditions, and she was a standout. So a really strong start from Nadia, and you know, she's going to have to get that to put pressure on Sally. She's going to have to come out really with a big score. That's the way she's going to win.
As we watch from above, that first time where she really hung it up, it was cool to appreciate that and just see how much of the board she gets out the back of the wave. And that's really steep, Ben, and that is a turn that she sort of identified as a strength early on in her career, but feels like she's been working on it a lot, and I feel like almost every time we see it, certainly every season, that turn gets a little bit more oomph behind it.
It does, and especially when she can do that from like that size wave all the way up to 6 to 8 foot, like big open carves. So she goes up, she goes vertical, yeah, and she clicks those fins out and she drifts back down. It always looks really stylish and powerful, so it's a real strength, that vertical backhand turn she's got. She used it to good effect there, getting a 6.5 straight off the bat. That's what you need to do to put Fitzgibbons under pressure.
Part of a strong goofy foot contingent for the women out of the Basque Country. Nadia Ericeira wasting very little time on going again here. Just thinking of other names like Ariane Ochoa and Letty Canales, and it does feel like certainly in the more recent seasons there has been Nadia who's in the ascendancy. Someone who was doing that, surfing real well in a tough heat, was Jabe Sferokocki. He's standing by with Chico for an interview.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Jabe. Jabe, what an impressive performance. You were a bit behind the 8 ball, and you got that 6.67 towards the end of the heat. Talk me through that.
Yeah, I had a couple waves at the beginning of the heat that I think if I capitalized would have been a better spot toward the end. So, yeah, 6.67, I was stoked to kind of get one that went a little under everyone and had the double up and let me do a couple turns. So, yeah, definitely saved me a bit at the end.
Seems like you have a bit of a rhythm at this wave. Have you been enjoying competing here in Ribeiradilhas?
Oh, it's been awesome. At home, I surf right points all winter long, so definitely similarities, and I feel comfortable going on my front side. So yeah, it's been awesome.
This has been your best result so far on the Challenger. How do you feel? Does you feel confidence? You feel you need more? You can make it all the way to the final?
Yeah, I definitely feel confident. I feel like I have no pressure. I haven't really done what I've wanted to do. I haven't really showed my surfing this year, so it honestly just feels good to like finally start making a few heats and show what I've got. So yeah, I feel good.
Big shout out back home.
Yeah, thanks to my family, waking up at 5 a.m. at home watching, friends at home, and then of course my girlfriend here with me. I have Tim Biso and his girlfriend Ellie all in my corner. So yeah, it's been good.
Great crew. Good luck for the next round, and back to you boys.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, boys.
Chico. Well done, Jade. 5 a.m. That's a lie into us, mate.
Yeah. What are they
That's a
doing?
late one.
Yeah, they missed the gym session.
Missed the cold plunge. All right, 28 minutes and 20-odd seconds remaining of this 35-minute heat. Sally Fitzgibbons, who's going great on the Challengers, still looking for a win this season on the Challengers at the moment. She's getting a little bit of pressure on the surfer out of the Basque Country, Nadia Ericeira, who gets a softer wave that didn't really want her in. Just trying to force that issue. So from under priority, staying busy. Sally will use that priority, not to great effect. Looks like she'll hang on to it, because you can see Nadia is on the inside of her. Sally might have another swing here. She won't. Ben, it's a public holiday in Portugal. Sun's out, there's swell in the water. You've been coming to Ericeira a long time. You're going to have to whittle down your favourite activities down to just 3, please. Top 3 things to do in Ericeira.
Well, surf, obviously. I mean, it's a bit of a basic one.
Which spots are you hitting?
Low-hanging fruit.
Small swell, kind of clean. Where are you heading?
Oh, I'm just going to go a little bit to the south of this very site. You can see guys getting, like, if you just go out to the beach, we can see all the people on the beach. If you look to your left, there's just guys getting shacked, and there's, I think, 3 or 4 different waves there. If your locals kind of, you know, so they allow me the odd wave or 2, and if I'm being nice, I'll go out there, get some waves in. That's number 1. Number 2, sunrise. I like to go down watch the get up in the morning early as the sun comes up behind the mountains, behind the back of us. Do a bit of meditation, soak in the Atlantic Ocean. Just off and offshore, the wind funneling through the mountains.
Just on that, would you say you're more of a Portuguese sunrise than a Portuguese sunset guy? And why is that, Ben?
I think the sunrise is just more consistent. The Portuguese sunsets, I mean, they do happen, and I have seen 2 in the last 22 years, and I do enjoy them. But they are beautiful. You get the haze, and which brings me to my third favourite thing to do in Ericeira is actually sit down on that little south bay there, the little beach right in front of Ericeira, Playa de Azul. Have a little, very small cold beer, maybe a nice bit of food on the esplanade, watch the glittering Atlantic Ocean and watch the sun not set into the ocean.
Speaking of Playa de Azul, mate, you and the sea, a beautiful terrace there overlooking the ocean. We are very privileged to be back there again this year. One of our partners supporting this Challenger Series event here in Ericeira, and an absolutely delightful part of town. So many options available for surfers or general fun seekers around this lovely part of the European coastline. If you're Sally Fitzgibbons right now, you're not thinking so much about sightseeing. You're trying to hone in on where you're finding an opportunity. Have you been surprised, Sally? Bit of a sluggish start from her.
Yeah, well, 15 minutes gone, you know, and she likes to, you know, put pressure on her opponents. And she said 2 waves, and both haven't been able to manage any type of score. Currently sitting on number 1 on the Challenger Series ranking. So, and you know, she's got so much experience. Obviously, what, good 12 years on the CT, I think. So in terms of surfing, you know, person-on-person heats against this one other person in the water, she's got so much experience. So yeah, she'll come back. She's got 25 minutes, but it is a very slow start from a surfer who likes to get out of the traps quick.
Just an indication of the kind of form that Nadia Aristabe is in. She's in 17th coming into this event. She missed the first 2 with injury, so didn't make the first 2 events. And yet she's going 17th in the ratings and still alive at the moment in the surfer-on-surfer heats. Here's Fitzgibbons now. Uses the prio and a quick floater from her and just trying to generate that board speed. And her first legitimate turn as she opens up with the rail. Nice and light on her feet as well, using those shoulders just to lift the arms. Just keep that body weight up high and not sink the board too much on a softer wave face. She's ticking a lot of boxes here and covering a lot of ground. We haven't seen the one big angry hit, but we've seen a lot of nice connections and a little short abbreviated snap to finish.
Yeah, got herself back in the game for sure. Really well surfed, you're right. None of those sort of signature or dramatic turns of Aristabe, but she just read the wave really well. Even here, you could tell she had a lot of board speed, so you could tell that she could start doing a few of those trademark wraps. She was up for getting a, you know, a half decent number. Just had that little kink in the wave where it meant she couldn't drive the bottom and sort of get right in the pocket, but nonetheless she dealt with it pretty well and managed all the way to the inside for a finish. So we said that she was being a bit slow. Well, she's back in now, and yeah, Nadia will know that she's got a battle on her hands now. See Nadia at the back just watching carefully. It had that sort of wave where it broke at the back and a bit of a chip in. They're the waves you often want to get. And Sal just managing to get all the way to shore, get a score on the board, and, you know, really open up her account in this first surfer-on-surfer heat of the event.
Yeah, bringing it all the way to the inside. Sally put a lot into that. It was a kind of a mediocre wave, really, just in terms of the energy from it. She did pretty well to juice it and squeeze it for everything she could. It's with the panel right now, 23 on the clock. Just didn't see that one dramatic turn. There was a lot of nice stuff linked up, and she really had to work for those points. She is an absolute grafter as well as the skill set. She puts in the hard yards. She loves the prep, a real student of the sport. Even when we had her up in the studio, she was just saying how cool it was to be able to watch surfing. You think, haven't you seen enough, Sal? No, she hasn't.
No, if she's not surfing in heats, she's watching heats. If she's not surfing in heats or watching heats, she's preparing for heats. And if she's not surfing in heats, watching heats or preparing for heats, she's just asleep. So yeah, she loves it, and it's so much vibrance, so much enthusiasm, and that's why she's an icon.
So 5 points, a flat 5 for Sal. Getting back towards the sort of number she needs. She would have loved to go a bit bigger, waiting to use that priority for 10 minutes or so. And it's a reasonable mid-range number, but the 6.5 already in for Ericeira, who will have first priority now. And Nadia's season, having missed the Australian leg. She kicked off her campaign in Villita in South Africa. Before she showed up there, she went down to Namibia and surfed Donkey Bay and got absolutely barreled. Goofy Foot loves a tube. Of course, there's quite a famous sand-bottom barreling left-hander in the Basque Country, near to where she's come from. But there is a bit of a connection with surfers from that region. I think of people like Arit Anamburu, who've been going there to that southwest tip of Africa for a while. And she went over there and got deeply barreled. And it kicked off a Challenger Series campaign. She's going all right. A couple of results. And she'll want to stay alive if possible and go deeper into this event here. See what sort of damage she can do.
Yeah, and imagine getting barreled for 2 minutes straight. It's kind of quite good for your self-esteem and your surfing as well. And Nadia, yeah, that connection. So she's fired up, and she's going to be so dangerous as she's proved already.
All right, we are looking at Daniela Rosas coming up in the next heat, taking on Luana Silva. That looks like an absolute cracker of a matchup. More live action from Ericeira real soon.
Isto é um projeto ambicioso, é um projeto de alta competição. Acho que está bem claro o que é que estamos aqui a fazer. Eu sabia que ia ser duro.
Me dijeron que para la tibia rota, ya dije, no puede ser. Otra vez, no.
Obviamente es un camino muy largo.
Cuanto más desafíos tengas, igual más mejoras.
A treinar.
Sem parar. Pessoal, aqui o surf é assim, com altas ondas, não há disputa. Eu quero essa disputa e a simulação do que rola no QS, então vamos simular da melhor forma possível. E é a nossa última oportunidade.
Sorte não vai ser o suficiente.
Third season of EDP Surfer Tomorrow is on the horizon with the premiere. The first episode scheduled October 7th, La Baraque in Ericeira. If you're in the hood, come check it out. That looks like promising to be another great series, a brilliant talent development program from EDP here in Portugal. Meanwhile, we get caught up on replays. Ericeira from during the break, Bren.
Yeah, Nadia just trying to back up. That's 6.5 with another score. Nowhere near the energy or the steep face on this wave. And so Fitzgibbons right behind her, right hot on her heels. So Sally also trying to improve on her 5. She'll grind away, bit of fin release, bit of progression. She's all about that, trying to improve herself as a surfer and as a person. And she's got a little section down the line here. So, yeah, you can't make any mistakes with surf this caliber. And there she just finishes off 3 or 4 in a row. It's a really good surfing from the Australian.
I'm really impressed by that from Sally. That first turn, she actually put herself behind the section, didn't she? And she flailed a bit to catch up. And when she finally got there, did the turn, you think, all right, okay, well done. You've kind of made up for that mistake. From there, she connected through that inside. There's almost no wave. She's so light on her feet. The speed generation is so lethal from her. And to get those extra cracks in on the inside, very impressive indeed. And the number for her to go to first, it's a gettable score. I think she's going to get it here. So getting the better of the exchange for sure. Aristabi just with a 3, a mistake with priority. And Sally, the 5-2, goes to first. We've got a heat on our hands here, under 17 minutes. Priorities with the Bass Goofy, who only needs a 3-7. It does feel like Sally is just warming up and improving with each wave she gets as well. And this entertaining, tough heat is delivering already, as we see Sally Fitzgibbons lead in the Challenger Series, leading this heat now. And she'll look to use all of that experience and heat IQ and that smart tactical decision making. She's going to need to draw on all that. She's got a tough opponent here. Just in terms of her surfing, Ben, even on subpar waves, you never really see Sal look disenfranchised, look disappointed with herself. You don't see that frustration creeping in. All of her energy is always about doing the best she can do, maximizing her potential.
Yeah, she just gets that right mix of, you know, realism and being positive, and she always backs herself. So even if it doesn't go her way, she's always going to say, you know what, I can come back from this. I've got out of this position before. So yeah, she's just a consummate professional, in that she always knows that, you know what she's capable of anything, and it's good to watch. And there she is. Look at that numbers up there. She's had a great year in the Challenger Series, just a cut above really.
Nadia there in 17th, as we mentioned, just 2 results for her. She missed the Australian leg, so Nadia Aristabe, very impressive from just 2. Of course, 5 results count out of the 6 events on the Challenger Series. Just 1 throwaway. Sally has been super consistent, making finals day and really just showing her class. And it's no massive surprise when you think just 5 spots up for grabs. The surfers that missed the cut off the CT, they are always going to be favourites for snaffling those spots right back up. Sally's shown why she's one of the biggest names in global surfing.
Yeah, what's your favourite Sally Fitzgibbons performance, Paul, from all those years of her incredible surfing on the Championship Tour?
Yeah, there's a lot to pick from. I loved when she went to the wave pool just to work on the airs and the progression. That was almost sort of like the sort of vanguard action of that youth quake that we've had with the women, and now doing the airs in the wave pool. Feels like it's kind of standard for that young generation, but I thought Sal was at the leading edge of that. I thought that was really impressive outside of the jersey. How about you, mate?
I do remember a couple of performances at Fiji where she had to like bandage her head up. She had some injuries and she had to come in with all sorts of gaff helmets and play through the pain, and won the event in some muck and barrel. So yeah, just the bravery is something that really stands out, apart from just how good a surfer she is as well.
I feel like she's one of those surfers, those competitors, those sports people at their best when they're challenged. A bit of adversity, a bit poking the bear. She loves that.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a sports nut. She sort of lives sport, really competitive. She played a really good level of soccer, as it's called in Australia, or football. She was a good athletics runner, like representing Australia in the Youth Olympics in running. So she's got that sort of athleticism, but she just loves it. And yeah, she loves the narrative of up against it, and that's what she thrives on. And she's got she's not exactly up against it right now, but she's not in any way safe. Is she, Paul? She's got that lead, but it's so slender.
Aristabe surrendered priority meekly without adding anything, just a 0.4. So now she's going to have to just spin and go. So a bit of a mistake from Nadia in terms of not making that mid-heat priority count. Can Sally Fitzgibbons make her pay and turn the screw further? You would fancy her chances of improving on the couple of 5 she's already got in. She hasn't really got a great looking wave as yet. Her 5, she sort of surfed up the potential you'd feel of those waves to get those numbers using that experience. But Aristabe with that backhand hit, so what you might call a puncher's chance. Any kind of section she'll arrive at it late with speed. She'll hit it hard, and it is impressive for the panel.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why with that 6.5 that she's got, which she did that type of surfing to get that big number. And that's why, even though she's in second place without priority, she's got that advantage that she doesn't need a huge score to back it up. So yeah, she's up against it against Sal, but yeah, exactly, one of those or two of those big backhand blasts, and she's on her way to a potential year-changing result here. Sal likes the face of fears, and actually had Matthew McGilvray in here in the booth. He came in, Paul, when you were having a bit of a lunch in the VIP area, and Matty was just talking about some of his base jumping and some of the ways of getting, outside surfing and facing your fear. And he said he actually was with you at the when he went to the bungee jump in South Africa, and said he'd never seen a man as scared in all his life. He said the colour was gone. The sheer fear, the sheer fear in your eyes, he said, was something that he was actually worried for you. But he was also ecstatic that you faced your fears and came out the other side, and how stoked you were. So it was a good little insight into your world. Yeah, he's a lovely guy, and he's a legend. But yeah, I thought I'd bring it up.
All right, here goes Sally. Uses the priority. Interesting choice. At least one eyebrow raised here as she goes this wave. It didn't look great just from our tight shot. Maybe she's seen something exciting down the line as she liberates the tail and the fins. Now a bit of speed for Sal. Tags one, and good enough to get that tail out again. She's going to threaten the 5-2. Well, we'll hold that thought and check this from Ericeira on the tools. A combo. And she just goes with a little carve down in the pocket. She would have loved a steeper section for that third turn. Let's see where she goes here. Pushing a little too hard, Ben, just forcing the issue a bit. Might get a paddle battle here, 11 on the clock.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see that wave. I just think we're talking about Nadia, how strong, that playing to her strengths. And I think she just missed a couple of sections out the back. She's got priority back through that battle. Looks like she's got a bit of a lead on there, but, she did need a big number. See what Sal's coming as well, but I just felt once she missed one of those sections, she was in trouble.
No better way to wash off a mistake than seeing a set on the horizon, and that is part of that impetus, the energy you're seeing of this pair headed seaward here. Ericeira having a good look at where Sal is. She hasn't got priority yet, but she will get it for sure. She's quite some way ahead. Just over 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go. The first one of the set, as our Portuguese local experts have tended us to believe. Generally not the ones you want. And here's the second one. Priority is with Ericeira, and this one will cup out for her on the takeoff bolt. She'll let it go. There is a wave behind. Sally will snaffle up this opportunity. Here goes Fitzgibbons now, number 1 on the Challenger Series, leading this heat at the moment, not by much. Less than a point in it between these two. Quick snap back on a softer section, which is why Nadia didn't go. Here's her wave. Ericeira, bit more meat on this one. Nice turn with spray. Hits it again. Doesn't push too hard that time. Crucially, gets the finish. Onto the inside. It will get a little steeper for Nadia. And again, just releasing that tail. Well, this is going to be close, Ben.
Yeah, really close. And that's that. We talked about that sort of cock knee she's got on her back leg when she does that backhand turn. She's got a little bit of that momentum on that sort of second to last turn. So yeah, really, really tight. She gave Sally the wave, so it was a big decision. And here she goes. And that's a nice turn. So she's got the steeper faces and the steeper sections than Sally had. I wouldn't say she's absolutely maximised all of the scoring potential, but she's done 5 or 6 turns. There's that cockney I'm talking about, and finished off. So Nadia surfing well and putting the experienced Fitzgibbon under some pressure. And this was Sal, so different approach. That wave, you see, she's been forced to cut back a lot and not get up in the pocket. And that wave's not going to be her score of 4.23. It's kind of Ericeira, some scores to come in, but she could be sitting in a really good position with 8 minutes to go, Paul.
Yeah, the rhythm to these turns, the flow out the back, as she'll finish that one off, going incomplete, but the number is in for it. We'll just watch this smaller wave from Sal. What was she looking at here, Ben?
Well, I just think, if a set wave comes, you got to pick one. I think she knew that she did need a big number to improve on a 5, and she always just backs the surfing. But yeah, as you say, it just wasn't big enough, and it didn't have that section down the line, so it had nothing and nothing.
Check this, sets out the back on the inside. Your new heat leader paddling Ericeira goes to the lead, 4.57 for her previous to last wave. She's got another score to come in too. There's all sorts happening here. She kicks out right behind her. Sally realises her wave's no good, sees where Nadia is, kicks out too because she wants priority. It's going to be crucial. Well, she doesn't hang with the priority very long. Okay, she'll go again now, probably do exactly the same thing. I think Nadia's still some way inside, 5 or 10 yards further up on the reef. So Sal, without too much of a hurried pace, she looks pretty composed, heading her way back out. Another score to come in for Nadia. She's got 2 waves in quick succession. Was the second one better?
I think the second wave was better, yeah. I think she connected with more sort of steeper sections. The first wave with 4.57, she just managed to sort of miss that first bit. So she surfed well, but, you know, and as you said, washed it off. That's the best case scenario. You get a wave, didn't quite surf as well, and then a set comes through immediately.
We're getting a good pulse here, Monday. 7 on the clock. Judges taking their time for a number with Aristabe, which tends to make you think it's going to be at least close to the requirement of improving her overall total. Her total's got her in the lead right now. Sally Fitzgibbons has priority. Nadia will be awarded second priority quite soon. But Sally's requirement at the moment, prior to another score for Nadia, 5.88, and that is not a big number for a surfer of her skill level. But in the context of the heat, the sort of energy she's been able to generate, that's going to be a tough ask. It's been an entertaining heat from the beginning. Let's check the recap as we kicked off the round of 16 for the women with our leader on the Challenger Series. But it was Nadia Aristabe, the Basque, who came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been exactly the game plan. Get out there, get priority, get the first wave and make it count. And she did all those 3 things with a 6.5. And that's been basically the platform for her current advantage. And she never really surrendered it. Sally had a slow start, and then during the middle part of the heat, started picking off these smaller ones and started getting a little bit more action. She got a couple of 5s, and this wave here got her back in the game, but it was never quite as radical or as dynamic as that first wave of Nadia's, and it meant she was always chasing that 6.5, really, if she wanted to get above her opponent. And she fought hard. She's still fighting hard, and she's still got time, but hasn't been able to get those, you know, the better waves. Aristabe, better wave selection, and that's enabled her to get some better scores. Very similar, lots of these ones from Sal. You see she's surfing well. She's got that forehand wrap. It's a bit of a trademark. And then she's just kicking the fins out there as well. So you can tell that the surfing's on point. But the Basque surfer just has out wave selected her really, and she's made it count crucially, which is no small task given the pressure, given that you're up against one of the greats of women's surfing. And here she goes with this wave, which came in at a 5.37, pretty sure. So this is a second scoring wave, and suddenly as she comes in through the corner, 4 or 5 turns, another one, and she's going to get a last one in. So Aristabe has got a 6.5, a 5.37. More than that, she's got first place right now with less than 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Shiko and Joe have been talking about the advantage sometimes of being on your backhand, possibly identifying today as one of those days, the steepness of the maneuver. That's what Aristabe's shown us here, and turning the screw and put Sally in a bit of a situation right now. 6.67, the number for Sally, and it seems like quite an evenly poised matchup up until that point where Sally went early and got a small wave. We were kind of wondering what she was seeing, and Aristabe crucially made her pay. Got a couple of scores, actually 2 waves, and it just set this priority rotation up. This was during the recap. Here's a hard paddle from Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, so again, similar looking wave to her last 2, chasing a high 6, and it's not going to be that. So uncharacteristics from Sally not to be a little bit more patient. That's handed over priority. And that's a mistake from a surf that doesn't make many.
Massive opportunity here for Nadia now. She's got priority. She's got actually a pretty hefty lead. Sally's going to need to find somehow in just over 3 minutes and 40 seconds the best wave of the heat. And she's going to have to do it with the very well-drilled attentions of Aristabe, who knows exactly where she wants to be in relation to her opponent when she's got priority and a lead at the end of a heat. And we have been talking about that story of the Basque Country surfers, that talent pool that's got a new generation of talent both on the men's side and the women's side. And the training programs available up there, the surfers, things they can draw upon. They're all coming together for some solid performances regionally on the QS, also now on the Challenger Series. And you think about the ease that they can get down here to Portugal, for example, as well, and train down here in winter. It's a bit colder up there in Biscay. Always a bit more winter sunshine available down here. And of course, you can train at an event that's got a Challenger Series wave, build up your experience. It will help you feel familiar, and that's going to be huge, particularly when you're coming up against one of the best in the world.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Europe is that you're an 8-hour drive away from a whole different set of conditions, more sun, cool, warmer water. The best surface too. It's so ingrained in that culture up there. All those little fishing towns right on the coast. There's incredible waves, ranging from like 30-foot right-hand point breaks to great beaches. There's kind of seafaring history, and the surfers just get taken in, and then they've got backing from the government. They've got great network of legends that support mentors, and the whole combination has meant that there's these great talent pool like Nadia, but she's just the tip of the iceberg, and I can't wait to see one of them just get on the CT and really make a difference. It can't be long, surely.
2 minutes on the clock. There isn't long for Sally Fitzgibbons if scoreline stay as they are, and this would be something of an upset if she's eliminated here. The leader on the Challenger Series, just a reminder of her results this season: 3rd, 2nd, 5th, 2nd. She's been unbelievable Monday, made finals day every event. Her worst result, a 5th, and making a couple of finals as well in Sydney and also at the US Open. She has been so good since falling off tour back in Western Australia, and coming to the Challenger Series and really just kind of setting the standard for how to do it. But right now, she is on the wrong side of a number to the tune of 667. Ericeira will use the priority here. Decent looking wave, little click back into the juice. And Ericeira eyeing up something. Big hit from her. She'll fall. So an opportunity now for Sal. She's got a minute. Oh, waves out the back, Monday. We love it. Look at this, setting up for a dramatic finish. Ericeira will not be liking the sight of this energy heading in. She might have time to get a wave of her own. Let's see where Sally goes. She's identified here her requirement, 667. Fitzgibbons, #1 on the Challenger Series, a meaty section. Releases the tail. It'll get soft here though, and she'll have to just try and stay with this. One good turn out the back now. A little runner section for Sal. Another nice stinging snap from her. Releasing the tail, plenty of spray, hooks it back to the pocket. Goes through the gears again, looking for speed, looking to build up, looking for some steepness. Another snap off the rail, going all the way back to the pocket, and again opening up. Fitzgibbons, by far her best wave in terms of the magnitude of the wave, the energy on it. Is it the number she needs? Well, hold the phone. Here goes Ericeira. So she made sure she got herself a wave. We just picked up the end of it there, and what an exchange at the end of an entertaining heat.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, we talked about Sally backing herself. This was the wave, the last wave I think Nadia got just after Sally had caught hers. We'll go there first. Nice first turn. Second two is strong, trying to improve her own score of 537. Not sure it's got quite the sort of vertical surfing that she's had on her other two waves. Well surfed though, so it could improve a score. We'll see how that comes in. But it's all about Fitzgibbons. We talked about backing herself, about making right decisions, and here goes. The biggest wave of the heat. You could hear her mind worrying. First turn's important. She knew it. She didn't play it safe. She clicked off that first turn out the back. And then here was just about connecting the dots. And she connected it pretty well. Just S-turns. I said that section here was a bit to deal with, but she was always going to get through it. And here she goes. Still in her mind, knowing that she needed a high 6, and then wraps around, and another one on the inside. And we're just going to see what the judges think. She liked it, a little fist pump. I mean, it's classic Fitzgibbons. 30 seconds on the clock, biggest set of the day. Sold her opponent the wave before. It's just a matter of whether she's done enough to get this 6.67 at the moment.
Yeah, well, we talked about the experience she's got, and she knows it's not over till the very end of the heat. And that opportunity coming to her, and she has the composure to surf really well. Multiple maneuvers linked together. Just one question mark: how many of those turns were in the lip, and how many were on the face, Ben? If you think about going up towards that very good range.
Yeah, there was a lot.
That was that one that we saw then, just in super slow mo. But other than that, quite a lot of stuff lateral.
Yeah, a lot of lateral turns, and that first one it's kind of really important, obviously, that first turn, because it was a big section out the back and she went for it. It wasn't crazy, but it was really strong and powerful and had a lot of spray. And then it was all about trying to back it up. But yeah, it's a big number. It's a 6.67, well, but she got the biggest wave of the heat.
Yeah, numbers are coming in. She's going to get it by some margin, so judges like it. And it's a 7-6, so she gets it by some measure. And Nadia Ericeira will be absolutely gutted. And you have to say, well done to Sally, a clutch surfer, a clutch performer, and back against the wall. We mentioned it in the heat. You challenge Sally, she will rise to the challenge. That's exactly what she's done there, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to feel for Ericeira. I mean, if it's any consolation, Sally Fitzgibbons has done that to hundreds of surfers over her course of her career. That's not going to actually be of much assistance to Nadia right now. She kind of had it in her grasp, and she went the wrong wave. It's those little marginal decisions that can go against you. And if there's one person that's going to capitalise on the tiny, tiny little error, it's that woman there. And she's turned it around in the last seconds with a massive number. So that's class, that's talent, and that's experience. And no wonder she's smiling. Yeah, thumbs up, Sal. But on the flip side of that coin, you know, Paul, and we talked about she's missed a few events. She's been in great form. That potential heat, get through that was a game changer.
She'll grow from here. She has a steep learning curve. Should be upset right now. She'll be back. Don't worry about that. Well done to Sally Fitzgibbons, your ratings leader. Another cracker of a heat. Luana Silva, Danielis Rosa's coming up. Stay tuned.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
We want to hear from you and all the amazing things you're doing to protect our one precious ocean. Record yourself doing a sustainable action, big or small. We want to see it. Post your video to your socials, tag at WSL and WSL1Ocean, and use the hashtag WSL1Ocean and speak up for the ocean. Ben, you happy with your contribution for the ocean? Could you do more?
I could do more for sure, Paul. I think we all could do more, and that's a great initiative where you can post up what you're doing, no matter how big, no matter how small, and also go on there and see what else is going on, get some ideas, get some motivation, and see what we can do to protect our beautiful one ocean. So yeah, I can do more. I'm going to think about it, what I can do. I'm going to post up, and I'm going to get involved, Paul.
All right, let's set the heat and check out two incredible surfers who've been impressive in this event. Names like Luana Silva, very impressive in this event in results past as well. Think about that one final she surfed against Gabriella Bryan. It was one of the best heats I think we've ever seen out here, Ben. We've been doing this event for a little while. That thing was absolutely mad with the scores going down, the kind of surfing we saw. Also, Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian, such a smooth surfer. You really feel her style matches this kind of wave. She's light on her feet. She's got amazing flow. She's a really cool character around the event as well. Got great energy about her. I can't wait to see how this matchup pans out. Priority is going to be a lot more significant, as we saw in that last heat, just surfer on surfer action. Man, who do you fancy in this one? Obviously, Luana Silva coming with the more CT experience and the probably, say, slightly bigger global profile. I don't think Daniela Rosas will mind that, though.
No, not at all. Luana, yeah, I mean, she's sitting on 7th on the Challenger Series rankings right now, so just outside the bubble. You know, as you've mentioned, she's won here before, so on paper, you'd really back Luana. But yeah, Daniela has surfed well here before. She's on a bit of a roll. She had a really poor start to the Challenger Series. First 3 events, sort of first round knockouts. Got a bit better result in South Africa. Backed it up with a really strong result there in at Huntington. So she's got form on the board. So it's a bit of a case of you know, a surfer coming into form versus the established Silva. So very, very hard to pick. Similar styles as well, Paul. They've both got real powerful calves on their forehand. Both pretty tactically smart. So, yeah, it's going to be a very, very tight match, I reckon.
Also, talking about that mental strength and the resilience, when you get to extended lulls, much more sort of questions about priority rather than that rapid rotation of the 4 surfer heats. Those questions certainly come into play, as we'll check out just a little bit of ruffle out of the northwest. Typical wind here on a sunny day. It is really warm. I mean, this is a pretty warm part of the Atlantic coast in Europe, but unseasonably warm right now. Feels like summer. Summer-sized crowd on the beach as well for a national holiday in Portugal. Not just the one Monday. We've got a day off tomorrow as well in Portugal.
Yeah, well, the government was like, well,
4-day weekend.
You got your Thursday off. I mean, look, we're not animals. We're not going to let you, you know, go back to work on Friday. That'd be madness. And they should take the Friday off as well.
Love it.
They knew the events were on. They knew the surfers are in town. Like, so yeah, let's crack on and have some fun.
Shape it up for a brilliant finals weekend here on the Challenger Series. This event has become an absolute fixture, sort of in the social calendar here in this part of the world as well. We're less than an hour from the capital of Lisbon and all the cool stuff that happens up there. And a lot of people heading to this beach. And if they do, tides will be one of the things they encounter. What are we looking at? We're just past the low here, Monday, about an hour and a half past.
Yeah, the low has gone at 1:18 p.m. So, you know, yeah, it's 2:30 now local time. We're looking at a spread. That coefficient, or the difference between high and low, has been dropping throughout the course of the week. And here goes Rosas.
Yeah, opening up there with some speed and putting a bit into that turn. I like the way she holds on a rail. That's kind of key to her surfing, is the length of time she holds that rail in transition rather than going flat on the bottom of the board and pumping it. It makes it all look seamlessly joined up. There'll be a number in for Rosas, just a tiny number in for Luana Silva. Must have just had a quick look at something, quick up and down. But Daniela opening up, and that one turn, that'll feel pretty good.
Yeah, a good strong start. We saw that. What are you, Paul? You type a high tide kind of a guy or a low tide kind of a guy? Where would you put yourself on? Yeah, there's one big turn here. There's the money from Daniela. Nice sort of click off the top. Holds that rail, engages it, and then looks out for more action. Meanwhile, Silva's right behind her, taking off as well. So Luana, Brazilian heritage, but raised in Hawaii. Kind of some of the best combination of surfing cultures right there. And really, really talented. So I've had a taste of the CT. Obviously wants it back. She's got so much natural ability. It seems once she gets the competitive side absolutely nailed it, it won't be a problem.
Not a huge number for Rosa, so 3.5 for her. Your question was about high or low tide. I'm going to go with mid, mate.
You're a mid tide?
Yeah, mid tide kind of a guy.
Really? Yeah, you.
That's the best time of the tide for Ribeira Dillas.
Kind of play it safe a bit
which
there.
Which is a big factor for me.
Middle of the road kind of a guy.
Yeah, I'll go with that. 26 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this heat's 35-minute clocks in this round of 16 for the women. So we just brought the heat time down a touch from what we just witnessed with the men, where of course we had 4 surfers out in the water going at it. So Trav Logie's extending out to 40 for the 4-man heats. We've wrapped that round, and we're impressed by the surfer on surfer action. We're always, as ever, impressed by Sally Fitzgibbons leading the challenger and still going in Ericeira. Let's go and hear from her.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Sally Fitzgibbons. What an amazing heat. What goes through your mind when there's 30 seconds to go and you need a score?
I guess that's why we play the game. That's why we show up to do this sport. And after all these years, you still have all the adrenaline, all the nerves. And looking at that, that was, you know, you're so proud of yourself for believing that you can turn the heat. With one more shot, you can turn the heat. And that's, no matter what mistakes you make, you get back up and I'm like, what can I do now to better my situation? And just seeing that set come in, and the set before actually, you know, looked about that size, and there was 4 of them, and that all 4 didn't quite hit the bank. And I'm like, I don't know. And I see this thing, and the butterflies start, and I'm like, nah, not the first one. And then looking at the second one, and I was like, I could wait, but I don't know, bird in the hand, and I just could see a first turn, like a nice big first crack, and then I thought I'd be well on my way after that. So, yeah, that's just so cool to be in that situation. And I felt for Nadia, she did everything right to put herself in the position to win that heat. And I was just telling her then that I've had so many heats over the years, even on tour and up against, you know, the top 10, and they just can flip it in a moment. So, yeah, it's a beautiful sport and also a cruel sport.
You were telling me, how hard is it to identify out of like 4 or 5 waves of the set, the one to take off?
Oh, I think for sure. And in these conditions, they're kind of refracting all funny with a bit of wind swell in it. And you just kind of want that nice even wall to it, similar to, I guess, what Snapper looked like for us this year. And so I didn't try and overthink it, kept it pretty simple, and knew that I had to lean on, yeah, like my best surfing on that last ride. I couldn't kind of safety surf. Needed quite a healthy score and to turn the heat. So, yeah, it's really cool to bring out your best surfing in those moments.
You want to send a quick message back home?
Oh, 100%. It's pretty late at home, and I know a few guys are up with a cup of tea, and I felt all your energy, guys, all those cheers and sleepless nights, especially my mum back home on the couch. And you can't see the whole situation, so I know it makes you nervous, and that's so cool to know you're watching. And especially the Portuguese crew on the beach. I have some really dear friends that have come down, and especially my little caddy, Carolina. And, you know, you come in on the beach, and they're all cheering and, yeah, really supporting me, so it felt pretty magic.
What a performance. Good luck for the next round. I know you're happy. Keep the momentum and good luck.
Yeah, stoked for another opportunity, and there should be some great matchups coming up, so stay tuned. It'll be sick.
Back to you, boys.
Cheers, Chico. Great job. Sally Fitz, speaking of sterling work. You just watched during that interview, Luana Silva just ripping down a running right hand. Opportunities kept being provided for her. And her surfing looked a good match for the energy of that wave. She's got a lengthy paddle out to deal with now, but Ben, that paddle out always feels a bit easier, feels a bit more like a downhill paddle when you've done some good surfing.
Yeah, well, you've got the score to look forward to, which is something that helps because she surfed this really well, Silva. She's had a consistent year. You know, she's got a couple of 5ths and a 9th, hasn't cracked that semi-final mark. So this event here is super important. And yeah, you're right. When you start picking a couple of nice waves, linking your turns, feeling good about it, that paddle out is just a little bit easier and not so treacly. And she's right in the mix with a 4.83 for that last wave.
So Luana Silva with that long paddle. By the time she gets to the lineup, she'll be greeted by Daniela Rosas, who got a 4.07 prior to that. So of that exchange during the interview was the Brazilian Silva, played over half a point, getting the advantage and wasting very little time on her way back out, just to spin and have a go, a speculative attempt. Quickly realizing that one not the one. We are getting up to the good stage of time. We had a real pulse here yesterday. Leandro Dora is coaching Luana Silva alongside Mateus Herdy, keeping a beady eye on things. Talking about good energy around an event. Leandro Dora is one of the most stoked people you'll ever meet. Always got time and always polite and upbeat and happy. I think, yeah, I can see why he's a big success as a coach.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's been so successful with so many different servers and also so many different characters, because he just rides it all out with real positive warmth. Not afraid to say what he thinks at the right time as well, because you have to be. But yeah, he's just a good guy to have around, and they all trust him. They all really like him, and he's a good man to have in your corner.
21 minutes and 40 on the clock here. Plenty of time for this one to fire up. It's exactly what happened in the last round. The scores just built and built in terms of the magnitude. The surfer's got more opportunity with priority. Just a better read on the bank as well. A quick look at that tide graphic before a mid-tide coming in is when our local experts here in Portugal low to mid, essentially. It's what we're at right now, an hour after the low, so hoping to see more opportunities. A big set at the end of Sally's heat. She mentioned it, sometimes that connection that may or may not come. You've just got to back yourself and assume it will. And surfers able to take those opportunities, make their own luck, take the chances.
It was good to go through that decision-making process, and there was 4 or 5 waves coming in. She weighing up, you know, a bird in the hand, as you said, so having something that's right there and not having to think about it versus waiting. She went, and then she identified that first big section, and she put those two, you know, did the quick calculation in a split second, and took off and made it count. So, you know, there's a lot goes into those decisions, and a lot under pressure. And she said she felt the nerves, but she ignored them, and come up with incredible performance. So, yeah, that's what you got to do.
A quick reminder of her situation. 3rd or better guarantees her CT status in 2024. Doesn't necessarily mean she'll need to go all that way. There are other permutations, things that could happen, but that's what we know for sure. A 3rd place will do it, give her a significant numerical advantage, and that qualification will be sewed up. She's a step closer to that out of the round of 16. She's in the quarterfinals. 3rd place is semi-finals. So according to my calculations, Ben, she's 1 heat away.
She's 1 heat away from absolutely being, you know, for sure a lock on the CT for next year. So yeah, she's inching very, very close. And if she can do it here in Portugal, as you said, with all, you know, some dear friends from that she's accumulated over the years, coming to this place for the best part of 15 years, and then yeah, she'll be absolutely over the moon.
The other thing about our Challenger Series format and our timetable this year, exactly where we are, you're finishing up. If you get your qualification done here, if you're the likes of Cole Houshman, you already got it done. Jacob Willcox, great. But even heading to Saquarema next week, still got a few months run up. So a good bit of off season, particularly if you're a rookie, a chance to really work on exactly what you want to bring to your surfing for next year. So we check out Bronte Macaulay, also going really well, 5th on the rankings, real close. And yet she will not be feeling safe with surfers breathing down the necks like young Bella Kenworthy, who's 13th herself. Bella, an incredible surfer, part of that youth energy movement, and bringing the progressive surfing. And she's also a really good competitor. Bella taking on Bronte, that'll be a really, really cool one. See how that goes down out here, but we've still got plenty left to go. Just under 19 minutes. Rosas doesn't like it, keeps the priority. Silva will say, all right then, let's have a look. Opens up with a little sliding snap out the back, and then with the speed into the lip. It's nice and crisp and precise. And you've got a little runner section here. Silva still going. Again, off the bottom, really nice snap. And she's light on her feet. It's stylish, it's polished. She's not forcing the issue. And the Brazilian squad appreciating that. Luana Silva from under the priority of the Peruvian Rosas. Only needs a small number to move up to 7-4 to go to first. Not serving towards that score, just trying to improve the 4.83. Let's have another look, Ben.
Yeah, it's not what you want to hear when you're out the back and you let a wave go. You hear the crowds cheering from the beach, and that's why they were cheering. Luana, just without priority, managed to fang down the line. She's got such a nice style, and that was a bit more aggressive turn, a bit more risk, and then she waited to just get down to the iron and finished off. So given the fact that it was not with priority, she'll be really happy she managed to snavel that. And there's that nice turn, fin release, bit of spray, good style, and that's going to be a good number. And that's going to make Daniela's job even more difficult. 17 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. But yeah, that's great competitive surfing and just awesome surfing in general.
Yeah, it goes to the lead with that 6. We mentioned good memory she'll have from this wave. Surfed an amazing final here with Gabriella Bryant. An all excellent final. Luana Silva got the 9.8 in that one. So memories are going right up in the scale. But all the scores that counted were excellent, 8s or better in that one. The wave you just witnessed, that was a 6-point ride, and that's solid. And Rosas, what's she thinking now, Mandy?
Well, I mean, she's kind of washed that off. That was a mistake. She let that wave go, and her opponent has capitalised with a solid number. So it's all about just saying, right, reset. I've still got priority. Let's make this next wave count.
We're through to surfer-on-surfer action of the round of 16 right now. It's Luana Silva with the lead over Daniela Rosas. More live action from beautiful Ericeira, Portugal, real soon. Dill has an unbelievable final for the women, and it was this woman, Luana Silva, just surfed this wave absolutely brilliant. The heat totals were mad as she took on Gabby Bryan, and it was a heat really that cemented them both for participation on the championship tour. Went all the way to win that event Monday. We called that final. She got the 9-8. She also had an 8. Gabby Bryan had 2 8s in her scoreline too. Unbelievable scenes here.
Yeah, great story. They were travelling together. They'd been training together. Both their mums were hanging out. So it was this kind of mix where they were mates, but then they just pushed each other and pushed each other. The swell was pumping. Yeah, it was one of the best finals I've called in a long time. So yeah, we'll forever etched in the memory. And she likes this wave, and she's got a nice little lead at the moment.
Going all right in this one, 14 on the clock. Nothing significant to update you with scoreboard-wise. That's 6 from Silva, from under Rosa's priority, which will still be stinging, you feel. For Daniela, a touch. Her requirement, though, it's certainly not beyond 6.76 at the moment, and still enough time to get 2 waves. Something's piqued her interest here. She'll take this one towards the top of the reef here, and just a little look around. That one will be pretty soft and not offer loads of energy. This one might double up though. She's just waiting patiently and realizing it won't, and that will just start now maybe to nag in her mind a little bit more when you've made a couple of missteps, possibly missed opportunities. You've made decisions that could kind of gone either way and they've gone against you. After a prolonged period in the line of priority, Ben, that'll start to loom in your mind, or will it?
Yeah, I think it will. I mean, it's hard not to. You know, well, I guess it's Danielle just checking a clock there. You know, you've got the time pressures. You've got your opponent sitting really, really
yeah, I mean,
close
does she need to sit that close? Was my next question.
No, it's a pretty Brazilian move, just to get right on your grill, get some pressure on. You know, it's smart. You know, surfing, all the little things, the little marginal gains you can try and do, unsettle your opponent. And Rosa's knows the last wave was kind of handed to her. She's just got her back. You know, trust the process. And she knows the waves that work on this reef. She's got priority. Doesn't need a huge number. So yeah, she's trying to stay calm, but it's easier said than done.
Luana Silva sitting there, also scanning that horizon, and waiting to see how she can go and improve as well, because we know she's got loads more left in the tank. That's 6, really a little bit of notice of some of her weaponry on the forehand, but she's got much bigger turns than that. Don't worry about that. She gets a solid set wave in. She will look to unleash on it. Already had some experience on the championship tour once more. There are not many places up for grabs at all. Just 5 from the challengers for the women. Silva will just peak a slight amount of interest there. Has a little look at Rosas, who's very much unmoved, Wendy.
Yeah, she's pretty chilled right now. Well, externally at least. She's on the button. She's got that P next to her name. South American. You know, as we said last year, a bit of a breakthrough performance here. So really, she came in and actually did a few interviews in the booth with us as well. Really smart and articulate. Really knows the sport inside out. Just trying to make her way and reach her dreams. And she knows getting through this, you know, heat. She's up against the 7th person on the rankings. She's way down in 24th, 23rd, but it's been on a bit of a roll. So it's all very important. And she's just waiting for a set. She might get 1, she might get 2, but the next one, your sense is the all-important decision she's got to make. She's got to make this next wave count.
Yeah, already on her way to a result here, though. I tell you what, if she were to make this heat and go deep into the event, she would jump significantly up the ratings. All of that to play out over the next few days here in Portugal. Crunch time of the season on the Challenger Series. This venue is used to playing this role, just chiefly from the time of year we hold the event here, just the way it falls on the calendar in October. Prime season in Europe is when we've got winter strength swells quite often in the water, and still with summery conditions. The offshores like to blow as well this time of year. And just checking out what's coming up on World Surf League. Original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. That's the finals for the world title for the longboards, October 3rd to 13th. And that's this weekend. We will be on this weekend with that event. So you want to see brilliant longboarders duke it out for a world title at Malibu, an iconic longboard wave, the Original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. That's happening this weekend. Also on the Challengers, we're here right now in the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro 14th to 21st, Karoma Sakarema Pro, back in that beautiful part of the world. And then, of course, Monday, November 1st, something that's special in your heart, mine too. Big wave season kicks off. Nazare PR Heat.
Yeah, exactly. 2 massive events. The Nazare Tow Challenge just up the coast here. Didn't get a chance to run it last year, just to a variety of factors. Mainly just didn't get quite the epic conditions that we need to run those events. It's a logistical nightmare, but it's when the payoff comes, it's enormous. And yeah, I can't wait to see Nazare this year. Giant waves, the world's best big wave surfers ripping it apart in a one day only sort of high octane, high action surfing. So yeah, bring it on. I'm really looking forward to that big wave season.
Speaking of bring it on, this is the wave Rosas has waited very patiently for. Now, what can she do from behind over a section? And dealing with the foamy stuff, doing okay so far, but she really needs this one to steep it up. There's a big committed wrapping turn and a little boil. It should get a little steeper in here. She'll lose a bit of size off the wave and crucially loses forward momentum, not the wave she was after Monday.
No, well, we talked about how important it was that she made this next wave count. And unfortunately, having waited probably a good 15 minutes at least.
That's Sawyer there watching on, and you could sort of read from the expression on her face that that's probably not going to be a very good score.
No, not at all. They know each other, they train together, and they're good mates. And yeah, well, she pulled the trigger, and then just waiting to get something to happen. That turn there, I think, is where it all started to go a little bit wrong. She missed that section, and she was caught in a bit of these cutback kind of situation where there was no forward momentum, as you said, and then that section just died out, so didn't really get any of the power or the rail work that she's known for in. And so, yeah, needing a 6.76, it's not going to be that. And she's now, if you think Luana was sitting close to it before without priority, now she's going to be all over her like a rush. So, yeah, she's up against it. Although, as we've seen in that last heat with Sally, anything's possible.
Anything's possible. 6.76 is a gettable score, but a couple of mistakes. The first of them letting Luana Silva go on a wave that she turned into the high score of the heat, the 6, and then having waited priority for so long, using it on a wave that only scored a 3 that didn't go in her top 2. So a couple of errors for Rosa to deal with. The good news is she's still got 7.5 minutes. The bad news is priority is with that woman who's just come in the shot, Luana Silva, who's keeping a very, very watchful eye on things. Let's check out the story of how this one's gone down. Our second heat of the round of 16 for the women. Early work from Daniela Rosas looked promising.
Yeah, she started off really well. Had a 4.07 and seemed to be connecting well with the wave and with the board. Confident. I thought, okay, it's a great start. Just what she would have wanted. Just some of those waves not having the end points, but Silva fought back pretty quickly and then just started opening up her wings, throwing a bit of spray, and crucially got one wave, a 6-point ride under her opponent's nose, just rubbing a bit of salt into the wounds. But, you know, it's one thing getting the waves, another thing doing really positive, smooth surfing. And Luana's got, I think, one of the greatest styles of this next generation coming through. She mixes up airs with turns. She's got the power. She's really comfortable in big waves and small, so she's a really complete surfer. And once she starts getting her confidence, yeah, big numbers tend to drop. So Luana just holding a significant advantage. And see turns like that where she just jams a little bit harder, a bit more flair, and got a sort of a pretty solid heat total and a heat lead at the moment.
All right, picking up live action here, Rosas. Nice section, good hit from her. Really strong finish. She liked it as well. Going all the way from the bottom up into the lip. There's a squad watching on. Rosas all the way down on the inside as a number to come in for Silva, which will just be a throwaway, actually. If it's just, yeah, it is. So just a small throw for Luana. She didn't use her priority to great effect. And now, let's see if the pendulum swings here Monday. 6.76 the requirement. Let's pick it up.
Yeah, it's all about this turns at the back, which we haven't seen yet. So here she goes. There's a nice little carve. And then back to the source, trying to get some steeper face. There's a bit of carve where she just gets a little bit sticky, but now she starts to motor the inside section. That's a good section, a lip hit, but it was only really that last turn that had any sort of real dynamism or flair, and needing a high 6. She's obviously going to improve the current situation. Just not sure it's going to be enough to take the lead, but she's back in the game for sure.
Yeah, it's going to feel a lot better either way, whether she gets that high 6 or not. She's certainly going to get that wave in her top 2. 5.77 in, and because she improves her high score, she brings the requirement down. We're game on here, under 5 minutes. She only needs a 5.07 now. Waves out the back for the heat leader, Silva. It's not a massive lead. Here she goes, off the bottom, a steep wall, really nice. Vicious hit from her. Gets loads of the board through the lip and a quick tag, and then down the line loads up. Carving snap in the pocket. Again, straight off the bottom. It's seamless. Little dip on the tail as she releases it. And again, just making sure she stays with the juice here. Will she get a run up through this part of the reef? She will. Little section stands up, and again, using the variation, a different snap from her once more. Really well surf waves. Wow, Luana Silva doesn't get that finish. It's dry reef in there, but what a way to link your turns together.
Yeah, I think she may have just sealed her passage up onto the round of 8, the quarterfinals. Biggest wave of the heat so far, and just the whole way, especially from the very first turn, she was just on point.
Look how tired she is, Matt. Just goes to show how much it takes out of you. These are elite athletes, and she is puffing on the inside there.
Yeah, exactly. And this first turn, we haven't seen many of those out the back where she hits the lip. And then even that turn had a bit of risk because she went up in the lip on that little section. And then, you know, all this is still really smooth surfing, quite lateral, but easy on the eye. And then down the end of the line, because this wave was significantly bigger than all the other ones caught during the heat, it just had this section. And then once Silva starts to warm up, she really puts on the gas here. That's 2 turns inside. There's a third. And
Sally got in the 7s, didn't she?
Yeah, I think that's going to go north of that, just because it had the section out the back and the section on the inside, and she linked both of them very well. So yeah, Luana, previous heat winner, and a bit of real estate to gobble up on that leaderboard now. We've seen a few girls above her just opt out already, so she knows a couple more heats, she'll be up into that cut line, and she's surfing like she deserves to be on the CT for me. I think she's a real talent.
So many maneuvers packed into that wave, and the board is literally on the reef down here. The commitment is on point. Just love the way she attacks, and she does it in a way where she's so poised in between the turns. You never really know what's coming next. She doesn't seem to telegraph what kind of turn she's going to do. Some surfers you feel, okay, this is going to be the swooping cutback. This one, she's going to flick it up in the lip. You sort of never really know exactly what's coming next. But when she does it, it's so smooth and seamlessly linked. Love it. Really, really well surfed. She'll turn the screw here, and Rosas will be in a spot of bother. She'll still have 2 minutes and priority, but her number is going to be, well, an order of a 7 or an 8, something like that she'll need. Well, the Peruvian, we're waiting for a couple of judges to lock in under that 2 minutes. And Rosas has really not got to think about the score. She's got to keep dialed on the ocean and try and find an opportunity, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. She doesn't know the scorers yet. I think when it comes in, she's going to need a really big score herself. She's going to need a wave sort of that equivalent or better.
Ooh, set stacking up. Check this out the back.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what happened last heat. Oof. And there's a lot of lines coming in. Rosas is out the back. She might just get her requirement, and it might even actually be, yeah.
7.17 in for Silva. The requirement 7.4. Daniela Rosas. She has got 80 seconds to find that. And she will try and pick the best out of this set, see where it puts her. She needs to go away. She needs to get something here. It's all about making a decision about what's in front of her. Good chance Silva might just try and get on a wave. Let's see. A final minute here, and it looked like we had a set from our previous shot, and all of a sudden
we got excited, didn't we? It stacked up, and it happens sometimes with those bigger waves just fade wide.
She's heading out to sea here. Meanwhile, Silva on the inside, up and swinging, leading the heat by some margin here. She's put serious pressure on the Peruvian Rosas by virtue of her last wave and the way she surfed it, swinging on the inside. Throw in plenty of spray, quick combo for her. That'll be, you would have thought, her last wave with 30 on the clock. She checks the watch and realizes she's in a pretty good spot in the heat. However, we did see some energy. Where is Daniela Rosas? Luana Silva, nevertheless, will try and make her way back out and just see if she can be significant. All right, here we go. Big wave here for Rosas, big section. She beats it, goes over it and comes around, looking for 7.4. And she's just trying to stay in contention here with the wave. Little snap, quick one for her. Now she needs to get going. Into the lip, setting up. She'll cut back down and swoop now. And this wave has got quite a bit of bump on the face. Now it'll stand up for her. It's all a bit lateral thus far. Again, just clipping down, but not loads in these maneuvers. That was nicer. Squeezes a bit more spray. And again, a slightly skiddy snap. Wasn't super convincing. Money, did we see a 7-4 there?
I don't think we did. I mean, it was a big wave. She had to sort of race it down that line, that first whole section. We saw with Sally's wave in the last heat and Luana's 7.17, this one, that first turn was pretty important. And I just don't think she got that really big first turn that was going to matter. Here she goes. Because that floater, she had to fang down the line so much, she couldn't get the fins out or throw an element of risk. And then all this sort of time here was misplaced. And here she goes. A nice little crack there. But you mentioned, Paul, it was a bit lateral and didn't have that flow or that speed, really, that of Luana's 7.17. So I just don't think she's going to crack that big number. But I'll tell you what, 4 all the way. You know, a good decision, surfed hard, made the judges think, so really impressive from Daniela. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, unfortunately. And you can tell by body language herself that she probably thinks the same.
She's back on the beach now. Daniela Rosas waiting for the judges to assign her a number. 7.4 was the requirement. You compare that to Luana Silva's wave. Was it better than the 7.17? We're not sure it was. Judges will let us know shortly, but it's still nevertheless nervous moments for the likes of Luana Silva, who will be waiting, very keen to find out what this number is. Daniela Rosas back on the sand here in Ericeira on a sunny afternoon. That tide now swirling back up the reef, filling in some of the gaps. We're getting those runners. We're getting waves with multiple maneuver sections. And a long wave ridden at the end of that heat by Daniela Rosas. And the score's out. Big smile for Luana Silva. She got it done. Surfed really well there. Unlucky to Daniela. And then just didn't really find the waves. Didn't really find the sections out there. Luana Silva got herself the 2 best waves and executed exactly what a game plan would want it to be. Very well done. She'll move through into quarter-finals. And that'll wrap up another entertaining match-up in the round of 16 for the women. Coming up next heat, another great-looking match. Bronte McCauley will take on Bella Kenworthy. We'll bring in Philippe Jervis for the call. More live action from Ericeira right after this.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals is the whole year, and you just jam it together.
It's so hard to put in a word what did it take for me to be here right now.
And it makes for one of the most exciting days to competitive surfing.
Here we are again.
The best surfers on the planet heading out to one of the world's greatest waves. Let's go!
It's like he's angry at lower trestles. There you go, San Clemente. Let him hear it. Florida, baby!
This is what an entire season has wind down to.
WSL presents the Rip Curl WSL Final. What a show that was. Check out wildsurfing.com for that, as we'll revisit the drama of the title deciding matchups. Meanwhile, we are straight into Surfer on Surfer actions. It's heat number 3. We're checking out Bella Kenworthy, the American, the young up-and-comer, nipping at the heels of the highly rated Western Australian Goofy Foot, Bronte McCauley. I'm Paul Evans, joined by another of those, Felicity Parmentier. Hey, Flick.
Hello.
How you going?
I'm going good. I just saw my break, had a little bit of lunch.
You look rested, mate.
Might have had a little bit of a siesta.
Jervis, how you feeling, mate? There's still some ways out there. It was a smaller day today, but do you know what? Ribeira's providing some opportunities.
Yeah, the time turning around, there's always that little bit of a push. We saw that yesterday, and actually I was on the competitors area, and I just saw some sets, so there's still opportunities out there. It's not incredibly good, but it's still fun. It's rippable, it's compatible.
In terms of this matchup here, Flick, how are you liking this, seeing Bella Kenworthy, who's part of that movement of surfers with the X Factor and the progression, and then of course Bronte McCauley, we know all about how good she is.
Ooh, look, obviously on paper you've got to be saying, okay, Bronte's got the advantage here, but Bella's been having some good performances throughout this year on the Challenger Series, and she's someone who's really surprised me. I feel like, you know, you look to that Kenworthy family, there's a lot of those Grommies there in that clan, and I've always sort of considered her still a Grommet, but then this year she's kind of just had a couple of good results, and now I'm like, okay, she's giving it a nudge on the Challenger Series and sort of coming out of that, graduating the Grom era and coming into her Challenger Series era. So, yeah, on paper, Bronte, however, I've liked what I've seen from Bella this year, so this is actually a replay of a wave that happened during that break. So smaller wave here, but getting things started for Bella. Just a nice wrapping carve there. Taking it through to the inside. You can see there's a little bit of texture on the water out there. That wind maybe kicking up slightly a little bit more, but just making the most of it, and throws the fins there for a finish.
How significant for this next generation do we feel the Caitlin Simmons effect might be? Just showing the way that, you know what, it doesn't matter if you don't have the experience, you can take on the best of the world and actually beat them.
Oh, man, wow. I mean, what can't you say about Katie Simmons? She had one of the most amazing years this year. So we look out the back, Bronte.
Yeah, here goes Bronte on the tools, straight into it, keeping that board alive and looking to load up and hit this section with a bit of fizz. Brings it in, fades it down into the bowl, looking for steepness, just wants to stay with this, doesn't want to get caught high. She'll do well to get on the inside bowl here. Just keep working that board. And again, multiple maneuvers from her on a smaller wave. She's covered a lot of ground and gets a finish as well. So the 417 was in for Bella Kenworthy. How do we think that might compare?
For me, I think obviously Bella had that, you know, exclamation mark at the end of her wave, really ditching the fins on that last maneuver. However, Bronte, obviously a bit more length of ride. There are a couple of nice moments there. It looks like to me that she's actually changed up her equipment. Sort of looks like she's on an epoxy board there. So maybe with just conditions and that wind and smaller waves, yeah, equipment change. But Bella out the back looking like possibly having a sniff around.
Kenworthy looks interested here. She's put herself out to sea in position. This one won't come through. In the meantime, someone that did find some waves out the back, surfed them really well. Won the last heat. Luana Silva is standing by for a chat with Joanna.
That is right, and you're in the quarterfinals against the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons. How's that going to be? What's your opinion on that matchup?
I think that it'll be a super fun matchup. Sally's always hard coming up against her, and she always brings the best out of you, and I think I'll have to bring the best out of her, and I think it'll be a fun one.
And did you watch the heat before? Can you compare your heat and her heat and think that something to do to improve?
I only compared wave-wise before my heat. I think that first heat had a lot more waves and opportunity, and in my heat it was a little slow, and then I knew at the end of the heat there would be a set or maybe not. I don't know. It was really hard out there, but I'm really happy to make it.
So how do you control that anticipation to not allow yourself to just catch any waves? How do you control that?
I think with man-on-man, you have to be really selective with your waves, because it's man-on-man. There's enough time to get enough opportunity out there. So yeah, just being selective and being on the best ones is my priority.
Well, what did you see in that 717?
I saw a really good wave. I saw a really good wave for today because there's not a lot out there, and I think I just put my best, and yeah, I'm happy with how it came out.
And now you need to rest those legs, right?
Oh, my legs are tired, yeah. We'll wait till tomorrow.
Well, we can't wait to see you. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Solid performance from Lana Silva and a thorough debrief to boot. Live action here. Kenworthy swooping off the rail. And a nice clean face. Look at the patience. She sets up this snap. And again, it's really well linked up. This is a good section. She arrives at it. Just sort of compresses the body. Lowers herself down to the board. And comes out with enough speed to look for a small, soft inside runner. What she got for us to finish? That, nicely done. So without much energy really in that section, able to liberate the tail a touch. 26 on the clock. Still waiting for the score for last of Bronte. Philippe, what did you see here that you liked from Bella?
Yeah, the timing and the patience, as you said, look at this. She's just waiting for the right moment to attack the leap, and the drive and the reading of the wave. She hits it really strong out there, and she sees that little double up on the inside, and she manages to go there and hit it one more time with a little bit of like fin drift on that one.
The obvious comparison would be to Bronte's wave, and it felt like Bronte was doing a lot to try and keep her board moving. It was constant chatter. She was working the whole time. A lot more flow in this from Bella.
Yeah, definitely, because the wave was a little bit steeper, and it's always easier when the wave has that little wall. Because it felt like Bronte's wave, she was always a little bit behind the section, so you have to work for it, and Bella's wave just kept on providing, and she did really well. The board looks really good as she does one more turn here, just pushing that back foot, drifting the tail a little bit. So yeah, the Bronte scored. Look at this, look at the technique. She hits it kind of late on this one. Unfortunately, we all thought it was going to be the finishing turn, but turns out that the wave just doubled up and allowed her to hit it one more time. As we see the replay of Bronte's wave, I think, or this is her first wave, 4.33 Flick. What do you think of this one?
I just got to echo everything you just said. You know, you can see there's a lot more texture on the face of this wave compared to Bella's. Bella's wave was a lot smoother compared to Bronte, so Bronte just, you can see it here, having to work so much harder just to fit these turns in. For me personally, looking at Bella's, I mean, she just had those clear moments of, yep, that was a good turn. She hit that really nice, she hit that really cleanly. Bronte's so experienced though, and as we see numbers dropping in here for Bella.
Yeah, it's going to be a decent one for her. She'll get an improvement from her first wave for sure, and put a bit of a total on Bronte McCauley. Will have priority in the lineup and loads of time. It's a 5-5, 5-5, so a decent mid-ranger, but by no means out of the grasp of a surfer as accomplished as Bronte McCauley. He's got the 4.33 locked in. She's got priority as well. It's over 23.5 minutes to go in this. Up for grabs, a quarter final berth. And really on the Challenger with just 5 positions available, needs to be going quarters or deeper, really. Here goes Bronte, trying to link up a section here. Did some work out the back, and a bit of downtime on the wave, and she went a whole long way for a very meager return in terms of a section. Wave just kind of dying on her. So far, just in the early stages of this, not really finding the runners.
Yeah, it's not easy, because you want those big walls that run all the way through the inside, and when it's this big, sometimes it looks like it's gonna have an insider. It's so hard to read. It's so hard to read this wave out there, because you know what? Because sometimes you think you're making a good call and ended up not being anything, and you lose. You surf almost 100 yards to have a 3-pointer and just wasting your time. But very well surfed. 2 big turns on the outside for Bronte, which was really good. And here you can see she was looking down the line. It actually looked like the wave was going to wall up, as you can see, but out of nowhere it disappeared on that channel. So 2-turn combo. It was actually really well surfed. Look at this. Perfect technique, pushing that back foot. And fortunately for her, the wave just didn't cooperate as much as she wanted to. But still, very good surfing. He's going to put her right there in the mix.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, Bronte will compete right till the very end in this, waiting for numbers to come in. Just reminding ourselves her position 5th on the challenges coming in here. We've already sent yesterday one Western Australian goofy to the championship tour, Chippo Willcox. How do you fancy Bronte's chances of getting back there this year?
Oh, I mean, right now, obviously, she's sitting in that number 5th spot. She's coming off of second place, a win at Bolito. So, I mean, that's massive for your confidence, and a win, you know, we've seen just on the women's side how important it is. You can't be relying on quarterfinal finishes. You've really got to be having at least a semi-final finish, at least a win. And sometimes, even with wins, you might not qualify. Last year we saw Alyssa Spencer and Teresa both having wins, with both having exactly the same results and not making that final, the final cutoff for the World Tour. So, yeah, I mean, but I do like Bronte's chances, just because I just got to fall back. She's been on tour for a bunch of years. She's got so much experience, so much competitive experience. She works a lot with her dad, Dave McCauley, who we know has finished runner-up in the world, and he is so amazing when it comes to strategy and putting together heats. I know he's here. I've seen, I think Lorraine, Bronte's mum, is also here, so she's got good support at the moment. And yeah, liking her chances.
All right, just under 21 minutes remaining in this. A pair of waves for each of our surfers in the water. It is the young American Bella Kenworthy at the moment with the lead and priority. It's not a massive one. It's just over a point in it between these two. Bella will look to step on from there and go bigger in terms of her scores. We've talked about some of that youth energy as well and how relentless it is at the moment. There is a whole crop of surfers on the Challenger Series as well, really trying to force their way in. There's not many spots available, and you have to get past some of the names like Bronte McCauley. A quick in and out for her. Bella Kenworthy already. Think about the learning curve and getting on the Challenger Series at a young age and all the experience you can build. You're not necessarily trying to come on and burst on the scene in your first year, but just building up all of that nous and that knowledge. That's what she's doing. She's going all right in this heat. Bella Kenworthy, the young American, at the moment with the lead. More live action from the round of 16 for the women here on the Challenger Series in Portugal right after this. Stop 3 on the Challenger Series on the Quadikuza region of South Africa, and Bronte McCauley absolutely ripped the place apart. Really good value for a big, big win. Comboed her opponent, Vaine Fierro, and her power surfing in the hollow. Beautiful conditions. Really impressive flick.
Yeah, the first thoughts that come to my mind, you know, those waves look very similar to waves that Bronte gets back home in Western Australia. So everyone back home very pumped to see Bronte get a win there, and obviously catapult her up into that 5th spot on the rankings. So massive win for her, because like we were saying just before we went to break, you know just how important those wins are. Here we have a replay of what we missed of Bronte. Just getting really busy. Smaller wave here, and managing to knock in a couple of little backhand hits. Gets a third one there. The size of this wave, I think, just letting Bronte down a bit. You know, I've got to go back and compare it to Bella's 5.5, and yeah, I just feel like for me, if I was Bronte, I'd be waiting for a slightly bigger wave, going to give her a little bit more steepness to the face and allow her to get a bit more critical on those backhand turns.
Philippe, these kind of conditions, particularly on your backhand, but even if you're going forehand, I wanted to ask you about what exactly kind of sections you're looking for, but we'll revisit that for the moment while we pick up live action here. So a use of priority for Bella Kenworthy as she chops one down on the rail. And gets a little hung there, she'll get left high, and that will arrest her forward momentum. So not sure if she'll build on a total there. There's Dad Jason watching on. He looks, I'm not going to say he looks concerned, but he's certainly feeling just how tight and tense these matchups are, particularly against a surfer like Bronte. Bella just stumbling ever so slightly with that wave. Energy out the back, heading towards Bronte McCauley, who at the moment just needs a mid-range number of 5.35. Let's check out what happened to Bella.
Yeah, up and riding, she did really well on the outside. As you see, a bit of a texture on that wave. Usually you want those second waves of the set because they clean up a little more and it's easier to connect the dots. Because you see here, she kind of disconnected from the outside section to the inside section, and it's hard, but they're doing really well.
Yeah, I just want to ask you. We're watching that tight shot. We can't really see what the surfers are looking at down the line. Do you want a long wall all lined up? What exactly are you looking for?
Yeah, when you're sitting out the back, you want those ones that it looks like they're going to close out, because that means they're going to go all the way through the inside. Even if you have to do a couple cutbacks on that low area of the wave, because there's always that low part of the wave that there's not much going on. You have to keep the momentum. But yeah, definitely you want those stretched out walls, because normally they're gonna give you an inside section and a finishing turn. So those are the ones you're looking for, and especially with this wind, as I said again, the second wave of the set, usually they're more clean.
Here goes Bella on the inside here, just rolling the dice. Let's see what she can find. Looking for smoother water. Well, two-stage cut back towards the white water. Now a little bit of steepness, and arriving quite late, going through the lip with a snap. It's got the snap to kick out, really, and again, don't think she'll be threatening. 4.17 there. She knows it as well, I feel, as she paddles back out, but nevertheless, the tactic of just keep catching waves, why not?
Yeah, I think she just rolled the dice there. She wasn't quite back out the back yet, and just taking off on this one. For me, straight away, like you said, Paul, I don't think this is going to go up into her top two, but she stays with it a bit, just had to two-stage that cut back a little bit. Gets another little hit there where she gets to go up into the lip, but she's out of there. She knows that that's not going to threaten her. But out the back, behind her, Bronte taking off. This wave already, to me, looks a bit better. She can get around this section here. Unfortunately, no, but you could see what I mean. Like, that one just looked like it was going to stand up more. Cleaner face. I think that, yeah, Bronte knows what she needs to be looking for.
Well, from her point of view, just where she fell on that wave and where Bella was, it's good news in that she can quickly spin and grab priority again, which could be crucial, particularly at this stage of the heat, under 14 to go. Bella Kenworthy makes her way back out. Bronte McCauley with a little rueful look around. Trying to come from behind there. She's pretty deep behind the section. Just trying to force it a bit, maybe, Philippe.
Yeah, because sometimes it's a hard lineup to read, because even though the takeoff zone is not that big, especially with this size, sometimes because you're looking for those medium size to cleaner waves, and sometimes you get a little bit too deep for the bigger ones, because yeah, you know, they just appear out of nowhere sometimes, and you can find yourself out of position. Unfortunately for Bronte, as Flick said, that wave looked really good. It was about to clean up, and it looked like it had a little bit of wall on it, but unfortunately she was a bit too deep. But she still has priority, and with 12 minutes, almost 30 minutes remaining still, she has plenty of time to figure out and try to catch another one.
The surfers in the water right now, they are vying for a shot at the quarterfinals, from which stage you really start to build results on the Challenger Series. Just the way those numbers work out, with keeping 5 results and only throwing away 1, it is the consistent season that will pay off the most. The consistency of McCauley thus far has been good enough to see her in 5th. Some matchups coming up. Tessa Thiessen of France. She'll be taking on India Robinson, who's 4th on the ratings as well. So quite big implications surrounding who we send to quarters in these next couple of heats. And with all the heats going to be pretty loaded because we're second to last event of the season. We're getting close to final stage here, Flick.
Yeah, we really are. We're really getting through all the heats here as we see India doing her trademark warm-up. She loves play with the footy there. She's doing it on the Gold Coast, and it seemed to be working well for her there, where she got a win, first event of the year. So yeah, no shortage of excitement coming up.
Tessa Thiessen, the goofy, out of Guadeloupe, representing France. She's had results on this stage in the past. Let's see how she goes in a tough matchup against India Robinson. Feel like two power surfers who both throw a lot of sprays. Not loads of energy in the water right now, Philippe. It does maybe feel like a bit more finesse over brute force might be key in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, you have to make yourself light on your feet because it's so hard. And you know what, Ribeiro, when it's this size, the wave, it feels like it's... If you don't get one of those waves that walls up from the beginning all the way through the end, you get, it's by parts, the wave. It feels like you're always running from behind and always need to get away from the section and to the next one, into the next one. And it's hard to connect the dots. So, yeah, it's looking really tricky, but at the same time, we know there's some really good waves out there. So let's just keep waiting and make sure that those bigger ones and wider ones get on the up there.
We can see from this shot here, pretty much filled in the reef, so that tide just flooding out and covering the reef, but we're not actually surfing over it, so we're still more or less in a similar kind of a place to our low tide takeoff, but that water filling in on the reef, this will show it really well. This is from the top of the steps here, which I don't know if you guys have been running the steps this week and putting logging your times in for
every morning.
Okay, good for you, Flick. But yeah, it's good spot to check the waves. Great spot to get the heart rate going if you run up those steps. But from up there, what you're looking at is a really great vista. Not only a chance to check the swell direction and where we are exactly with the tide.
Oh, you can see other surf spots all the way from up there. If you look left, there's plenty of waves to surf. You look right, you can see all the other surf spots around the Ericeira. So that's up there on the up the stairs. It's definitely one of the best place to watch the waves here in Ericeira.
So that set looked like a set anyway. Doesn't translate into anything of particular substance on the reef here. And no takers. Bradley McCauley will not be swayed by those kind of waves in terms of burning her priority and using it. She's only sitting on a couple of 4s so far. And it's not loads better for Bella Kenworthy, but does have about a point on her. And I think those scores, Flick, really just reflecting the kind of waves we've had so far in this one.
For sure. I think the girls have done the best with the opportunities that they've had. But, yeah, I mean, Bella out in front right now, and you've just got to put that down to wave selection. Her waves have just been so much cleaner, offered that more critical section. Looks like the girls might be having a look at this, and Bella maybe going to roll the dice.
Here goes Bella. Bronte didn't fancy it. Bella Kenworthy, we'll have a look. Looking for a first manoeuvre as Bronte watches on from out the back, but a spray displaced for her. And then a snap using the rail going all the way back into the juice. And again, it's a nice combo from her there. 3 distinctly different kind of turns. She'll look to try and get a 4th one. She'll try and slide out the tail. A touch, a little slash from her. And again, going into a small section on really shallow reef. And you can see to her standing up there, it is pretty sharp and pretty shallow there. And she did well to keep the commitment up and tag that one all the way for a finish.
Yeah, it's a weird call by Bronte. She didn't look at this wave at all. And you know what? Bella Kenworthy just took advantage of it, and she managed to get a couple of big turns. Even though the wave is kind of small, she did really well. Kept the momentum, kept the speed. She never lost the momentum she had. Even here, it's a difficult turn, and the board just keeps on going, as you can see. Just push it one more time, right on the rocks, as you said. But yeah, it feels like she's on a really good board, because the board it has been non-stop. Even though she hasn't been doing top to bottom surfing, it doesn't really matter, because the board is going well, and she's putting a lot of pressure on those turns.
Yeah, Flick, you can see from that angle as well, and just sort of appreciate some of these stabbing turns. She's not doing windscreen wipe, but she is getting a little pop and release out of the tail, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. And I've just got to agree with what you're saying, Philippe. Her board is just carrying her through these really smaller sections, and scores come through for that last wave. So it's gone into her top 2.
Does get an improvement, so that's how you surf under priority. Work on your backup score or even your top score, but putting a bit more pressure now. Take us inside Bronte's mind. She had priority for a while. She let her wave go. It would have been an improvement if she got that score. Now she's looking at 5-9. What's she thinking?
Oh, no. Look, we also saw in that shot, we saw of Bella's last wave, Bronte turning around and having a good old sticky beak at what she just let go through. So, yeah, it's time's ticking down too. It's slow. However, I have faith in Bronte. You know, we've seen it over the last few days too. Not necessarily do you need a wave that links all the way through to the inside. We've seen people getting big scores for just 2 turns out the back, 3 turns out the back, and with the kind of Bronte, kind of a backhand that Bronte has, and it looks like there's a few sets on the way. So.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves, well, the finish that Sally Fitzgibbons had to her heat where she was struggling a bit and she banged out a 7 right at the very, last 30 seconds of her heat. I'm sure Bronte McCauley will be paying some attention to that. She'll look to draw on the experience, but that was another faux set, really. Looked like it was going to stand up. It didn't, and that'll eat away a little more clock time, just over 6 minutes. Bella Kenworthy making her way back to put a little pressure, a little physical proximity on Bronte McCauley. This has been our 3rd heat, the round of 16, looking to send one of these 2 to the quarters. Bronte came out swinging.
Yeah, she started off really well with this 4.33. As we see, the first wave of the set with a little bit of texture, and it's kind of hard to connect the dots in between the outside and the inside. As you can see, it feels like she's almost always kind of from behind, and it's hard to get the momentum and just attack the leap more vertical if you come from behind. But she did really well here. Yeah, Bella, I think she's getting on the best waves of this heat. A bit more clean, a bit more steep. As you can see, a little bit of a wall there, just pushing that back foot and then straight into another carving. Again, she's gonna hit the leap one more time. So this is, yeah, I think the wave choice has been very, very important on this heat. No doubt Bella has been getting some of the best waves of this heat. So just drifting the tail on that one, and this is a 2nd best wave at 4.73. She just keeps on connecting the transitions. As we see, it feels like the wave they always come from a little bit from behind, but it feels like Bella is actually being able to take advantage of that and attack the leap on the steepest part. So very well surfed by Bella, obviously very well surfed by Bronte also, but I think Bella just got the better of it just because of the quality of the waves.
All right, that's where we are, under 4.5 to go in this. Kenworthy, the young American, with the lead at the moment. She's actually made that more significant, catching that wave from under Bronte McCauley's priority and improving the number. 5-9 is that requirement for Bronte. With that priority, having a long think and a patient wait if nothing comes through. From one point of view, it's easy and there aren't a lot of decisions really to make. That was that one. We're going to call it with the benefit of hindsight, a missed opportunity where she let Bella go. And she'll do the same again, put herself in position, realizing that wasn't a wave she wanted to go on. That's why she let that go. Just checking, nothing untoward went on the inside, and just having a good old look around this Bronte. Thinking about surfing this towards a 5-9. She want a bit of quality. The wave dictates the score, certainly in these smaller kind of conditions to a large extent. We know about her backhand maneuvers, how steep and radical she can go. She just needs a canvas in order to express herself. And more time ticking away without her riding a wave here. That was a 6-wave for Bella. It's 5 waves ridden for Bronte. How's she dealing with the nerves, Flick?
You know what? I think Bronte's actually quite good. I just feel like you've just got to go look at her championship tour experience. I mean, she was on there for years. So, you know, you're surfing against the best women in the world. You're coming up against Carissa. You're coming up against Steph, Tyler. I've seen moments, really amazing moments from Bronte at her home break on the World Tour at Margaret River. She's had 2 third-place finishes there over the last couple of years, and you know, when she's really needed it to, like, pulled a rabbit out of a hat, so to say. So, you know, she's with so much experience. I have faith that she can get the score. It's just whether or not nature's going to cooperate and give her the opportunity.
All right, we've got a bit of interest here. Here goes Bronte McCauley, uses the priority. First turn straight away. Not what she wanted. And that one, as soon as she got to her feet and drew off the bottom, there's mum and dad. They're not enjoying what they're watching right now with a couple on the clock.
Wow. Okay. Interesting times. You can definitely see Dave and Lorraine looking pretty nervous.
Here goes Bella Kenworthy on the wave behind.
Wow.
And just goes to show really the vagaries of the ocean here. Bella Kenworthy will stick with this one and open up on a rail and swing back into the pocket and then get straight on the gas with a nice section. It's clean on the face as well. And the rail work is pretty decent from her. Now she has to try and get a bit of a wiggle for speed. There's a nice snap through the lip with spray, and she ain't done yet. She'll snap another one down and just chop it onto the tail, and still going onto an inside 90 on the clock. Just taps the curtain of the wave for a float maneuver. Just realizes right at the end that was going completely dry and pulls out, probably prudently. She'll certainly want to look after that board if she's coming back for quarterfinals. She is at the moment, even without that wave. She's got a pretty solid lead over Bronte McCauley, who's chasing the 5-9. How do we like Bella's chance of improvement? Well, hang on. Sets out the back here. Where's Bronte McCauley? Here she is. All right, let's go. Bronte from deep. And this is what she's been waiting for. Gets a little behind the first one as it gets foamy and a touch soft. So no real damage done out the back in terms of points, but she's still going here, and she's eyeing up a section. Gets on the gas, gets a bit of speed, puts the board up. Another turn, just slashing off the rail with a little bit more authority on the face again, holding it for a nice combo. That was really well done. The best of this ride so far for her, and gets a finish as well. So 5-9 the requirement previous to that last wave. Mum and dad watching on. 30 on the clock. It's with the judges.
Oh, it's just interesting watching Dave's facial expressions there. You know, he's been around for a while, and I don't know, to me he just didn't quite look convinced. It was like, oh, maybe, maybe not. Let's look at this replay here. First turn, she gets caught up in the foam there, sort of bouncing around to try and get out in the open face. It was as she got down this second little lump here is when the wave sort of started to line up a bit and hit that reef better. That was a bit better from Bronte. I liked that second turn there, puts the board on rail. But this section here, sort of where she does more damage, that was a nice turn. Gets around this last section here and throws it up one more time. So what's your thoughts, Philippe?
Yeah, I was just looking at the replay. I'm trying to understand, because she did surf the wave really well, but at the same time, it felt like she was kind of off the rhythm throughout the
first question is, did Bella improve before that as well?
That's going to be a really good question, because I really want to see Bella's replay, because for me, the whole situation is, yeah, Bronte got the first wave of this set, which was not good. And out of nowhere, the second wave of the set, Bella just got a nice connection all the way from the outside to the inside. It was a really good wave, as we see, just gliding and doing some really nice carvings. Let's see this inside. How does she finish it? The wave got a really kind of small right at the end, but she surfed it really well.
She does. This is a 5-3-3, and that requirement goes up now to 6-5 flick. That's going to be tough.
Wow. I did think Bella was going to improve. Oh, man, this is going to be tough moments here as we follow Bronte.
A shot in the quarterfinals here in the Challenger Series in Ericeira, Portugal, up for grabs. We're watching Bronte McCauley, 5th in the rankings coming into this event. Is she going to be surfing in quarterfinals? We'll find out really soon. At the moment, Bella Kenworthy stretched out that lead by picking essentially a much better wave at the end of the set. And then right behind it, a bit of a bomb came through. We got real excited when she paddled in. It actually broke a little bit wide, didn't it? And weirdly, from catching kind of small underpowered waves, she actually got one, almost had a little too much energy for the stage of the tide.
Oh.
Whoa, okay, so wow, the numbers in the requirement went up, and the score's in a 6-8 for Bronte McCauley. And check these scenes. She will be absolutely delighted, and what a way to hang in a clutch situation. There's the spread from the panel, and even with that increased requirement, The combination of turns he fell through the mid part of that wave. And Bronte Macaulay will be first relieved, but absolutely delighted to get through a tough heat. And she was always chasing it down in that one. She was on the wrong side of the score the whole way through. And the experience paying off and getting a big number right at the end of that one. Bronte Macaulay still alive here in the quarterfinals in Portugal. More great heats to come. India Robinson taking on Tessa Thiessen. We'll bring Monday in for the call. We'll see you soon.
Buddy.
And welcome back to the beautiful coastline just adjacent to Ericeira, and we have had some incredible performances, and we're not just quite done yet. We've got one more heat of the day to go, folks. Round of 16, heat number 4. My name is Ben Mundy. I've replaced Paul Evans. We've kept in Felicity Parmentier and also Philippe Jervis for the last heat. There's been some incredible, exciting times. Number one, that buzzer beater. Another one, Bronte Macaulay. We just saw her winning an event in that little highlights package we saw. And I'll tell you what, that clutch moment just then means she's getting so close to her CT goal.
I know, back I think where she belongs. But yeah, there was such a clutch moment there. She needed a score in the end. She actually needed a 6.5. Ended up getting a 6.8. So yeah, massive moment there for Bronte as we have a look at a couple of replays.
Yes, this is while we're in the break. And we've got Tessa Thiessen here up and riding. Contrasting styles between these two. The goofy natural's the most obvious one. Tessa off to a good start. And just Essing turning all the way through there. Also, India Robinson, another one, a server who has won a Challenger Series event this year. And here she goes. Flick, talk us through this one.
Yeah, I really liked the opening wave of India here, just looking so strong. She won earlier this year. She won on the Gold Coast, also a right-hand point break. So she looks good in waves that going to require a lot of turns and string them together, which requires lots of flow. So yeah, really nice couple of opening turns there from India, just looking on fire.
Yeah, 6.17 for India. So the Australians have had a good day so far. We saw Sally Fitzgibbons also with the buzzer beater. Bronte Macaulay also up there in the top 5, and now India Robinson as well trying to seal the deal. So bit of experience, CT experience, Philippe. It's so crucial in these moments. You know, if you've got that muscle memory and that experience, it can go a long way.
Oh yeah, but for me, especially here, if you're on the right waves, you're gonna win the heats or even the contest. Because if you're on the right waves from the first heat all the way through the last one, you're gonna be winning the contest. And India just got one of the best waves, clean, a nice wall, and she set really good.
Yeah, well, talking about that clutch moment, we've got that winner down there, Bronte McCauley, down on the beach.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Bronte, I want to know everything that was going through your mind as you were coming out of the water, before you knew your score was out. What were you thinking?
I thought I was, going home for sure. The last wave was like the only set that came through the whole heat, and I butchered the first section, but I got a little inside. So, yeah, I just didn't really think I was going to get the score, to be honest. So it's always a nice feeling when I looked at the screen and I was like, oh, it flipped, and I was, really surprised. So, yeah, so stoked to get through. It's a pretty crucial round for points. So, yeah, really happy to make it to the quarters at least.
And also happy to have your parents here supporting you. That must be a very motivational for you.
Yeah, it's so nice having the parents here. They're having a little Euro vacation, or Euro and UK. So my mum actually grew up in Scotland, so they've been in Scotland for 2 weeks, and then they came down here and met me here, and then they're going to go to England for a few days. So it's pretty special. My mum's a teacher, so she doesn't get much time off work, so to have her here is really cool.
Well, congratulations. You're in the quarterfinals.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Yeah, well, really honest assessment there from Bronte. Didn't think she got the score, and those surfers usually pretty much know where they're at, or at least, pretty close. Didn't try and sell it either. She just came in and then saw it come on the screen. So,
yeah, it was interesting. You could just tell by her body language the way she was walking up the heat, like, hey, yo, don't follow me. I don't think I've got the score here. And it's not very often that you walk up into the competitors area thinking you didn't get the score, about to put your board away, grab your stuff and go home, and all of a sudden you see it flip and you're like, oh, I'll take that, thank you.
And she mentioned, Philippe, how that, it's such an important points round to get through that, on the women's especially, because it's only 5 spots, to quarters and upwards is where you got to be.
Yeah, and every point counts right now. Like even if you lose on the 4-man heat, it's better to lose in third than it is to lose in fourth. So she's got to be stoked. As Flick said, she's gonna take that win every day of the week, and she's got to be happy. But I'm happy with their honestly, because it's refreshing to see the surfers actually saying what's on their mind, and she actually felt like she didn't get the score, and you know what, the judges thought different, and that's why we all humans, we make errors, even though she surfed it really well. We just saw the replay during the interview, and the wave was really well surfed, and it was definitely the best wave of the heat. The judges thought it was good enough for her to have a 6.8, and she's got to take that win.
That's all that matters. Yeah, well, the McCauley's honest as the day is long, that lot, aren't they? And I don't mind that idea of the little Macaulay summer European vacation. I wouldn't mind tailing on that with Mr. and Mrs. Mack and going up the Scottish Highlands. I want to see Bronte come with full Braveheart next round maybe and really psych up the Scottish heritage. So, yeah, great stuff from Bronte, and she's through, and she's just, as we said, getting close. And that's where her surfing deserves. She saw some of those highlights packages, how well she surfs. And when she puts it all together, like she did then, so yeah, that's she's through to the quarters. And now we go on. Tessa Tyson, like she had a nice looking wave. And also India Robinson just got that 6.17 and 4.33. 25 minutes to go. Also, you got to feel for Bella Kenworthy though. We haven't really talked about that side of it. She surfs so well. She's, so young, such a talent. But come up against these proper CT surfers, it can be heartbreaking.
For sure, I think Bella really, I said it in the heat before, but she's someone who's really surprised me. I just feel like she's come out of her Grom era and she's in her Challenger Series era. I think she got a third this year in Sydney at Narrabeen, which was a major result, sort of like a breakthrough result for her. And I liked what I was seeing in the last heat. Her wave selection was great, just unfortunately come up against a really, clutch performance from Bronte. But, Bella's probably got to be taking a lot of inspiration from surfers like Katie Simmers. Katie had an amazing year on tour this year. Obviously, we got to see her as a 17-year-old surfing for a world title. So for someone like Bella, that's got to be so inspiring. And, Katie came on to tour as a 17 or 16 and then turned 17 on her first year on tour, won 2 events and then finished off with a second in Tahiti. So major inspiration for this younger generation. And, you know, there's a lot of them coming up now. So, yeah, really biting at the heels of people like Bronte McCauley.
Yeah, for sure. And Bella was in 13th on the Challenger Series ranking. So even that's a really fantastic achievement to get that high and close to money, which even adds further kind of sort of daggers to the heart, because, you know, quarterfinal, semi-final should be getting potentially up near that all-important 5th spot for Brazil. It's all wise and what for. She's also got a long career ahead of her. But you're right, you know, just that new sort of batch coming in, the Katie Simmons, Katie Simmers, of course, Sierra Kerr, Bella, you know, this real push there. Erin Brooks, who we've seen this week. So they're all progressive, they're all good skaters, they're all well-rounded, and they're coming at the heels. But the veterans don't give up their big old T-bones easily, do they? They hang on those grizzly bears. They make sure that they're still not going to give up without a fight. And Fitzgibbons and McCauley and just gnarly competitors and great surfers. And that's the way it's sort of crumbled this time round. Again, India Robinson showing some of her strength in her surfing. That point of difference, that's what we try and find out from these surfers, don't they? Each surfer's got their own strengths and different ways of surfing. And what would you say, India? What makes her different from some of her competitors?
For me, a couple of words that come to mind when I think about India Robinson is Aussie battler. Just someone who just puts her head down and gets to work, really. But also, when I think there's similarities between these two surfers in this heat. When I think about their styles and their approaches, is that they're sort of both power surfers. You know, they really do rely on those big open face sort of calves. The only difference for me is we've got a goofy and a natural foot in this heat. India obviously being the natural footer, Tessa the goofy. India having CT experience, so you got to think on paper India coming into this heat, you know, maybe should be coming out on top here. But yeah, it's tough when the waves are small, because as we were saying earlier today, when it gets smaller out here, you know, sometimes that can be more in favour of the backhand.
Yeah, it's a tough one as well. Let's see on the backhand. Well, that's a paddle from Tessa, so she's made a mistake. Just seeing just that little bit of you can see the
Ian Martin's not happy.
He's not happy.
He's not happy.
But is that flip because the tide comes in, and you know, all of a sudden that break where she was on, it could be 3 meters further in, can't it? You know, and it can happen in 15 minutes. And if you paddle for a spot that may have been breaking half an hour ago, it's not there now, and she's made a mistake.
Yeah, every minute anything changes here. Every time that there's more water, there's less water, there's more wind, there's less wind. Everything, like surfing is so difficult because of that, because you have to adapt to everything all the time. You have to have a plan A, B, C, D, because everything's changing all the time. And a little bit of a priority mistake by Tessa there, because unfortunately that wave, it didn't look that good. She had no need to paddle on that one, and she was a little bit too much on the outside, and she wasn't able to get in on the wave, and she ended up losing priority, and her coach is not happy, and I'm pretty sure she's not happy at all.
No, and you've got to try and wash it off, don't you? In that example flick, it's difficult to know that suddenly you've got second pick of the cherry. India paddled for that wave as well. I wonder if that sort of played into a little bit, like a little bit of a sell, but possibility.
I just don't think you can be making mistakes like that in heats like this, unfortunately, for Tessa. I mean, you know, on the other side, the flip side of that, I mean, see if she can convert here. If she can come back and get a score here, maybe it wasn't such a bad error, but once again just
not panicking, that's the wrong word, but she's just been forced into a bit of a corner of her own making. And she needed to, she wanted to, as you said, just get over that mistake, get a score on the board and reset, but hasn't been able to.
Sort of gift for India Robinson, you know, she's rubbing her hands together thinking, okay, wow, like you don't kind of count on competitors at this sort of stage in the competition making mistakes like that. So, yeah, here we go. India maybe got to capitalise.
Yeah, so Robinson with priority, so she takes off. Nice little first turn. Right in the corner, and now she starts to fang down the line. She's always got throwing so much spray on those wraparounds and forehand cutbacks. There's another little bit of juice and then a finish. So you say that competitive streak, that hard work ethic, just making sure she capitalised on that mistake. You know, that's all the heat drills, all the work she's done at home, all the work with the coaches in Surfing Victoria, and, you know, just sort of made it count.
Yeah, that's exactly what she needed to do. Get that little gift, capitalise on that moment, and I dare say going to be making things very hard for Tessa right now. But, you know, it's not over for Tessa. She's got just, you know, just under 20 minutes remaining in this heat. She can definitely still turn it around. It's just a question is going to be, where is her mindset?
I'm so impressed. Obviously, I've seen India surfing before, but I'm really impressed how well she surfs small waves, because, you know, it's not an easy wave to surf. And look at the flow, look at the power. She just puts so much on those carvings, and it's been really impressive. I think it's going to be a really big score again.
Yeah, that's a good point, because we've seen India over here do well. She won in France a couple of years ago to get onto the CT. She's also surfed well here, but there's often, pretty chunky conditions and sort of, you know, ways that she's probably quite used to growing up in Victoria and suit her style. But yeah, exactly, to be able to transfer those skills to these smaller days, I mean, that's absolutely crucial if you want to make it as a surfer. And she's, you know, she would have been working on that for a long time. So Tyson, here she goes, a small wave, and it's not going to provide anything. So, you know, it's the way we talk about the ocean, the rhythm as well, but, you know, it's just one of those things where that wave came through. There's only one wave in that set that that India got. So Tessa made the mistake, and there wasn't another one behind it. You know, so just again, you don't want to keep going back to that paddling error. But sometimes, you know, you make that one error and things just start to spiral out of your control a little bit. She's got time, but it'd be hard not to think about it.
Yeah, it's just interesting, you know. I think if you're Tessa right now, you just kind of got to reframe. And if it was me, I'd be like, right, I've got a 20-minute heat here, and let's see what we can do in 20 minutes. Let's forget about that first 20. Made a couple of mistakes. Got fall back on my heat drills that I've done when I've been training outside of competition. 2 waves in 20 minutes, that's all she needs.
Yeah, and she's a really experienced competitor. You know, former world junior champion. She's surfing the Challenger Series and the qualifying series for a long, long time. So, yeah, she's not one to get rattled. She's not one to lose the cool. You know, it's just a mistake. Yeah, that happens in heats. Of course, it happens. That's, you know, it's how you overcome it is the crucial factor. So she'll be, you know, she'll be fairly composed. Now she's got priority back and try and make it count. And as she does that, we are going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this. Yeah, massive shout out to all our sponsors that you saw there supporting this event. Without their support and help, we couldn't bring the world's best surfers to this beautiful part of the coastline. EDP have been an incredible support of both junior surfing and the big events here for quite a few years now. Vissla, well, they're sort of synonymous with this wave, and pretty much responsible for making me look so good right now as well. Just like to, shout out them for the threads, and Estrella Galicia, of course, who supply so much support, not just through these big events, the European qualifying series throughout Portugal and Spain. And I tell you what, it's not a bad drop. It's not a bad drop. I like to try the sponsors' beverages out, just so that I call it research, basically.
Just so you can
it's research,
know what
and I'll
you're
tell you what.
talking
And my research, extensive research, peer reviewed. It's a great beer, and we really appreciate the support. But right now, well, it's Tessa Tyson that needs some support. She's down there and got 4.33. She hasn't been able to get back in the game. And meanwhile, Robinson backs up a 6.17 with a 6.33, 2 waves, 2 solid numbers of the conditions, and well, she's looking really, really hard to beat right now, Felicity Parmentier.
Wow, she really is. And if you look at the heat totals from the last few heats, I mean, India right now sitting out there with a 12.5 total. That's pretty big for today. You've got to be thinking that, and considering wave scores for today, Tessa's requirement right now, 8.17, is a massive one. Really, in her head, she's got to be getting 2 new scores, unless the wave of the day is going to come through in this heat. She's got 13 minutes, and she needs to get pretty much, I'd be trying to get 2 brand new scores.
Yeah, she's got to, exactly. She needs, well, as you can see from India's score, she needs 2 waves above 6 at the very minimum. Getting an 8.17 is possible, but entirely, improbable. And so she's got to reset. She's got the priority, but it looks like Robinson having second priority sides to go, or is she just trying to sell her opponent into some? She's gnarly, isn't she? Always working the angles is India. Always working the angles.
You have to work with your weapons.
Yeah.
Man. If you can get in your opponent's mind, that's good enough, because Tessa already did a couple mistakes, priority mistakes on this heat. So India knows she can play with it a little bit, and who knows, it might work for her.
Yeah, it didn't work on that one, but it's worth a shot. No harm, no foul. You see that drone shot, just a bit less foam on that reef as the tide comes in. We decided to call it a day today after this particular heat. Of course, we're going to come back for the Estrella Galicia post show, but with that high tide filling in the swell still not pushing through, we're going to get out. I thought we've done pretty well today. We've got to deal with the forecast that's been handed us. The next couple of days look pretty small, and we know we've got a swell coming towards the end, so we're just trying to get through as much as we can. And we've seen some exciting surfing. Some dramatic sort of heat winds and some high octane energy. I'm going to put you both on the spot though, just before the post show where we wrap up the highlights. What's been your personal favourites? What's something that's you're going to stick out, Philippe Jervis?
Like he's trying to run away from you and from that answer.
Yeah.
Who has been my favourite surfer throughout the whole
just
event?
something that stands out, mate. Something, just a personal highlight from today's surfing action, or just your personal. Today.
Today's, I'm going to say Michael Rodriguez, because he surfed really, really good for the conditions that there were in the morning, and it was pretty impressive to see how fast and how sharp he is on these smaller conditions. So I'm going to call it Michael Rodriguez on the man.
Good.
And maybe, for now, I think I'm going to call it India, because her surfing has been really, really fun to see, and I want to see her getting a few more hits, because it would be nice to have her on tour again.
Okay, all right.
All right, I've had time to think about it.
Yeah, I could hear the
my brain working away.
The crunching of gears.
So, since I've had time to reflect upon this morning, my probably best moment so far to witness was Kate Madsen getting the win. Round 32, heat 7, got the win over Jacob Willcox, but just looking really dominant, really strong, and that was a really, really important heat, because that heat we actually saw Sami Pupo, he actually ended up going home, and that is really, really critical, because he was really needing to advance out of that heat. Super important heat for Cade. He's sitting in number 10th spot, so that was a massive heat, and yeah, more points on the way for him.
Yeah, there you go. Well done. Got there in the end.
Yep.
And,
a bit slow, mate,
you're right.
but we got there, all right?
It was, it was a real clutch heat. A lot of big names, a lot of guys in the top 10, and Mats and young California came out on top. Here we go, though. So India on a smaller wave, but she didn't have priority. Doesn't mind just having a crack, and that wave just not working out. So Tessa's not falling for any of these type of tricks, and here she goes. Second wave of the set tends to be the better one. It's small, but she's got an eye down the line. First turn is nice and smooth, no sign of nerves, and a second one's nice as well, and a third. So that's the Tessa Tyson style. We've sort of watched over the years, nice and smooth, vertical. That green board looks good, but just, you know, often you need that little end section to put a punctuation. Not always, but at least for Tessa, you know, with 10 minutes on the clock, Felicity, you said she needed 2 waves. Well, she's got 1 at least.
Yeah, and you know what? It was a shorter wave, but those 3 turns that she put together, I really, really liked. So interesting to see where the judges are going to go on this, because it was a shorter wave. How's that going to stack up against India's 2 6-point rides? They were long waves, remember. So interesting. I've got to say that she's going to make that requirement less. That is what I will say.
Yeah, you think she's going to improve on a 0.43? Yeah.
Mate, we're stating the obvious here.
No, so
the
yeah, I
last
know
2
you mean.
days.
No, yeah, 4.76. Sorry, 4.33 is a current high scoring wave, and she's going again. So 2 waves, paddling back out. She's got a little insider. Here she goes, a little clip, and the second one, that one less crisp, less flow. So we'll see. That one's not going to be a counter. You think the wave before could indeed improve on a 4.33. So she's back out there. At least she's back in the mix. Got a few waves. You did a good use of her priority, but this wave just not really hit for Jarvis. This isn't going to be a keeper, is it?
Yeah, it's a smart move by Tessa. She has nothing to lose right now. I think she's going to have a pretty good score on that last wave, because she attacked it really well. And as we see India looking at the back, but this wave looked really good again. If she improves on her situation, it's going to make Tessa's life a lot harder, Ben.
Yeah, that's right. So she's just winding up that little swoop she's got with her arms extended. I mean, she's just working really hard to get through here. Not as much flow as her previous 2 waves, but she's milking it all the way and looks for the finish and does it again. So, you know, with the exception of one sort of kick out, which is probably just an attempt really to sell a wave. All the 3 waves have been ridden from out the back. They've been set waves, Flick, and she's made them count.
Yeah, just really smart surfing from India, and just really going to her strengths, that really big sort of power carve that she has, that move right there. That's the power hack that is her strong suit. So just bringing this one through to the inside, wave selection once again, sort of cleaner face. And I like to echo what you said, Philippe. She's not caught behind it and always trying to get through that to that next section. She's out in front, and just connecting the dots really beautifully here. So it'll be interesting to see if she makes that requirement harder for Tessa. But yeah, we're still waiting for that third wave of Tessa's, so judges really thinking about that.
It was a good wave. You said it was short, but it was 3 kind of quick turns and in progression. She got a 5.10, so as Flick predicted, improves the score and gets a smaller requirement, but still a 7.4, and that's before India's that last wave of her has scored. So yeah, still, you know, she's improved the situation, but she's still in a very difficult one. 6.5 minutes remaining. Tessa looking calm, but she knows now, you know, on the 10-minute mark, Jervis, she probably had, you know, the opportunity to get 2 scores, but now on the 5-minute mark, you think that given the frequency of the set, her next wave is make or break.
Yeah, I think she wasted a bit of an opportunity with the priority right at the beginning of the heat, and that just, it feels like it put her against the whole rotation of the heat, and it's going to be tough. We'll see some lines, and we have been seeing a lot of clutch moments and a lot of buzzer beaters, so let's not counter out.
No
because at least we got to have at least one more set, and it feels like something's coming.
Yeah, something's coming.
Yeah, anything can change. We saw a lot of buzzer beaters throughout the day because you know what? It's small, but it's fun, and if you get the good wave, you can definitely get the scores.
Yeah, Tessa Tyson's entirely capable of getting a 7.4. She's a great surfer. And we've seen it throughout the course of the day where those big numbers have dropped in the last minutes or so. So yeah, no way in the world. And I tell you what, India Robinson won't be thinking that as well. She'll know how dangerous her opponent is, and know that she's got the chance to get that big number. Goes out there and sits right in front of her again. And Tessa, again, a big decision to make. She's looking for one. India's just trying to tap into it, and she's going. So here we go. Wave out the back again, and whether this second wave is going to be better. So Robinson again has just got involved, got in a grill, and maybe forced a situation that she did need to be involved in there. First turn's good, second turn's a nice clip, third turn is a sort of trademark hack that we're getting used to, and there's a fourth turn. And you can see Tyson at the back. Well, she's made too many mistakes. You cannot make. You know, you can make one error and kind of come back. Often making two against the surf the caliber of India, you're in all sorts of bother.
Barry Crocker.
Barry Crocker. She hasn't surfed. You know, she hasn't, because of her poor decision making. We haven't seen the best of her surfing. And still with 3.5 minutes on the clock. I mean, the scores for India haven't improved the score. So in some ways, Tessa's still in the same situation, but she's going to have to do something special. Here she goes. So Tyson waiting for the first turn off the lip. That's nice. What a release. And there's another one. So the wave she's been getting has another third turn and a fourth turn. If she can just get this down to the corner. Last wave was a 5-1 for 3 sort of quick turns with power. And that wave just not quite doing it. So she's still kicking on. She's going to paddle back out there and do everything in her powers. The coach Jan Martin will be a little bit just concerned the way this is played out. Robinson's been just a little bit savvy, and then has backed up sort of strong heat strategy with some really, really good surfing. And at the moment, it's got a commanding lead. Yeah, it's just sort of hard to see how Tessa can turn this around now, Flick.
Yeah, it really is. And to be completely honest, I mean, she really has made a lot of mistakes in this heat. And being the kind of caliber of surfer that she is, with so much experience, she's going to know that as well. So a lot to debrief this heat. Obviously, it's not over. There is 2.5 minutes. It's a very, very hard task, though, when you're coming up against someone like India Robinson, who is really in form, hasn't really put a finger wrong, and is, you know, she's not going to be someone who's going to make this easy for Tessa right now. You've got to be thinking as soon as Tessa gets back out in that takeoff zone, India's going to be paddling right up onto her, and there we go. She's just turning around and coming straight on back. Is she going to go this one, or nah? She's not. She's going to come and sit down on Tessa, I would say.
Yeah, she's going to get involved for sure. 2 minutes to go. Yeah, they might have the debrief if it stays as it is. You know what? If you're a coach, Flick, would you be more like arm around the shoulder, or more like tearing strips off and trying to make it learn the lessons the harsh way? What would be your approach? Tough love, you reckon?
No.
Middle West Oz, tough love.
Copped enough of that growing up, and I'm more about the compassionate approach these days. Yeah, we're all about that approach.
Yeah, that is true. And the coach, well, that's a part of the coach's skill, trying to pick the right times to impart that knowledge. And sometimes it's not best to do it straight away. Let everyone have a bit of a cool down and reassess. And Tyson still got another crack in Brazil. This is the 5th event of the 6 Challenge Series stuff, so it's not all over. It's not all over in this heat. Still a minute to go. A few little lumps approaching. Tyson trying to just get away, get a bit of space. I don't think that's going to work out too well. India keeping it within proximity. Tessa's just got away a bit here. 1 minute, and that doesn't work out. So this is the last minute of today's competition. We are getting through to the big, the quarterfinals almost of the women. So pointy end. Here goes. This will be Tessa's last wave, potentially of the heat and maybe of the whole event. So Tyson just starts to click through, and you can tell from her body language in that wave it's not going to happen. India's still going down, starting to hunt her out, but I think they both know by now that it's all over. So India Robinson continuing her good form. All the events she's been in, she's been impressive. She's missed out on a couple through injury, but when she's been in the draw, she's been super gnarly, winning one in Sydney, and yeah, surfing great here. So 5 seconds on the clock. Looks like Robinson has had a pretty commanding heat win. Tyson a bit to reflect on and a little bit to work on for the next event in Brazil. You can kind of see the disappointment. Goes over and shakes her opponent's hand, and that's nice to see. You know, sort of play hard and work hard, good friends, and they're just gonna have to think about it. But Robinson is happy. She's got a smile and a dial as well. She should. She surfed great. She surfed smart, and she is going through to the quarterfinals. Couple more of those heat wins, and well, she'll be very, very near her dream. The beach there, the beach scenes. It's still sunny. It's still beautiful weather. And we've got loads of people hanging out watching some of the best surfers in the world. But that is a wrap. We've got a lot to get through in the Estrella Galicia post-show. There's going to be the EDP wave of the day. There's going to be some highlights, some searing insights from the likes of Evans and Co. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with the Estrella Galicia post-show after this short commercial break.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the Estrella Galicia post-show, a public holiday in Portugal, and this knowledgeable crowd enjoying scintillating action out in the water. Slightly smaller swell available, but stakes, well, they were high, and we're getting close to settling Our final bracket really as we approach the pointy end of competition here on the Challenger Series. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through the prescient points of the day. Flick, Parmentier, Chico Alves, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty excited with the day of surfing we had. Obviously, conditions had...
Just fairly, Flick, or very? Come on, very.
I said very.
Okay,
yeah,
I thought you said fairly. Carry on.
No, fairly's not in my vocabulary until now. But yeah, great surfing considering the conditions. It was super tricky, and yeah, some surfers came on top and big results on the way.
Chico, you look happy?
Yeah, I'm really happy. This morning we got here. I thought it was quite slow, but then once the tide started dropping, we saw some really good waves. So I'm stoked that everyone got the opportunity to surf, and we saw a lot of good waves today. So really happy.
Nevertheless, conditions being a bit smaller, but a bit of quality out there in the water from our surfers, and so much for grabs. It was the big performances that got it over the line. Let's just remind ourselves exactly what we just saw in India. Robinson going well, 4th on the CS. She had a tough heat. Tessa Thiessen with a load of experience at this wave. But ultimately, it was India that really made her superiority on the rankings anyway count.
Yeah, India just continuing that dominance. Here we're seeing Tessa on one of her waves, but you know what? Unfortunately, Tessa just ended up making a few really big mistakes in this heat. She lost priority a couple of times, and you know what? India Robinson sort of rubbed her hands together and was like, you know what? I'm going to capitalize on those mistakes, and absolutely went to town. Saw that trademark hack that she has in the lip, just like that one there, really throwing the arms around. But yeah, just proving to be too good, and I guess that a bit of CT experience coming in hand, and yeah, managing to come out with a win with a total of 12.5. So big total for today's conditions.
Yeah, I just feel like it comes down to those wave selection, and India here on the better side of it. So Tessa here a bit behind on this one. Some bad calls in terms of wave selection. It can cost you the year. So a really hard one to swallow for Tessa Thiessen. Nonetheless, India Robinson happy to make through.
Yeah, and the heat previous to that as well, we saw Bronte Macaulay 5th on the rankings get through. So some of those surfers in the top 5 putting their hand up to come back for quarterfinals. Do you know what? Let's go and have a words with India Robinson. She's standing by for a chat with Joanna Garnell.
Yes, she is. And India, you're into the quarterfinals. You're already improving on your last result from when you were back here. Are you feeling connected and motivated now?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said in the last interview, I love this place. It reminds me of my home break. So yeah, I'm feeling the good vibes, and I've got Dog in my corner and he's helping me out heaps. So yeah, I just want to keep the ball rolling.
And you're playing footy before you were into your heat. How does that help?
Yeah, I love football, and it's another passion of mine. So if I can combine the two and just get me in a good mindset before I go out, it makes me have fun. And yeah, I just feel like I'm always warmed up and prepared.
And you were happy for the girls that they actually ended this round. How was that? What was the feeling inside the water?
Yeah, obviously my best friend was going to be up in the next heat, and I knew how slow it was getting out there in my heat. So obviously I want her to do well, and I want her to get more opportunities than what I did. So yeah, I grinded my heat out, but I think there's better waves at the end of the forecast. So hopefully they get some more waves tomorrow, and yeah, she can smash it.
Oh, and we want to see a man-on-man between the besties.
Yeah, hopefully we meet up in the final. That would be pretty cool.
Yes, it would. Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
India Robinson's been on a roll this year on the Challenge. She's on a roll here in Portugal. She's looking confident, and it'll be fun to see what she can do for quarterfinals. Let's turn our attention over to, well, the men, and we were still running those 4-man heats and talking about surfers with CT experience. A couple of them came up in this heat and didn't have it all their own way. Of course, we got this guy, freshly qualified, coming in with a spring in his step, and also Cade Matson going great on the challenges. They needed a performance, especially coming up against guys like Alejo Moniz and also Samuel Pupo. This is a fun heat to watch, Flick.
Yeah, this was a really, really exciting heat. Jacob he got going really early in this heat with a couple of really, really nice backhand maneuvers here, and was looking really, really good. Like, okay, yep, Jacob's going to get the win here. However, really was surfer in white. Cade Matson just absolutely dominated this heat. He looked like his wave selection was on point, and Cade came into this heat as the only guy to not have any CT experience. We've obviously seen Jacob a number of times with wildcard appearances in the CT. Sammy's obviously been there, and Alejo as well. So for Cade to come out and get the win in this heat was really impressive and is just going to really help his campaign as he's sitting in number 10 at the moment on the rankings.
Yeah, as you said, 10 on the rankings. A lot of pressure for him on this one and a really hard heat. And as you said, he made a lot of good decisions on this one. Took the right ones, surfed it through the criteria with big turns like that one, and managed to get a win. So a really good win, and I think he will get some confidence from this one, and he's looking good at this comp, Paul.
Yeah, and crucially, 4 surfers ahead of Cade Matson on the Challenger Series rankings are out of the event at this stage. So already a crucial result for him. How deep can he go? Find out over the next few days as we get towards the pointy end of proceedings here in Ericeira on the Challenger Series. Matson looking just build on a solid season and looking to go deep into that top 10 if he can and get it done. But a solid performance with a couple of 6s. We mentioned Willcox and what he's already secured, but Alejo Muniz and Samuel Pupo, impressive surfers, couldn't find the waves in that one. They'll bow out at this stage. And today was a day when we knew it would be a slightly different kind of skill set in terms of going right up the scale and getting big numbers. The biggest number of the day we'll see rewarded with EDP Wave of the Day. And it was a guy also with some Championship Tour experience, but mostly surfing with loads of spark. How about Michael Rodriguez? This was ridiculous.
Yeah, 8.17 for Michael Rodriguez. EDP Wave of the Day. This is it right here. Absolutely flying down the line. I love the spray on the bottom of that board, contrasting with the black. It looks really, really awesome. But yeah, surfing like this, Wave of the Day, absolutely releasing the fins there, carving it back around, and yeah, proving to be a force to be reckoned with. And yeah, he's always been someone I think back to when I watched him on the Gold Coast in that Challenger Series event. He looked so good on that right-hand point break. So just taking that same approach and yeah, flaring today.
He didn't need the pop there, Chico, but nevertheless an excellent number for him.
Yeah, he's really springy. He has a lot of speed. He surfs through the rail. He loves right-handers, and he's really good on the small surfing. So surfing on an epoxy, helping a bit more with the speed, and he was enjoying his time out there, you could tell.
Surfer's a little smaller today. Should we have a look and find out what it's going to do over the coming days?
Let's do it.
Check out the Surfline forecast and see what's in store for us next 3 days here in Ericeira to wrap the event.
Yeah, looking forward to the next 3 days here. See, tomorrow, if we got Friday, it's looking quite small, but turn your sights to Sunday. We're looking at some bigger surf on the way, 4 to 5 foot in the morning, but then the afternoon, 6 to 8 foot, and see that little number next to the 8 to 15, that means the period is jumping up significantly, which means, Chico?
Which means, Chico?
It means we're going to see some bigger conditions and some really good waves.
Is that a promise?
It's a promise.
Lock it
from
in.
my side.
Locked in.
I'm going to lock it in.
All right, we cannot wait to see that. Meanwhile, still looking back on a really crucial day of competition, our top 5 moments. We'll cast our mind back to the American Svir Koki and getting another win. And you talk about surfers with momentum, Chico. Getting this one done and on a roll here and coming up against higher rated, more fancied surfers. That didn't bother him at all. He just kept on swinging.
Yeah, he's the lowest seed on men's side, and he keeps plugging away. Big scores, surfing like he's a veteran. And I saw his first round heat, and I could tell that his surfing suits this wave so well. And he just keeps building some rhythm. You can tell his confidence is building as well, being his best result so far ever on the Challenger. He should be over the moon. What do you reckon, Felicity?
Yeah, for sure. I think he came in at number 75th seed, so to still be remaining in this contest is yeah, really great feat. Now he's on to the round of 16, and yeah, I just got to echo what you said. He's looking really at home on this right-hand point break here, and today was pretty challenging. So yeah, you got to take that and continue with that momentum.
He'll be coming up against Jacob Willcox in the next round. Tell you what, it doesn't seem phased at all in his post heats. Our 4th moment, how about the continued great form of Lulu Silva?
Yeah, I absolutely love what I saw from Lulu today. She had a big heat total of 13.17. So she had a 7.17, and it was surfing like that, just looking so electric. on this right-hand point break. She got the 7-1-7 and backed it up with a 6-point ride. She was up against Daniela Rosas, who also had, you know what, on paper, not too bad, a 5.77 and a 5.63. So, yeah, it was a pretty hardly contested heat. But, yeah, Luana obviously has got experience out here before because she's won 2 years ago out here. So, good for her campaign because she's sitting in number 7 spot. So
going to need that experience as well. She's taken on Sally Fitz in the quarters. Moment number 3, one for the Goofies. Jackson Bunch right at the end, Chico.
Oh, it's lovely to see a Goofy surf like this here. I'm one of them, so I enjoy watching Jackson Bunch just punching this wave over and over again to take this heat win. On paper, one of the hardest heats of the round. And Jackson just showing a lot of mature and looking really, really confident on his backside, throwing buckets of water, surfing really quick. He's a tall guy, and looked like he wasn't phased by the size of the waves. He had a lot of speed.
Yeah, he'll need to bring that again when he goes into his next heat. Man-on-man, he'll be taking on E. My DeVault, one of the outstanding surfers once again here in Ericeira. The Jackson Bunch, he's acquitted himself really, really well. And right at the end of this heat, nailing the score against a really fired up Mateus Hurdy, who led this heat from the very beginning. And Bunch getting the win and bringing all that confidence. Our next moment, Emrod. Let's have another look at him, Flip.
Yeah, let's check out Emrod again. We obviously know he already took home the EDP Wave of the Day. And massive heat total, though, in this same heat. Not only did he post a let me rephrase that, 8.17, he also took home a 7.10, so massive heat total. I really love the way that this board's looking underneath his feet. You said, Chico, it was an epoxy. He's absolutely loving it too. I love the spray, that bright contrast really well against the black, but yeah, he's just surfing so well on right-hand small point break waves.
How about this for a matchup? He's taken on Mateus Hurdy, man-on-man in the round of 16. That one's going to be fire, Chico.
It is. I think it's going to be the pop against the speed. So it's going to be great to watch both of them go at each other. I feel like they are one of the most informed surfers of the event.
Number 1 matchup, the buzzer beaters. Couple of Aussies. Sally Fitz, first of all, and then followed by Bronte Macaulay. Sal, using the experience, never looked rattled, Flick.
No, not at all. And I mean, with so many years on tour, multiple event World Tour wins, you can never count out Sally Fitzgibbons. You know, she needed a pretty sort of decent score there at the end. I think Nadia, she sort of paddled for that first wave. Sally turned around, set out the back. She turned and took this one, scoring a 7.6 and absolutely dominating in the last few seconds of that heat.
And I just love how Sally reacts to that buzzer beater. She goes, she speaks to Erostarbe as a kind word to her. So she knows how tough it is to lose on those last minute seconds. As we see, the number 1 buzzer beater here, Bronte Macaulay. So the Aussies today love the buzzer beaters, and this one was Bronte, and with a couple of nice turns.
Big number for this wave. She was struggling a bit in this heat, not really finding the flow, but just maintained that cool head and then just ripped this one apart, Flick.
Yeah, she did. She ended up posting I think it was 6.8, and she obviously wants to show the judges that she really got that score, but when she was walking up, she kind of didn't think she actually got it. And then all of a sudden, she said she turned her head, looked up at the screen, names flipped, she got the win, and she's absolutely stoked with that.
Bronte's matchup in the quarterfinals will be India Robinson, an all-Aussie clash there. That'll be really entertaining. Good day for the Aussies today. Good day for everyone, really. Really fun day. Final thoughts on, well, a day that was smaller in our forecast, but actually delivered some big performances.
For sure. Definitely smaller, and when you rock up, you think, okay, it's going to be tricky, but the athletes, for me, are the highlight. They really made the best of tricky situations, and yeah, it inspired me. I was like, wow, okay, I've got a few takeaways from today.
Chico, surf's going to pick up gradually. Maybe not ramp up hugely tomorrow, but coming towards the end of the event, things are looking like plenty more energy from the Atlantic.
Yeah, I like this contest where you see different conditions. So all the surfers are being put it to the test of surfing bigger waves, smaller waves. They need to show up on any conditions. So I think today was one of those days that we see smaller conditions, but they perform to the max. So it was great to be here.
Oh, it's been a really fun day once again in Ericeira. We'll be back tomorrow, 9:15 call for a possible 9:35 start. We'll send you out with some highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow. Até amanhã.
Até amanhã.
Estrella Galicia on a bright and sunny Thursday morning in Portugal. The waves, they've been a little more reluctant to show up early this morning. A couple of calls have seen us keeping a beady eye.
Upping down the line, another snap.
And this one might wall up for him here. Rodriguez got some momentum, really pushed. That was a really nice hit from him. This is going to be a good number here.
And Macalan, more technical, stylish, and really, really good serve.
Jackson Bunch just ripping his way for the win here.
The combination of some really nice turns, just drifting his style.
Tail throw reverse, gets it done, gets the rotation done, almost loses there at the end.
This heat, but yeah, just trusting it, has that strong desire to keep going with this heat. He's currently sitting.
Composure to surf really well, multiple maneuvers linked together. Just
it's classic Fitzgibbons. 30 seconds on the clock, biggest set of the day. Sold her opponent the wave before. His first turn. All this is still really smooth foot on the gas here. That's 2 turns inside. There's a third. And
Sally got in the 7s, didn't she?
This section here, sort of where she does more damage.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.